You're listening to Fanfiction Reader, where stories come alive through sound. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the tale.
Chapter 76 I Help You Kill Rosen. Gojo Satoru came to the hospital ward and found Fushiguro Megumi wrapped up like a dumpling, still unconscious. Coming to the bedside, Gojo Satoru reached out and pulled Fukuro's wrist. Gojo Satoru sensed that a force of energy was lingering in Fushiguro Megumi's body. This energy is the same as the energy that Fushiguro Miki had previously displayed. Is this what anger is? Gojo Satoru tried to guide the energy out, but the energy was firmly locked in Fushiguro Megumi's body. Unable to guide it, Gojo Satoru had to try another method and use cursed power to forcibly expel the energy. This method is feasible, but it consumes a lot of mana. A stream of air was expelled from his body and was about to dissipate into the air. Gojo Satoru immediately reached out and caught it in his palm. He did not reject this energy, and after Gojo Satoru tried to absorb it into his body, he found that his physical condition had improved slightly. Gojo Satoru's eyes lit up. This Kai was indeed a good thing. Just a little bit of it could bring about a significant improvement in his performance. It's a pity that it's just a little less. Even if all the energy in Fushiguro Megumi's body is absorbed, it's still a very small amount. Gojo Satoru feels that if the number is large enough, he may even have a chance to reach a higher level. Moreover, the absorption efficiency is too low. The teacher must have a complete method of practice. Sure enough, the teacher still has a lot of good things. Helped Fushiguro Megumi comb her body. The next day, Gojo Satoru took Yuji Itadori to find Rosen. As soon as I reached halfway up the mountain, I saw Fushiguro Miki sitting in a corner, practicing facing the rising sun. Gojo Satoru could clearly feel the aura of Fushiguro Miki. Yuji Itadori pulled Gojo Satoru's sleeve and asked in a low voice, "So, she is in the same group with us?" Gojo Satoru rolled his eyes and walked straight into Rosen's house without saying hello to Miki Fushiguro, who was meditating. Gojo Satoru was already familiar with Rosen's house. He went to get a bottle of drink and threw it to Yuji Itadori. Then he pushed open Rosen's bedroom door and found Rosen sleeping soundly. Gojo Satoru gathered a burst of energy from his fingers and struck Rosen's body. The entire bedroom disappeared, and Yuji Itadori even suspected that Gojo Satoru and Rosen had some personal grudge. Rosen stood up again without any injury, with a messy hair, and looked at Gojo Satoru weakly. "Why are you not sleeping so early in the morning and coming to see me? I want to learn Kai. I checked every student a long time ago. None of you are qualified to learn Kai. Tsumiki is the only one who is qualified. What is this qualification? Just like some people are born with cursed power and some are born without cursed power, there are very few people who can practice Kai. Tsumiki is the only person I have met in all these years who is qualified to practice Kai." When Gojo Satoru heard this, he was immediately disappointed. At this moment, Rosen's eyes suddenly turned to Yuji Itadori. The next moment, Rosen felt that the surrounding environment was changing. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood all around. In front of him appeared a throne made of bones, and on the throne sat a lazy figure. Born in a land with Sukuo on both sides. Sukuna supported his cheek with one hand, tilted his head, and looked at Rosen with a nonchalant look. It seems that not all sorcerers of this era are useless. Rosen couldn't help but sneer. The next moment, half of Sukuna's living domain began to turn into a sea of fire with a blood-red sun above the sea of fire. "You are a remnant of the old times, a homeless stray dog. How dare you bark in front of me?" Sukuna immediately looked at Rosen with a distorted face and anger. "Do you want to die?" Rosen pointed his finger forward, and Sukuna's entire living domain was shattered, including Sukuna himself. What a boring game. At this moment, Sukuna only has 1/20th of his strength, and he is living in the body of Yuji Itadori. He doesn't even have autonomy. Although his innate domain looks scary, it is actually just for show. Gojo Satoru looked at Rosen and said, "Have you seen it? What a crazy guy, but he has the capital to be crazy." Rosen had to admit that even with only 1/20th of the power, Sukuna was already at the middle level of the special grade. Rosen glanced at Gojo Satoru and said, "It looks like you need some extra training." "Teacher, I won't lose to Sukuna. I don't care. Anyway, you have to take 2 hours out of your work every day to come here." Gojo Satoru was having a headache. He had already graduated, so did he still have to endure Rosen's torture? Although Gojo Satoru said he was not very willing, but in the evening of that day, he still came to find Rosen obediently. "Teacher, my strength has reached a bottleneck, and I can't find any possibility to improve my strength." Rosen raised his head and looked at Gojo Satoru. "Satoru, 6 eyes is the limit of your Gojo family, but is it your limit?" "What?" A Megatama appeared in Rosen's eyes. The original name of these eyes was the Sharingan. These are the 1 Megatama, 2 Megatama, and 3 Megatama. They have excellent dynamic vision and illusions. Rosen said, and the 3 megatama in the pupil began to rotate and change, becoming more complex. Later, these eyes evolved into this form called the manhwarecap, and later evolved into the eternal manhwarecap. Rosen's pupils kept changing. Above the eternal manhwarecap is the samsara eye, and this is not the ultimate form of the samsara eye. How do you think your 6 eyes compare to my samsara eye? Gojo Satoru thought about it and answered honestly, in some ways. So what do you think? Is your bloodline inferior to mine, or is the quality of your eyes inferior to that of mine? Teacher, are you saying that my 6 eyes also have the possibility of evolving? Nanaha was able to create his own bloodline from nothing. Are you worse than Nanami? Rosen is very good at motivating students, but Rosen's motivation has basically been achieved. Teacher, I have no idea. The 4 shadow demons merged into Rosen's body at the same time, and 3 pairs of samsara eyes and 1 pair of pure eyes bloomed in Rosen's pupils at the same time. At this moment, Gojo Satoru felt a tremendous pressure approaching him. This was the first time that Gojo Satoru truly felt the oppression brought by Rosen's eyes. At this moment, he really felt that his eyes were just a younger brother's compared to Rosen's eyes. It was also at this moment that he could truly understand how big the gap was between his eyes and Rosen's eyes. Rosen raised his hand and took off Gojo Satoru's eye patch. Do you mind if I take off your eyes? Ah? Does it have to be like this? You can't figure it out yourself, so I have to do it myself. If that's the case, then please do it, teacher. Hiss. Gojo Satoru took 2 steps back, and the next moment he could not see anything. The sharp pain in his eye sockets made him feel an unprecedented sense of fear. Be quiet and sit next to me while I study your eyes. Rosen held the 6 eyes in his palm. I can see that your eyes still have great potential, even not worse than the Sharingan. Rosen injected chakra into the 6 eyes, and the 6 eyes quickly absorbed Rosen's chakra. No matter how much Rosen injected, the Yuyan would accept it all. What Rosen lacks the least is chakra. The power of the 10 tails is endless. Finally, the 6 eyes reached their limit. No wonder the Gojo family only produces 1 6 eyes every hundreds of years, and they think 6 eyes is the ultimate. The awakening of the 6 eyes requires the blood power accumulated over generations. The Gojo family can control the appearance of Rokugan in a certain generation. This is not a stable method of bloodline inheritance. Once a problem occurs in a certain generation, it can easily lead to the extinction of the bloodline. If the 6 eyes wants to go further, it will require unimaginable amounts of magical power. It requires at least 30 times the cursed power of Gojo Satoru. You should know that in today's world of curse, there are only 2 people who are clearly more powerful than Gojo Satoru. One is the 1,000-year-old monster Tenjin, and the other is Otsutsukoshi Yuta. The curse power is 30 times that of Gojo Satoru, which is something that Gojo Satoru could not achieve even if he spends his entire life on it. So 6 eyes is still 6 eyes, and 6 eyes will always be 6 eyes. When Rosen injected enough chakra, the valve of the 6 eyes was finally opened. Rosen then injected natural energy. The 6 eyes were quite friendly to natural energy. Rosen is planning the future of the 6 eyes and is also engraving the next spell in the 6 eyes. Come over. Gojo Satoru came in front of Rosen, and Rosen stuffed the 6 eyes back into Gojo Satoru's eye sockets. Don't use your magical powers yet. I need to clear your blood vessels. Green energy condensed in Rosen's palm, and the green energy flowed into Gojo Satoru's eyes. Finally, Gojo Satoru saw the light again, but the world that Gojo Satoru saw this time was completely different from the past. Use the magic power and let it flow into your eyes. Rosen said. The more familiar Gojo Satoru became, the more shocked he was. Are these eyes really my 6th eyes? Could it have been swapped? Compared with the current pair of eyes, the original 6 eyes are simply not worth mentioning. Is this what it feels like after the 6 eyes evolve? Get familiar with your eyes when you return. I left a spell in them. Gojo Satoru really needs some time to get familiar with these eyes. He could feel that these eyes would bring him a qualitative leap. In a cafe, Gido, Suguru, Nozomi, and 3 cursed spirits were sitting around a table. The 3 cursed spirits are Chuujin, Huwu, and Laohu. If we want to reverse the status of humans and cursed spirits, we must meet 2 conditions. First, we must prevent Rosen, the special grade curse master, from participating in the battle. Second, we must bring Ryam and Sukuna to join our team and have him stand on our side. What's the matter with Rosen? Why have I never heard of that guy? Asked Lu Wu. As for him, you'll have to ask Jai. Kasuo looked at Gido Ziyu, who was sitting opposite him. He is my teacher and the strongest person in the world of spells today. Each of us is special grade. If we attack together, can't we kill him? Lu Wu asked again. Impossible, impossible. There is a small chance that he will escape, said Zhu Suo. So that's just a small probability. Lu Hu said disapprovingly. He was still very confident in his own strength. It's highly likely that all of us will be ambushed and killed by him, said Xia Yaoji. So instead of killing him, it's better to seal him. Seal? Isn't that harder than killing him? Normally, that's true, but if there's a special grade cursed item like the Hell Gate, then that's another matter. Oh my god, Yuman Yang. Is that thing in your hand? Even as a cursed spirit, he is particularly interested in special grade cursed items. Lao Hu is so excited at this moment that the small volcano above his head kept spewing thick smoke, and agreed on his face could not be hidden at all. Don't make too much noise. Liu Suo waved his hand. Just kill everyone here. Lao Hu said arrogantly. Liu Suo, what do you think of my strength? It's probably about the same as Ryomen Sukuna's 8 or 9 fingers. Hee, that's enough. I'll help you kill Rosen, and you'll give me the prison gate. I'll add it to my collection. Are you sure? This is not an easy task. Zuo Suo had no intention of stopping it. Of course, he is just a human being. I am the special grade cursed spirit Lao Hu. The small volcano above Lao Hu's head erupted directly. More than a dozen employees and customers in the cafe were burned all over at this moment. The whole cafe was like purgatory. You're going to die. Chapter 77. It should be wild. The more Gojo Satoru got familiar with his new eyes, the more shocked he felt. It even made him feel like he was invincible. The 2 eyes in the past were called the 6 eyes of the sky, so the pair of eyes now should at least be the eyes of the sky, right? Gojo Satoru focused his eyes and without any seals, he saw a 2-meter-high crack appear in front of him. Gojo Satoru stepped into the crack and instantly appeared 1,000 meters away, then returned to his original place in the blink of an eye. This is just the most common use of the eye of the sky, teleportation. In the following period of time, Gojo Satoru developed the sky technique and the void technique. Gojo Satoru feels that his current self and his self in the 6-eye period are completely 2 different concepts, 2 different levels. Perhaps this is the strength that transcends the special grade. After I have completely mastered the eye of the sky, I will definitely compete with Rosa again. When Gojo Satoru arrived at school, he heard that Fushiguro Megumi and Itadori Yuji had gone out on a mission while he was in seclusion. Gojo Satoru didn't take it seriously, after all, they were both first-year students. But a day later, when I saw Yuji Itadori again, he had become a cold corpse and his heart had been taken out. Gojo Satoru felt a little sad when he looked at the corpse of his student, but he was mostly very unhappy. The target of this commission mission is a special grade cursed spirit, and there are also 5 ordinary people who need to be rescued. Let the first-year students fight against special grade cursed spirits. Even when Rosen was teaching, he didn't do such excessive operations. It is obvious that those old guys from the Jujutsu Users Association want to kill Yuji Itadori. At this moment, Gojo Satoru really wanted to overturn the table. Into the morgue, Ie Naoko walked in. Satoru, is this your student? Why are you here? I heard that Ryomen Sukuna's incarnation died. Can I dissect him now? Gojo Satoru was very upset. My student died, and you didn't comfort me, but you even wanted to dissect him. Doesn't your conscience hurt? It was your student who died, not mine, so why should I feel guilty? Besides, why do you have the nerve to blame me for not protecting my own students? Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Irie Shoko said this with confidence, and Gojo Satoru was furious and didn't know how to refute. At the same time, inside Yuji Itadori's body, Yuji Itadori appeared in front of a small hill of bones. On the hill of bones sat a skeletal throne. Sukuna was sitting on the throne, looking down at Yuji Itadori from above. Am I dead? Why would I meet you after I die? This is my birthplace, and you are not dead yet. What is the field of life? You can understand it as the spiritual world formed by my power. Sukuna said calmly. You took my heart out and now you tell me I'm not dead? Although you are not dead yet, you are not far from death. Sukuna said, if you can agree to my 2 conditions, I can heal your injuries. Haha, are you begging me? At this moment, Yuji Itadori became arrogant. If you are stubborn, then go to hell. Even if I die, I will first drag you down from that lofty throne. Yuji Itadori was like a newborn calf who was not afraid of a tiger and suddenly rushed towards Sukuna. But in Sukuna's eyes, his actions were as childish and ridiculous as those of a child. Sukuna kicked Yuji Itadori over with a casual kick, and then sat on Yuji Itadori. Do you really want to die? Sukuna still maintained that condescending attitude. After all, it's you who's afraid of death. Things have changed a bit. In the near future, something interesting will happen. How about you agree to my 2 conditions and you can return to the human world? Sukuna said temptingly. First, as long as I chant Kaikuo, you have to give me your body for 1 minute. Second, you have to forget our agreement. I won't trade with you. Who knows what you are up to? I already know that you are not a good person, so I will never give my body to you. Then I promise you, in this 1 minute, I will not kill anyone, nor will I hurt anyone else. I won't believe you. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. This is the power of the binding contract. It binds you and me. Once I break the agreement, I will be punished. Okay, I promise, get up. Upon hearing this, Sukuna's mood suddenly improved and he stood up immediately. But the next moment, Yuji Itadori punched Sukuna in the face. No one will agree to your request. Yuji Itadori finally hit Sukuna, although the punch was not painful. There's really no other way. Let me give you countless chances to be resurrected here. As long as you can defeat me, I will unconditionally resurrect you. If I win, you will be resurrected by means of a binding contract. Yuji Itadori hooked his finger proudly. The next moment, Yuji Itadori's head was cut in half. At this moment, Yuji Itadori was lying on the cold operating table. Naoko Iiri had stripped him of his clothes and was preparing to dissect him. Gojo Satoru sat aside, feeling depressed. What Iiri Shoko said did make him start to reflect on himself. Even though he knew that Yuji Itadori would be targeted by the top leaders, he always thought that his name could shock those old guys. At this moment, Yuji Itadori sat up from the operating table. Gojo Satoru also raised his head at this time. Hey, teacher. Welcome back. Gojo Satoru also smiled. Did anything happen during the time I was dead? Apart from the fact that you were nearly dissected, nothing much happened. Ah, who are you? Yuji Itadori then remembered that he was naked at the moment, and there was a beautiful and sexy lady in a white coat standing next to him. I'm your caring elder sister. Iiri Naoko's smile was as gentle as water. Do you need me to modify his deathlog? No need. This can delay the threat from the higher-ups. Gojo Satoru said as he stood up and said, I'll go out for a walk. Seeing Yuji Itadori wake up, Gojo Satoru felt much better. And now he plans to kill a few high-ranking officials to shock those corrupt old men. This night was destined to be uneasy. After all, the young master of the Gojo family was on a killing spree. If it happened to an ordinary sorcerer, he would definitely be labeled a villain. But this was done by the eldest son of the Gojo family, so even if the senior executives were angry, they could only swallow their grievances. After all, they didn't dare to really force Gojo Satoru to rebel. Just thinking about the image of the six-eyed god standing opposite you makes my scalp tingle. After today, Gojo Satoru also strengthened the teaching and care of his students. However, Gojo Satoru's attention was soon attracted by another matter. The exchange conference of Jujutsu High School was about to begin. Gojo Satoru asked all 3 of his students to participate. In addition to Fushiguro Megumi and Itadori Yuji, he also accepted another student, Kujisaki Nobara, a cheerful and generous girl. Gojo Satoru found Rosen and saw Rosen, Panda and Fushiguro Miki eating noodles at the door. Gojo Satoru also brought a bowl of noodles and sat opposite Rosen in a familiar manner. Teacher, will Tsumiki attend the Jujutsu High School exchange meeting? No, if she goes, it will be too bullying. Is she very strong now? Gojo Satoru looked at Fushiguro Miki. Her current level of taijutsu is equivalent to your level in your second year of school. Hiss. This is too much. She has only been studying with you for less than a semester. Teacher, are you hiding something from me? Why don't you look for the reason in yourself? Your strength has been neither up nor down for so many years, and you have only exercised a pitiful number of cursed spirits. This time, because of your negligence, you almost killed your own student, so you should reflect on yourself. Every word of Rosen's words pierced Gojo Satoru's heart. Senior, I'm actually not that powerful. It's just that the bonus in Sage Mode is higher. What is Sage Mode? When Gojo Satoru heard the new term, he immediately realized that there were still many things about Rosen that he had not yet discovered. Senior, don't you know Sage Mode? Let me see. Fushiguro Miki put down her bowl and chopsticks, walked to the open space, clasped her hands together and performed senjutsu. Sage Mode. In an instant, Fushiguro Miki's body was covered by 2 energies, and her cursed power and her physical strength were all sublimating. At the same time, obscure lines appeared on her face, which looked somewhat similar to those on Realman Sukuna. Gojo Satoru showed a look of surprise. His previous judgment of Fushiguro Miki was that the level of a first-level sorcerer was not even at the quasi-special level. That Sage Mode, no matter how powerful it is, can never be raised to the special level. However, Fushiguro Miki's performance shocked him on the spot. This is true sublimation, an all-round improvement. Moreover, Gojo Satoru clearly felt that the energy emanating from Fushiguro Miki had a subtle suppressing effect on his own cursed energy. This forced him to re-examine the ups and downs of Kirazu Miki and the aura she exuded. The kai that Fushiguro Miki cultivated was obviously not as superficial as he had understood, and it must have other effects. It's a pity that I don't have the talent to cultivate kai, Otherwise, I would definitely be able to greatly improve my strength. Retracting his envious gaze, Gojo Satoru said sourly, not bad. Developing your eyes is more important than worrying about Kai training. Teacher, when I develop these eyes to their full potential, I will fight you. I look forward to that day, but please don't brag. At this moment, a cursed force appeared in the nearby mountains and forests. This cursed force was extremely huge and dangerous, and also full of provocation. Gojo Satoru looked at Rosen and asked, your pet? I don't know, it should be wild. Rosen said. Chapter 78 Field Expansion. Son, when Rosen found the cursed spirit that was emitting cursed power and provoking him, he was stunned. Lao Ho? Why Lao Hu? Shouldn't he go find Gojo Satoru? Ha! You are really arrogant. Facing my cursed power, you still dare to come here alone. Lao grinned. Ah, I didn't come here alone. I'm really afraid of death. Rosen said with a smile, look, I brought several people with me. Rosen pointed to a hill not far away where Gojo Satoru, Fushiguro Miki, and Pando were standing there watching the fight. Did you let them come to admire your death? Or did you let them be buried here with you? Lao Hu's strength may not be the strongest among the cursed spirits, but he is definitely the most arrogant cursed spirit. It's also possible that they came to admire my heroic figure, Rosen said. He really didn't understand. Hadn't Nasuo already tested him? Why did you trick Lao Hu again? Didn't find out my past last time, so I'm trying to find out my past again? Lao Hu is indeed stronger than the 3 special grade cursed spirits from last time. However, his strength is limited and there is no substantial gap. At the same time, Nozomi and Hanami were standing on another cliff. News, what are the chances of Lao Hu winning? His success rate is 0. Is the gap big? Huayu frowned. Generally speaking, in battles of the same level, even if there is a clear gap, it is difficult to have a 100% chance of winning. Therefore, he always felt that even if there was a gap in strength between Lao Hu and Rosen, it was impossible for them to have no chance of winning. In fact, Liuishuo also hopes that Lao Hu can find out more things. After all, there is a huge difference between dealing with a sorcerer you know well and a sorcerer you have no idea of his depth. Huayu looked into the distance, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. They all call themselves new humans, humans who are purer than humans. This cognition comes from their wisdom and their empathy. They also have the concept of companions. In Huayu's cognition, Lao Hu is his companion. But the fool Lao Hu unknowingly stepped into the lies woven for him by Zuisuo. Let him face an impossible enemy. Rosen looked at Lao Hu in front of him jokingly. There is no doubt that Lao Hu is powerful. It's just that he always likes to challenge the peak situation. In the original work, he defeated Gojo Satoru twice and was beaten badly. Then he challenged Sukuna in a duel and was hacked to death. From his image to his performance, he is hilarious. You will pay the price for your ignorance, Lu Hu said sinisterly. Suddenly, a vent appeared on the mountain wall next to Rosen. Then a beam of hot flame blasted out from the nozzle. Rosen turned his head to look at the spout, watching the flames engulf him. Lao Hu showed a satisfied smile. How weak. Is this the strongest among humans? If that's all, then the human species doesn't even have the right to exist. But the next moment, the raging flames were sucked into a certain point as if by a vacuum cleaner, and then disappeared completely. Rinnegan. Ninjutsu absorption. A fireball condensed in Rosen's palm, and with a pinch of his hand, the energy in the fireball instantly burst out. Noose, who was standing far away, narrowed his eyes slightly. Was the spell absorbing? This technique is not easy to deal with, and we have too little information to know if any spell or technique can absorb it. If so, it will be troublesome. When Lao Hu saw this scene, he rushed towards Rosen again without any hesitation. His palms condensed into a hot and violent flame like magma, and he slapped Rosen on the chest. With this blow, the violent flame instantly engulfed Rosen. Then came the second and third strikes, and the coral kept moving around Rosen's body. Lao Hu is extremely fast and every part of his body can spit fire, just like a rocket engine to increase his speed. The violent explosions never stopped on Rosen's body. After attacking more than a dozen times, the coral finally stopped. Is it time to die now? Before Lao Hu could declare himself victorious, Rosen once again emerged from the smoke. Even his clothes were not damaged at all, and he still had that playful smile on his face. Such a weak attack. Can you create some attacks that are slightly more threatening? Rosen looked at Lao Hu sarcastically. Asshole, asshole, asshole. Lu Hu was completely enraged, violent flames spurting out from the top of his head and the sides of his head. Since you are determined to die, then I will grant your wish. The domain is expanded. The coffin is enclosed in the iron wall mountain. Exclamation. The domain of leaky coral expanded and enveloped Rosen. His domain is a closed domain, forming a sphere. The interior is just like the inside of a volcano, filled with heat and high temperature. But his domain is ineffective against Rosen. In fact, this field is very powerful. Most sorcerers, even top-grade sorcerers, will be burned to ashes in a short time once they fall into its field. But the person he was facing was Rosen. For Rosen, such a temperature was not even as good as the temperature generated when he transformed into the Golden Crow. This type of direct attack type of field deployment is also the easiest for Rosen to deal with. There is no need to even destroy the domain. Even if he opens the domain forever, he cannot hurt Rosen. Rosen raised 2 fingers of his right hand, with his index and middle fingers slightly bent. Since you've made such a grand move, I'll show you a little respect. The field expands. The sun. The moment Rosen's domain was expanded, Laohu's domain collapsed. In the original work, Gojo Satoru's infinite space can directly cover Laohu's territory. Rosen's territory also instantly covered Laohu's territory. It is not accurate to say that it is covered, because Rosen's domain is a supergiant sun of 10,000 meters. When this giant sun appeared in the mountain stream, both the onlookers and the corals trapped inside the sun were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Koso had thought about Rosen's power, but he had never thought it would be this powerful. For example, the diameter of Gojo Satoru's domain is 100 meters, and the diameter of Laohu's domain is 50 meters. In some open areas, the coverage range is mostly within 100 meters, and rarely exceeds 100 meters. But the size of Rosen's territory frightened Noose. Even if the domain expansions of all the sorcerers in the world were added together, they would probably not be as large as Rosen's domain expansion. This was the first time Rosen used it in battle after awakening his domain. Speaking of which, Rosen's domain expansion and Laohu's domain expansion are of the same type, but the lethality is vastly different, because the temperature inside Rosen's domain can reach millions of degrees. As long as Rosen's domain cannot be neutralized or destroyed in a short period of time, Rosen's domain will be able to destroy all enemies. Laohu is a cursed spirit born out of human fear of the earth, and the volcano is the form in which he expresses his power. But he never thought that he would be burned to death or even burned to ashes. There is no hiding, no evasion. Humans are truly a terrifying species. Laohu's body gradually dissipated. The battle was over, and Rosen appeared outside his own domain looking up at the supergiant fireball floating several meters above. Rosen stretched out his hand and clenched it. The giant fireball shrank until it was only the size of a glass bead. Finally, Rosen held it in his hand and put it into his mouth. Then he looked at a mountain dozens of kilometers away. Nozomi and Hanami clenched their fists at the same time. Hanamiya was angry because of the death of his companion Laohu. On the other hand, Yusuo was somewhat excited. At this moment, Rosen had just performed the domain expansion technique, and he must be in the state of spell meltdown. If he fought with Rosen at this moment, he would have a good chance of defeating Rosen. No, that's not right. He knew his purpose and he even opened the domain on purpose. He just wanted to tell himself that he was already in the state of magic fuse. He is tempting me to take action. The rope whispered, "Let's go." Even though Rosen was very tempting at this time, the noose, as a 1,000-year-old coin, could not take even the slightest risk. For most sorcerers, spell fuse is indeed very dangerous. But for a small number of sorcerers, spell fuse only reduces the danger from 100% to 99%. The more powerful Rosen showed, the more he desired it. Of course, Laohu's sacrifice this time was not completely worthless. At least he had explored the expansion of Rosen's territory. On the other side, Rosen stood there, checking his body. Originally, Rosen thought that his technique would not be tripped. The principle of ritual fusing is just like the fuse of a switch, which will only blow due to overload. However, the expansion of my own domain has not reached its limit. Logically speaking, my technique should not be broken. As a result, Rosen discovered that he would also experience a technique fuse. It's just that the infinite reversal technique directly causes the healing technique to be blown. Just like Gojo Satoru and Sukuna's method, they used the reversal technique to heal the technique fuse. The entire process from the technique fuse to the infinite reversal technique healing fuse only takes 10 seconds. This means that Rosen's spell fuse time will be shorter than any other sorcerer, including Sukuna and Gojo Satoru. And this healing fuse does not put much pressure on Rosen. During the duel with Sukuna, Gojo Satoru's healing circuit was blown out 3 times in a row, almost causing his brain to crash. However, Rosen still didn't understand why his technique also failed. Gojo Satoru came to Rosen and said, "Teacher, are you okay?" "It's okay. Wu, why did I enter the ritual fuse?" Rosen asked. "Oh, teacher, have you entered the ritual fuse now?" Gojo Satoru's eyes lit up, and he was eager to try. Although it is boring to beat Rosen like this, it is very interesting to beat Rosen once. "Have you forgotten that I have the infinite reversal technique?" "Okay. Gojo Satoru shrugged. Teacher, you want to know why the technique was broken when the release field was unfolded and did not reach your limit. Are you the same as me? Of course, the 6 eyes can reduce the consumption of any spell and technique by 99%, so for me, there has never been a situation where I don't have enough mana. The expansion of the field does consume a lot, but for me, it is only 1% consumption, but I will still enter the technique fuse. Why is that? Chapter 79 Millennium's CP Cooperation Project Domain Expansion is more than just a consumption of cursed power. In fact, many special grade sorcerers have very large cursed powers. What really causes the spell to fuse is a certain area in the brain. Domain expansion is to combine the inner imagination with one's own power and then materialize it. The real burden is brain power, not cursed power. Rosen realized that he had trained everything except his brain. So if others have their spells broken, you will also have your spells broken. Rosen suddenly remembered that most of Gojo Satoru's moves were the embodiment of his imagination. I have been analyzing the formula and operation methods of the no lower limit spell. After so many years, the formula and operation methods of the no lower limit spell have been completely analyzed, but I still cannot launch it successfully. Rosen has been analyzing where he was missing all along, but he ignored the most fundamental basis of the unlimited technique, imagination. Gojo Satoru once said in the battle with Laohu that no lower limit represents the most common physical common sense. There are distances between objects and between atoms, so no objects can truly fit together. Gojo Satoru visualizes the distance between atoms. In Rosen's mind, he imagined the distance between atoms, imagined this distance and the knowledge of physics, and at the same time, his cursed power began to activate. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows. He felt a familiar fluctuation of magical power from Rosen's body. Is this a technique with no lower limits? Rosen looked at his hands, raised his hands and extended them to Gojo Satoru. Come, shake hands. Gojo Satoru was a little surprised, but felt it was natural. He stretched out his hand and held Rosen's hand together. The two hands can't go any further if they are 2 centimeters apart. You have no limit to your control? Yeah, got it. Gojo Satoru didn't realize that Rosen had secretly learned his technique. After all, Rosen has taught many of his own unique techniques over the years. Shinra Tensei, Bango Tenin, Susanoo, these are all unique techniques. What's more, Rosen also helped him evolve the 6 eyes of the sky into the eye of the sky. However, Gojo Satoru felt that Rosen was already strong enough and difficult to defeat. Now that he has mastered the technique with no lower limits, it will be even more difficult for him to defeat Rosen. Rosen was in a good mood. He had finally comprehended the unlimited technique. The next step was to optimize the unlimited technique to reach the level of unlimited technique. However, Rosen also began to think about Nozomi's next move, the Shibuya incident, and whether Yuyuko would seal himself or Gojo Satoru. Can Yumanjon seal himself? Rosen thought about the working principle of the prison gate. Rather than being a seal, the prison gate is more like a cursed tool that slows down time a million times. Anyone sealed by the prison gate will have their physical body and spell power slowed down. This is also the reason why the sealed object cannot be broken no matter how strong it is. Even if you were imprisoned in the prison gate for only 1 day, perhaps thousands of years have already passed in the prison gate. Moreover, both the physical body and the cursed power were slowed down a million times, making it impossible to break the prison gate from the inside. Even Rosen himself couldn't do anything while being slowed down a million times. So Rosen didn't want to be sealed by the prison gate at all. Gojo Satoru was sealed by Yumanjon because he saw the fake Gido Suguru and was distracted for a short time and forgot to think. That moment of hesitation led to him being sealed. But there is nothing about the noose that can make him lose his mind. If he were a noose, how would he make himself lose consciousness? After thinking for a long time, Rosen still couldn't think of it. After all, Rosen himself doesn't know what his weaknesses are. Zuo Suo also doesn't have any detailed information about himself. If he wants to seal himself, it's almost the same as defeating himself directly. At the exchange meeting of the Jujutsu High School, there was no cursed spirit attack as Rosen had thought. After the Jujutsu High School exchange conference ended, Yuji Itadori was strolling on the street with Megumi Fushiguro and Nobara Kujizaki. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front. Yuji Itadori's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at the figure in front of him with burning eyes. Yuji, what's wrong? Megumi Fushiguro noticed that Yuji's face looked wrong. Yuji Itadori looked dazed and shook his head. Nothing. Maybe I recognized the wrong person. Yes, I must have recognized the wrong person. How could it be that person? That person has been dead for a long time. In the following time, Yuji Itadori was always absent-minded. Let's go back to the dormitory. Nobata Kujisaki and Megumi Fushigudo both felt that Yuji Itadori was not in good condition and made a suggestion. You guys go back, I'll walk around by myself. Fushigudo Megumi and Kujisaki Nobata nodded and didn't force it. Yuji Itadori was wandering the streets alone. And that figure appeared again in front of Yuji Itadori. This time, Yuji Itadori did not hesitate and chased after him with big strides. However, the man disappeared around the corner. Yuji Itadori hurriedly quickened his pace and chased around the corner. But there was a dead end at the corner and no one was there. Just when Yuji Itadori thought he had seen it wrong and was about to turn back, he suddenly smelled the fragrance of flowers, and then he knew nothing. Noso and Hanami appeared in front of Yuji Itadori. Looking at the unconscious Yuji Itadori on the ground, Noso had a faint smile on his face. Speaking of which, Yuji Itadori is his son. It was created using his current physical body, Kaori Itadori, and his own blood. At the same time, Yuji Itadori is also his most outstanding work. Nasuke took out 5 of Sukuna's fingers and stuffed them into Yuji Itadori's mouth. In addition to being Nozomi's son, Yuji Itadori is also Sukuna's eldest nephew. Thousands of years ago, Sukuna had a brother before he was born, but Sukuna ate this brother while in the womb. However, his brother did not die completely. His body was merged with Sukuna. The 4 eyes and 4 arms of the 2 men Sukuna were due to the fusion of his brother's body. The soul of Sukuna, the unborn brother, reincarnated and eventually became Yuji Itadori's father, Jin Itadori. Jin Itadori then combined with Kaori, who was possessed by a noose, and gave birth to Yuji Itadori. It is precisely because of Yuji Itadori's special bloodline that he was able to suppress Sukuna's consciousness. After feeding Sukuna finger to Yuji Itadori, he was thrown onto the street. Until Megumi Fushigudo and Nobata Kujisaki found the unconscious Yuji Itadori. After confirming that Yuji Itadori was not harmed, the two reported to Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru went there personally to bring the 3 people back. Now Yuji Itadori has swallowed 12 Sukuna fingers. The first finger, the 6 fingers of the Sorcerer Association, and 5 more fingers were stuffed in with the noose not long ago. In the Hongsing Palace, a cursed spirit sneaked in silently. In the deepest part of Hongsing Palace, Tanyuan suddenly opened his eyes. As long as it was within the range of his barrier, he knew everything, and of course he could feel that little cursed spirit. However, Tanyuan did not take any action. It was just a 3rd-level cursed spirit, not even an ant in Tanyuan's eyes. A 3rd-level cursed spirit would definitely not have any intelligence, but this cursed spirit was able to avoid all kinds of detections and traps and head straight for his palace. So it's no surprise that this 3rd-level cursed spirit is being controlled by someone. The cursed spirit arrived at Tanyuan's residence and stopped. Tanyuan's gaze focused, and he felt the aura emanating from this cursed spirit. That is his Millennium CP nose. News! What are you doing here? Their goals are actually the same, the pursuit of supreme evolution. But they both act differently. Tanyuan cooperates with the sorcerer to establish a community of interests. The method of news is to create various combinations of humans and cursed spirits, and conduct various experiments in bloody and twisted ways. This also led to the different situations of the 2 people. One became the supreme ruler of sorcerers, while the other became a pariah in the world of sorcery. Cooperate. The lasso is now controlling this low-level cursed spirit. Cooperation? I don't think there is any room for cooperation between us. Tanyuan said disapprovingly, his tone was remote. Yusuke threw a piece of information over. Tanyuan took it and read it through. This information is about Rosen. Tanyuan became more and more frightened as he looked at the noose. What do you want to do? You have been integrating the bloodlines and bodies of various sorcerers. Rosen will be the most important part of your supreme evolution. What do you think? Don't you want to have his body? Of course, I don't deny that. As for who gets Rosen's body, that depends on our abilities. But the question now is how to defeat him. Yusuke did not hide his ambitions and desires. The 2 of them had been fighting for 1,000 years and knew each other well. If he tried to hide his intentions at this time, Tanyuan might not believe him. It would be better for him to be honest. At least both of them thought that it would be harder to defeat Rosen than to snatch food from the other's hands. Therefore, their top priority now is not how to distribute it, but how to defeat Rosen. Even if you and I join forces, we may not be able to defeat him. Yeah, but what if we add Sukuna? Not enough. Tanyuan answered truthfully. What about the 10 Shadows technique? 10 Shadow method? Tanyuan naturally knew that the strongest Shikigami in the 10 Shadow method was Moxul Yuo, but he also knew Moxul Yuo's weaknesses. He was sure that he could kill Moxul Yuo in an instant, so Rosen must be able to do it. He immediately shook his head. It's not enough. What about Ryomen Sukuna? I think even Sukuna is probably not as good as him. Tenjin had seen Sukuna in his prime and knew how powerful Sukuna was. But even Sukuna in his prime was not as powerful as Rosen. In addition to Sukuna, I am also planning to revive 10 ancient sorcerers. They are all the strongest of the same era. There are also 10 strongest cursed spirits. Each of them also possesses the strength of the top sorcerers. Tian Yuan couldn't help but take a breath when he heard this. Even he was shocked by the generosity of the news. If this kind of power were used to attack him, he probably wouldn't be able to resist it. And I also designed a death annihilation and return barrier specifically for Rosen. Chapter 80. When I come out, the world of magic will change for me. Recently, incidents involving cursed spirits have become more and more frequent in the world of sorcery. The students and teachers of the Jujutsu High School ran out every few days. Rosen rarely assigned him any tasks. The main reason is that there is no task that requires Rosen to take action, and the second reason is that Rosen's asking price is too high. For general commission tasks, the commissionee and the school split the profits 50-50. But if Rosen accepts the commission, the profits will be split 80-20. As an intermediary, the school cannot even recover the cost of the intelligence. Unless it is a commission task that requires Rosen's involvement, Rosen will never be approached. Rosen clearly felt that something was wrong. Even many sorcerers felt it. There have been too many cursed spirit incidents recently. Many sorcerers felt that something big was about to happen, to the extent that the Sorcerers Association has now transferred a large number of sorcerers to Tokyo. Rosen contacted all his students and asked them not to leave Tokyo easily to avoid any accidents. Rosen had a hunch that this collective raid of cursed spirits was caused by news. But Rosen didn't know what he wanted to do. No one can understand the thoughts of a 1,000-year-old monster. Yuji Itadori, Nobara Kujisaki, and Megumi Fushigudo teamed up to exorcise a special grade cursed spirit. What is this? Kujisaki Nobara discovered that there was a finger embedded in the chest of this special grade cursed spirit. This cursed spirit suddenly evolved into a special grade cursed spirit because of this finger. Periodically, Nobara and Megumi Fushigudo looked at Yuji Itadori. Tigress, eat it. Yuji Itadori took the finger with a sad face. After preparing myself mentally, I forced myself to swallow the finger. How many now? 14, maybe. No one knows that Yuji Itadori had previously had 5 fingers of his father-in-law stuffed with noose. So his real number of fingers is 19, not 14. Have you noticed that the process of collecting Sukuna's fingers has been too smooth recently? Said Megumi Fushigudo. Isn't this a good thing? Asked Kujisaki Nobara puzzledly. Have you forgotten that once Yuji swallows 20 Sukuna fingers, he will be executed? Fushigudo Megumi said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Nobara Kujisaki fell silent. Perhaps because no accidents had happened recently, they all forgot that Yuji Itadori was still on a suspended death sentence. Just then, a woman appeared in front of the 3 people. When Yuji Itadori saw this woman, he couldn't help but shed tears. Both Nobara Kujisaki and Megumi Fushigudo looked at the woman in front of them in astonishment. Yuta Otsutsuki had just dealt with a special grade cursed spirit. This special grade cursed spirit was not difficult to deal with, but Yuta Otsutsuki's expression became solemn, because he found that after he killed this special grade cursed spirit, the cursed power actually disappeared. This means that this special grade cursed spirit is not a naturally generated cursed spirit, but was most likely created by someone on purpose. But he had no idea of the specific purpose. Is it just to create chaos? This cursed spirit slaughtered dozens of people here, indiscriminately attacking everyone in the area until Atsukatsu Yuta arrived at the scene and stopped the killing. After Yuta Otsutsuki left, a logistics team from the Jujutsu Association arrived at the scene to clean up the mess. Not even a drop of blood was left at the scene. The logistics team members took away all the bodies and blood. And this kind of situation happened more than once. Several incidents of this kind occur every day, where cursed spirits suddenly appear and indiscriminately attack everyone in the surrounding area. Yuta Otsutsuki reported his speculation to the Sorcerers Association, and then there was no further news. Teacher, Rosen looked up at Yuta Otsutsuki and said, "Why did you have time to come to see me today? You look so listless. Did you break up with Rika?" Yuta Otsutsuki's face was dark. No, Rika and I are fine. Besides Rika, what else could have made you depressed? Or maybe your teacher's death. If you die, teacher, I will set off fireworks to celebrate. Otsutsuki looked at Rosen speechlessly. Recently, a large number of cursed spirits have appeared in Tokyo and they are constantly killing people for no reason. I have reported it to the Curse Master Association, but there has been no follow-up investigation. I even suspect that all this is manipulated by the Curse Master Association behind the scenes. Maybe it's not the Spellcaster Association behind this, but they are also involved. Teacher, you mean, those dead the Sorcerer Association and Nisoko are in collusion with each other? This is what Nisoko himself said. But this is not surprising. Nozomi has been active in the world of sorcery for thousands of years. It is impossible to say that he has not arranged some obvious chess pieces. Those old men may be doing it for profit, or they simply want to use the noose to achieve their own goals. If you like rules, then don't try to find out the truth. Just do your job. If you want the truth to come out, then go kill a few high-ranking officials you don't like. Don't let them go even if you kill the wrong ones. Rosen guessed that all this might be a killing trap set by Zuisuo for himself. However, he couldn't guess how this would develop. Now he just had to waiting for news to reveal his trump card. Rosen's words were a little hard for Akatsu Yuta to accept. After all, he is just an innocent boy now. Rosen patted Yuta Akatsu's shoulder. Just then, Rosen's phone rang. Hey, Principal, what's going on? Uo, 3 special grade cursed spirits appeared at Shibuya No. 2 subway station. The association issued a commission of 200 million yen. Shibuya? Rosen pondered. You want me to take action? The elders of the association ask you to take action personally. I understand. Rosen nodded. It seems that Ryuisuo is already prepared, so let's see what kind of stage Ryuisuo has prepared for himself. Teacher, let me go with you, said Yuta Otsutsukoda. Rosen glanced at Yuta Otsutsukoshi and said, Do you think I can't deal with 4 stray dogs? No, I just feel like. Maybe this is a trap set by the association's top leaders for you. Yes, but don't worry. The danger of conspiracy is that it is unpredictable and unpredictable. But when they take action, the conspiracy is no longer a conspiracy. Rosen said with a smile. Besides, I am also looking forward to what kind of stage they will build for me. When Rosen walked out of the Jujutsu high school, he felt several gazes on him. Rosen raised his finger and tapped the left side, and a brilliant firework bloomed 100 meters away. He then tapped the right side, and a ball of fire also bloomed 100 meters away. A figure rushed towards Rosen at high speed, and Rosen reached out and grabbed the attacker's head. Go back and tell the people behind you that when I walk out of school, the world of magic will change for me. After breaking the attacker's limbs, Rosen walked away. There was nothing unusual in Shibuya at this time, and people were everywhere having fun. The noisy sounds filled the streets. It looks like the government hasn't blocked this place. When Lawson arrived outside Shibuya No. 2 subway station, he already smelled a strong odor. The entrance was sealed off, and there were several ordinary police officers outside who were responsible for preventing the crowd from entering the subway station. It has to be said that the top leaders of the Spellcasters Association have completely lost their shame and actually let ordinary people seal off the area where special grade curse events occur. When Rosen walked into the subway station, the smell of blood had already spread. Rosen saw the body of a young girl pressed against the wall, blood all over the place, like a bloody painting. The deeper you go, the more corpses you see on the walls and ceiling. All these corpses were young girls, and their causes of death were surprisingly similar. Flesh and blood were embedded in the concrete, and blood was gushing out. Suddenly, Rosen saw a twisted creature of flesh and blood crawling towards him. The twisted flesh and blood was not a cursed spirit, but an ordinary person with a twisted soul. Anyone who likes to turn ordinary people into this must be a special grade cursed spirit, a real person. This is the exclusive technique of the real person. Transformation through inaction. Whether it is an enemy or himself, he can change the shape of the soul at will, and then the soul will affect the shape of the body. In the world of spells, no matter good or evil, everyone has his or her own obsession and attitude. The real person's attitude is perverted. He is the cursed spirit that looks most like a human, but he also has the most twisted mind. He is undoubtedly everyone's most hated character. Just then, Rosen saw a beautiful flower field in front of him. It's so beautiful. A gentle smile appeared on Rosen's face. While Rosen was reveling in the flower fields, a figure rushed towards him at a rapid speed. The person who came was none other than the real person. His hand was less than 1 centimeter away from Rosen. But it was just this 1 centimeter distance. No matter how hard he tried, he could never get close. At the same time, Rosen had also woken up from the sea of flowers in front of him. At this moment, there was no sea of flowers around him, only piles of corpses. Thousands of bodies of ordinary people were slaughtered here. Rosen looked down at the real person who had made the sneak attack on him. The real person quickly retreated, trying to escape from Rosen. Rosen raised his eyelids, glanced at the real person nonchalantly, and flicked his hand casually. The ground rolled up and opened, and an impact with incredible destructive power hit the real person. At this moment, several octopus tentacles suddenly jumped out and pulled the real person away. The real person turned his head and looked at Tojin, who saved him. Thank you. Tagore is a special cursed spirit created by human beings' fear of the ocean. He has a short stature and a red-skinned squid head, and looks like Cthulhu. Of course, regardless of his stance, he still looks cute. Tojin opened his mouth and a stream of water spurted out of it. Rosen clasped his hands together and used water escape. Water vibration wave. A stream of water also spurted out of Rosen's mouth, offsetting Tojin's attack. Tojin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Rosen could launch the same attack as him. Hanamiya also came out from behind the pillar of the station. Huayu, Genren, Chujin, and Laohu were the 4 heavenly kings under the command of Liuisuo. Just the 3 of you? If that's all, I'd be very disappointed. Extremely disappointed. The 3 cursed spirits looked at Rosen with hatred. The 4 cursed spirits regarded each other as family, but Laohu was killed by Rosen, and they were full of hatred towards Rosen. So Zusuo arranged for the 3 of them to ambush and kill Rosen here, and they accepted it without hesitation. Although they knew that they would be the ones to die in this trap, and although they knew that they could not defeat Rosen, Huayu took the first step, and his first move was a killing move. The field expands. Devour the sea of light. In an instant, countless flowers began to grow on the ground. Chapter 81 Peak Season begins. Huayu's domain unfolds. The moment it opens, all of his attributes will be greatly enhanced. At the same time, Dui Guanghai can confuse the enemy's mind, which is an enhanced version of his technique. Flower Field. And the enemies covered by the Sea of Light will have their cursed power and vitality absorbed. Rosen has seen developments in many areas, and developments in many areas will pose a threat to him. So now when he faces the enemy, most of the time he will not allow the enemy's territory to cover him. Of course, Huayu also knew that Rosen could disintegrate his domain without opening a simple domain, so Shenren and Chujin rushed up at the same time to entangle Rosen. Shinra Tensei. Before Huayu's domain could cover Rosen, it was shattered. Just like in the original work, Hanamikaze's domain was directly shattered by Gojo Satoru. The same thing happened to Chuo-gen and Genren. They were hit head-on by the repulsive force and were blown away. Poor cannon fodder. Wongsang Tanian. Rosen instantly pulled Huayu, Chuo-gen, and Genren in front of him. The 3 cursed spirits' heads were still buzzing at this moment. They thought about losing and dying, but their mission was to bite off a piece of flesh from Rosen's body. But they didn't expect that the gap between themselves and Rosen would be so huge. Rosen defeated them easily. The field expands. The autism circle suddenly wraps up. The field expands. The horizon swings. Genren and Chuojin simultaneously exert their respective domains. Please respect the strongest sorcerer standing in front of you. Rosen grabbed Tojin and Genren's heads with both hands. At this time, Hanamika's technique had been melted down, so he could only rely on physical skills to attack Rosen, trying to make Rosen flip over Tojin and Mahito. But his attack was on Rosen's body, not even enough to make Rosen move. Rosen had already crushed the heads of Chuo-gen and Genren. When Huayu saw this scene, he silently gave up resisting. Send me to reunite with them. Rosen pointed his finger at Huayu's forehead. Bo, a beam of golden light penetrated Huayu's head. The battle was over and Rosen looked up at the camera hanging on the load-bearing column. Suddenly, the bodies of the 3 cursed spirits burst into blood mist. At the same time, the mountain of corpses in front also oozed a lot of blood, turning into a bloody cage, imprisoning Rosen in the cage. Red blood technique. Blood prison. A man with messy bangs appeared in front of him, with a look of despair on his face. He is the user of the red blood manipulation technique, the first hybrid of human and cursed spirit, Zhangxiang. Rosen glanced at the swollen image Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force bombarded the blood prison, but failed to shake it at all. No attack can break the blood prison. Zhangxiang said calmly, unless you exhaust my curse power, and my red blood manipulation technique can absorb the blood around to replenish my curse power. There are 3 special grade curse spirits and the blood of more than 1,000 ordinary people here. Rosen smiled. I know where your little brother is. Release this spell and I will tell you where he is. I do have 2 younger brothers. They are doing well now. You don't need to worry about them. You can search your memories. Zhangxiang was a little hesitant, but he still tried to recall. Gradually, an inexplicable figure appeared in his memory. It was a very strange feeling. The younger brother who clearly did not exist and the memory that clearly did not exist appeared in his memory. The 4 brothers drank afternoon tea together in the suburbs, enjoying the warm sunshine and chatting and laughing with each other. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not see his younger brother's face clearly. This is its blood, Rosen said with a smile. If we talk about the best brother in the world of sorcery, it has to be Zhangxiang. They are all creations of Nozomi and can be considered Nozomi's children, so Yuji Itadori, who is also Nozomi's creation, is their brother. Zhangxiang himself has no stance. He has the appearance closest to that of a human. However, because his 2 younger brothers look like cursed spirits, Zhang Xiang chooses to accompany his younger brothers and chooses the side of the cursed spirits. In the original work, Yuji Itadori killed Chasu's 2 younger brothers. Chasu originally wanted to seek revenge on Yuji Itadori, but after coming into contact with Yuji Itadori, he discovered Yuji Itadori's identity. "Where is he?" asked Zhang Xiang. At this moment, a crack appeared above Rosen's head, and a black cube fell from the crack. Several sticky substances extended from the black cube and entangled Rosen's limbs. "This is the prison gate, the most powerful sealing curse. Tell me, where is my brother?" Zhang Xiang asked anxiously. He is cursed. In the next moment, the prison gate was activated and Rosen was instantly sucked into the cube. Damn it. Zhang Xiang couldn't calm down when he saw Rosen being sealed. Noose, who was watching all this from behind the surveillance camera, felt a little dazed. This successful? Haha, it worked. It worked and there was no need to start the subsequent arrangements, and Lu Suo was completely ecstatic. He didn't expect to achieve success so easily. At this moment, another figure appeared in the surveillance video, picked up the human Joan on the ground, and then looked up at the camera. When Zuo saw the scene, his originally ecstatic expression froze in an instant. Because the person who appeared under the camera was none other than Rosen. Why? How could this happen? Why did a second Rosen appear? Rosen gently tossed the prison gate border in his hand. Being sealed by the prison gate border is not a bad thing, it can also be a good thing. The time inside the prison gate is 10,000 times slower than that in the outside world. For example, Gojo Satoru was sealed in the prison gate border and spent a long time inside the prison gate border. When he came out, he had already learned the healing technique of fuse. So Rosen used his shadow clone to be sealed inside the prison gate instead of himself. At this moment, the lasso already felt a slight chill. Has your intention been noticed? But at this point he had no choice, the arrow had been shot and there was no turning back. Now that the plan has been launched, there is no way it can be abandoned halfway. Rosen casually put away the prison gate and planned to remove the seal after some time. He then absorbed the memory of the shadow clone. Perhaps the shadow clone could help him develop some techniques. Then he said to the camera, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I have to say that your trap is full of loopholes." Nose was so angry that he laughed at Rosen's arrogant provocation. "Since you think this trap is full of loopholes, then experience true despair." At this moment, Nobata Kujisaki walked in carrying the unconscious Yuji Itadori and Megumi Fushigudo. At this moment, there was a crazy smile on Kujisaki Nobata's face. "Nasuke, you better not lie to me, otherwise I won't let you go." Nisoko took out the last finger of Sukuna that he got from Tenjin. "Rhyme, I'm not lying, but before I hand it over to you, I need Sukuna to be able to make a binding contract with me." At this moment, Nobata Kujisaki has become the incarnation of the ancient sorcerer Rime. Satomi was Sukuna's subordinate thousands of years ago. What binding contract? You can't do anything to me before you kill the man in the camera. Sukuna-sama will not grant your request. Why not let Sukuna answer my question himself? At this moment, the unconscious Yuji Itadori suddenly moved and sat up. But at this moment he has transformed into Sukuna, with a pair of eyes appearing on his face and a pair of arms behind his back. "News. What do you think of my proposal?" Sukuna looked at the surveillance screen and saw Rosen, making a seal with one hand. "Okay, the contract is established." Sukuna readily agreed to Noso's request because he only had 1 minute and this was the binding contract between him and Yuji Itadori. It is impossible to defeat the noose and take the finger within this 1 minute, so he simply accepted the request of the noose. Noso threw the last finger to Sukuna, and after Sukuna swallowed the finger, he felt the familiar power and the smile on his face became more ferocious. Immediately Sukuna broke off another finger. The moment he broke off his finger, he also fell into coma, and the Sukuna transformation on his body also faded away. Raimi picked up the broken finger, walked to Fushigudo Megumi, and put the finger into Fushigudo Megumi's mouth. Just like in the original story, Sukuna transferred himself into the body of Megumi Fushigudo. Compared to Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushigudo is obviously more suitable to be Sukuna's reincarnation. After all, Yuji Itadori can suppress Sukuna's consciousness, but Megumi Fushigudo does not have this ability. Fushigudo Megumi opened his eyes and his body and face began to change to Sukuna, with 4 eyes, 4 arms, and obscure tattoos. Haha, I finally succeeded. I'm finally resurrected. He is not bound by the binding contract, nor is he suppressed by Yuji Itadori's will. He is truly resurrected without any shortcomings. At the same time, he also obtains Megumi Fushigudo's 10-cage technique. At the same time, Rosen also sensed Sukuna's presence. Oh, I see. You invited outside help. Sukuna, let me see if your title of the strongest is worthy of its name. Noso looked at Sukuna, and Sukuna smiled freely. Let him be a gift for my resurrection. Sukuna came to Rosen and asked, "You want to challenge me?" Rosen looked at Sukuna and said, "No, the challenger is you, arrogant guy. Because I am qualified." Rosen said with a smile, "Besides, even Suo doubts that you can defeat me." "Then let's get started." Bang, Rosen and Sukuna fought together. The two men fought with the simplest punches and kicks. In a flash, the subway station was shattered by the two men, the concrete structure above their heads collapsed, and the pedestrians on the ground fell down instantly. Neither of them stopped their actions and continued to fight in the most violent way. A large number of ordinary people on the ground were affected by the aftermath of the battle between the two. Screams and crying sounds came one after another. Rosen's attack was getting faster and faster, and Sukuna was already feeling the pressure. Finally, he used the technique first. Technique.solution. Sukuna swung out 3 slashes at the same time. Rosen smiled and said, "I thought you could hold on a little longer." Rosen just waved his hand and Uchiha bounced back. Chapter 82 Peak Tournament Upgrade. Death Return Tour starts. The 3 slashes bounced back and hit Sukuna's body directly. Sukuna was knocked back more than 10 meters by his own slash. He looked at the 3 bloodstains on his chest, which healed quickly. But Sukuna's face didn't look good. Rosen looked at Sukuna and said teasingly, "It seems that the effect of this attack is very average." Sukuna's face became even uglier. Of course, if it was just a failure of one attack, it would not affect his mentality. What really troubled Sukuna was Rosen's rebound attack technique. If he could bounce back his attack, the effectiveness of his technique would be greatly reduced. Sukuna is a crazy person who advocates absolute freedom. But he is not an irrational person. On the contrary, when fighting, he is more sober than anyone else, even sober enough to fight back in desperate situations. "Why don't you call Maxu Yuo out to have fun together?" Rosen looked at Sukuna with a smile. Isn't it because of Makura that Sukuna chose Fushiguro Megumi? He also hid Maxu Yuo just like he did with Gojo Satoru first, and then quietly adapted to his own attack. Sukuna's heart skipped a beat. Has he been discovered? So far, Maxu Yuo's efforts have been in vain because Rosen and Sukuna are currently fighting each other with physical skills. Maxu Yuo was not attacked, so he had no chance to adapt to Rosen's attack. Rosen's eyes swept across the surrounding area, and suddenly locked onto a tall building nearby. All things are attracted by heaven. In an instant, the entire building was torn into pieces by Rosen, and a figure was pulled over among the flying debris. That figure was none other than the most powerful Shikigami, Demon Kyoraku. Sukuna wanted to stop Rosen from attacking Makayuo, but the next moment Rosen just glared at Sukuna and Sukuna stood still. Sukuna found himself in a blood moon space, nailed to a cross, and then Rosen took a knife and cut his flesh. The biological domain. Entering the biological domain of the opponent? Sukuna tried to break free from the opponent's biological field, and even activated his own biological field, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Time passed by minute, and Rosen was still cutting Sukuna's flesh with the knife in his hand. 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Exclamation! Finally, the blood moon space faded away, and Sukuna knelt on one knee in pain, his whole body covered in cold sweat. When he looked up at Rosen again, he saw that one of Rosen's hands pierced through Maxu Yuo's chest, and the other hand smashed Maxu Yuo's head. Sukuna understood that the flow of time in the blood moon space and in reality was different. I spent 3 days in the blood moon space, but in reality only a moment passed. Rosen dropped Mokura's body and turned to look at Sukuna. What an embarrassing curse king. Sukuna's face turned pale. At this moment, he had to admit that the sorcerer in front of him was the strongest enemy he had encountered in thousands of years. The title of the Curse King was earned when he used his strength to defeat many of the strongest during the heyday of the Curse World. Unexpectedly, 1,000 years later, when he had just been resurrected, he encountered an enemy stronger than any of his past enemies. Nozomi was also observing the battle situation at this moment. He thought Sukuna could at least cause some trouble for Rosen. Unexpectedly, Rosen was able to suppress Sukuna. That's the King of Curses. The title of the strongest is not exaggerated at all. Thousands of years ago, Ryomen Sukuna suppressed all the strong men of that era so much that they couldn't even raise their heads. Of course, Sukuna would not give up just because he was at a disadvantage in this brief fight. He had been at a disadvantage in thousands of battles. After a brief adjustment, Sukuna regrouped. Technique.solution. Rosen used it again without rebounding. But this time, the rebound only rebounded to 2 slashes. There was another slash that was a moment slower. This was Sukuna's counterattack, using slashes of different frequencies to make Rosen's counterattack fail. A slash landed on Rosen's body, but failed to break Rosen's unlimited technique. Seeing that Rosen was unharmed, Sukuna was stunned for a moment, but then he quickly realized that this was a technique with no lower limits. Sukuna's face turned pale. Not to mention Rosen's physical skills, just the rebound technique and the unlimited technique he had just performed were both very troublesome techniques. This guy is simply unreasonably strong. Sukuna approached Rosen again, but when his palm came over, the spell Dimension Slash was attached to his palm. Hiss! The moment Rosen used his palm to catch Sukuna's palm, the unlimited magic technique on his palm was broken. Rosen's palms were covered with bloodstains. Seeing this, Sukuna immediately punched Rosen, and Rosen took a few steps back. Rosen glanced at his palm. The unlimited magic spell on his palm was not broken, but was directly cut open. When Rosen was fighting with Gojo Satoru, Rosen used the all-seeing Tenjin technique to make Gojo Satoru crash into his attack, while Sukuna used a more advanced slashing technique to deal with him. Just as the unlimited technique is a Phantasa-level technique that cannot be broken, the Dimension Slash is also a Phantasa-level slash that also has the characteristic of being able to cut through everything. Of course, this injury healed in the blink of an eye, but for Sukuna, it was a small victory. So you can bleed too. Sukuna's tone was full of sarcasm. This small wound will satisfy the Curse King. It's just a small wound now. I will cut you into pieces soon. I hope you can still remain calm by then. Rosen took the initiative to cancel the unlimited technique, which surprised Sukuna. What? Did you give up now that you knew the unlimited technique would be useless to me? No, if you can only use the Dimension Slash, you won't accept defeat even if you lose. I just want you to accept defeat sincerely. Arrogant. Sukuna was furious and rushed towards Rosen again. Light escape. Flowing light. Rosen's figure turned into a stream of light, and his speed increased by more than 10 times. In an instant, Sukuna was put in a passive position. Rosen's speed was so fast that even his reaction nerves didn't have time to react. In less than a second, the head, chest, back, and limbs were attacked like a violent storm. Sukuna tried to fight back, but in the face of absolute speed, all his efforts were futile. The cursed power around Sukuna exploded instantly, and the technique was Infinite Slash. Thousands of slashing attacks were released from Sukuna's body, spreading out in all directions. But Rosen's body turned into elements in an instant. Sukuna widened his eyes and looked at Rosen in disbelief. What kind of spell was this? Turning oneself into light? Rosen regained his form, and Sukuna's expression became more serious. Even if Rosen lifted the unlimited technique, he was still difficult to deal with. And the Dimension Slash might not be able to cut the opponent. After all, although the Dimension Slash can cut through everything, if the opponent turns into starlight, then it will be a waste of time. Sukuna retreated 3 or 4 meters and formed seals with his 4 arms at the same time. The field expands. Subdue demons and control the chef. The only way for Sukuna to strike Rosen now is to use the guaranteed hit effect of field expansion. In the demon subduing and cooking skill, you will be able to release 2 types of slashing attacks, Jai and Ba, and release them continuously. Rosen opened his arms and let the blows fall on him. Ding ding ding. Sparks kept coming out of Rosen's body, but the countless blows couldn't even penetrate Rosen's skin. When Sukuna saw the scene, his pupils suddenly contracted. What kind of ghost body is this? As expected, in this field of pure attack, he had nothing to fear at all. Even Sukuna's demon-suppressing chef. Rosen pointed upwards with one hand. Simple field. The ground with a diameter of hundreds of meters suddenly bulged up and began to turn dark and crack, with hot magma gushing out of the cracks. Sukuna's demon-subduing chef was broken in an instant. Not neutralized, but covered. Only at this moment could Sukuna clearly feel the gap that was so huge that it made him despair. If Rosen used the simple domain to launch it in his own domain, he could accept it. But Rosen used the simple field to forcibly break the demon-subduing chef, which was too hurtful to his self-esteem. There was simply a gap in levels, a gap so big that it made him despair. And Zuo Suo, who was watching this scene behind the scenes, was shocked beyond belief. Sukuna had already used the domain expansion technique, but he was unable to hurt Rosen. The expansion of the domain was breached, and Sukuna also entered the technique fuse. Sukuna quickly used the reversal technique data technique to fuse. However, there is at least a 2-minute circuit breaker period during this period. During this period, he couldn't even use the spell. Don't worry, I'll give you time to recover, challenger. Rosen crossed his arms across his chest, his tone full of arrogance. Only at this moment could Sukuna feel the despair and anger his former enemies had felt when facing him. Nisozo, who was behind the scenes, also knew that if this continued, Sukuna would be completely defeated. So he must now launch his final killing move. Let the game enter its climax. Nozomi activated the Death Return game. In an instant, A huge circle with a diameter of 500 kilometers enveloped the entire Tokyo. It is the edge of the barrier of death and rebirth, which can be entered but not exited. This is the barrier pattern carved out by the blood of the cursed spirits that have been slaughtering humans over the past few months. At the same time, thousands of sorcerers around the world began to develop special patterns on their bodies. These lines represent that they are players who have died and returned to the game. If they cannot enter the circle of death and return within the limited time, they will be wiped out directly. Miki Fushiguro was slightly startled. She felt some kind of instruction. At the same time, information about death and return, as well as the rules, flooded into her brain. She was originally one of the players who died and returned to the game. However, the curse on her has been erased by Rosen, so she is not a designated player. However, there is a rule in this rule, that is, everyone within the circle of the barrier will be automatically regarded as a player. And this rule applies to spell spirits, sorcerers, and non-sorcerers. When non-sorcerers become players, they are also randomly assigned a spell. Miki Fushiguro was stunned when she saw the last rule of the Death and Annihilation Tour. No time limit, kill Rosen. You will get the immortality spell. As long as Rosen is alive, the death and destruction journey will not stop. This is the big gift that Koso specially prepared for Rosen. The entire Tokyo metropolis with a population of 14 million will all become players. At the same time, many people around the world who were once incarnate like Fushiguro Miki had their incarnation curse activated. The bodies of these people were soon taken over by the souls of certain sorcerers, and then they became players who died and returned to the game. Chapter 83 Fushiguro Shiro's Resurrection Match. Rosen raised his head and looked at the barrier covering the entire Tokyo. The information and rules of the death and migration also entered his mind. But unlike others, Rosen became the big boss of this game. Kill all players who have returned to the game and obtain the undead art. Wow, the noose is really worth the big silver coin, and it can obtain the immortality technique. If Tianyuan hadn't been involved, Rosen would have chopped off both the upper and lower ends. The death and recurrence barrier cannot automatically generate any rewards. This reward is in the rules, so naturally the noose is added in. Haha, what an incredible game. Haha. Sukuna's eyes lit up, and he also became a player of the death return game. At the same time, in an apartment in Tokyo, a grandparents and grandchildren looks towards Shibuya. Grandma, what is this? Asked Ogami-gen. Death and return. Grandma Waishin said with a serious look. She didn't know much about the information about this barrier. She only knew that someone had performed this spell 1,000 years ago. This is an opportunity. Grandma Ogami looked at her grandson and said, Yuan, please take the immortality technique for me. But, we can't do it with our strength, right? No, as long as we have this, it is not impossible to do. Grandma Ogami took out a small glass container. The glass container was only the size of a finger, and there was a very small piece of flesh and blood inside. Ogami-gen nodded and took the glass container. Let's get started. The goddess of the tale sat down on the spot and began to chant. The spell was long and obscure and lasted for several minutes. Gradually, blue cursed energy began to appear on Ogami-gen's body. God, Fushiguro, appear! Grandma Ogami shouted. At the same time, Ogami-gen threw the glass container into his mouth and broke it into pieces. The next moment, the aura on Ogami-gen's body suddenly changed, and then half of his face showed the face of Fushiguro Jinner, and at the same time his body became tall and strong. Did it succeed? Asked Grandma Ogami. Well, it succeeded. A very strong body. Ogami-gen nodded. At this moment, he had half of his own face and half of Fushiguro Shinji's face, which looked too weird. At this moment, Ogami-gen's own face was gradually being eroded by Fushiguro Shide's face, and finally completely turned into Fushiguro Shide's face. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Even an old woman can feel the power of this body. Grandma Ogami looked at her grandson in amazement. Suddenly, Ogami-gen grabbed Ogami-granny. Grandma Ogami immediately panicked. Yuan, what are you doing? Let go of the old woman, this is not fun. Your grandson lost. At this moment it was no longer Ogami-gen but the real Fushiguro Shinobu. This is impossible. I only summoned your physical body. How could Yuan lose with just a physical body? Sorry, I'm special. Fushiguro Shijuki said expressionlessly. Damn it. This is absurd, this is weird. Blood splattered on the walls. Fushiguro Shijuki wiped the blood off his hands carelessly and looked up at the night view outside the window. Fushiguro is back online. That's right, resurrection. Resurrected in the same way as in the original book. Death return. Interesting, really interesting, Yuo. This time I can finally have a real fight with you, and I will not let you down this time. This is also thanks to the summoning technique of Grandma Kaimyo, which gave Fushiguro Shinobu this opportunity. Grandma Cameo originally thought that no matter how bad her grandson was, he would not be able to subdue a body without a soul. However, Fushiguro Shide's body and soul are one and the same. When Fushiguro Shide's body is summoned, his soul is also pulled into this body. At the same time, in Gojo Satoru's residence, Gojo Satoru suddenly sat up from the bed and looked into the distance. Death and return. What a big deal. It seems that I have been passively participating in this game. In this case, let's take this opportunity to compete with the teacher. In the Jujutsu High School, Otsusukoshi Yuta looked at Shibuya in surprise. He wanted to help his teacher, but the rules clearly stated that defection is not allowed, and any behavior that goes against the camp will result in the deprivation of skills in life. No matter what, we must rush to the scene. All of Rosen's students are now within Tokyo, so everyone has experienced the Death Return tour, and they have all become players. Shibuya Central Street, aren't you afraid? Sukuna looked at Rosen with interest. Why should you be afraid? Can your enemies defeat you by sheer numbers? Sukuna was stunned for a moment. Yes, he was not afraid, so why would Rosen be afraid? Rosen stretched his neck and said, let's fight a few more times before the others arrive. Sukuna makes a bow-drawing motion and the technique begins. This move of his once killed Lu Hu and the untamed Mo Zul Yuo instantly. A flaming arrow appeared in Sukuna's hands. It is also another technique of Sukuna besides slashing. Rosen opened his arms. Let me see how powerful this move of yours is. Hearing Rosen's words, Sukuna increased his cursed power again. Call out as Sukuna released the flaming arrow. The arrow flew through the air and shot towards Rosen. Boom! The horrific impact almost wiped out everything within a kilometer radius. The windows of the surrounding buildings were immediately shattered by the energy explosion. A hole the size of a fist appeared in Rosen's chest. Sukuna frowned when he saw the wound on Rosen's body. When the opponent was completely unprepared, I could only inflict such a wound, which was really below my standard. The hole in Rosen's chest healed in an instant. Sukuna rushed forward again and fought with Rosen using physical skills. The battle was still fierce, but the situation did not change and Sukuna was always suppressed. At this moment, two figures fell into the battlefield. Gojo Satoru and Fushiguro are great. Gojo Satoru and Fushiguro Shioi also noticed each other the moment they entered the venue. Bang! At this moment, Rosen punched Sukuna and sent him flying, and Sukuna slid on the ground for 100 meters. When he saw Gojo Satoru and Fushiguro Shinobu again, a smile appeared on Rosen's face. You're here. Teacher, you've already started playing so quickly. Gojo Satoru looked at Sukuna, who looked a little embarrassed at the moment. Gojo Satoru was somewhat amazed that the King of Curses could actually be in such an embarrassing state. It seems that the task of defeating the teacher is indeed my responsibility. I'm just afraid that you won't have a chance to defeat me, so I deliberately consumed some of my energy. Rosen's tone was full of provocation. Gojo Satoru's gaze focused and bright stars blossomed in his eyes. Hundreds of small cracks suddenly appeared around Rosen. The next moment, hundreds of fist shadows burst out from the cracks almost simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. Rosen was caught off guard and was hit by hundreds of fist shadows at the same time. Teacher, before you brag, it's best to check your opponent's strength first. Rosen's injuries were not serious, but they were very embarrassing. Rosen's eyes turned into pure eyes, and time accelerated in the time-breaking field. Suddenly Gojo Satoru's body was hit by thousands of punches. While everyone was still in a daze, Gojo Satoru fell to the ground. This is Fushiguro Shigeaki and Sukuna both didn't understand what had just happened. That kind of attack method was beyond his comprehension, and Gojo Satoru was severely injured in an instant. Even if Rosen wanted to, he could take Gojo Satoru's life in an instant. Gojo Satoru got up from the ground, reversed the technique to quickly heal his injuries, and looked at Rosen in surprise and doubt. What was that just now? Time. Rosen pointed to his own eyes. This is an eye of the same level as the Samsara eye, called the Pure Eye, which can play tricks with time. When Gojo Satoru, Fushiguro Shinobu, and Sukuna heard Rosen's words, their expressions became even more solemn. Gojo Satoru was not so easily defeated. The eye of the sky also emitted a blue light, enveloping his body. Sky. Lawless. Rosen discovered that something was wrong with Gojo Satoru. What is this? His pure eyes were unable to see the timeline of Gojo Satoru. This is the power of Gojo Satoru's Eye of the Sky, which exchanges the space around him with the void. All the bad damage, spells, and curses received were transferred to that void. In other words, Gojo Satoru is invincible at this moment. In the world of sorcery, there are quite a few techniques that have invincible effects. For example, the third-year lottery boss of Jujutsu High School, Hyo Kinji. Gojo Satoru took the initiative to attack Rosen. Rosen condensed a tailed beast ball in his right palm and suddenly pressed it towards Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru did not dodge or evade, but directly took the tailed beast ball with his chest. The tailed beast ball did not explode, but disappeared the moment it touched Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru struck back, but Rosen dodged the attack and raised his leg to make a sweeping move. However, this attack also passed through Gojo Satoru's body. It's useless. Teacher, I am invincible now. Rosen narrowed his eyes and looked at Gojo Satoru, then suddenly raised his right hand and 10 tailed beast balls appeared above his head. Gojo Satoru's heart skipped a beat and he immediately wanted to escape. But the tailed beast ball came faster than he expected. 10 tailed beast jades hit Gojo Satoru at the same time, 9 of them disappeared, but the last one fell directly on him. It turns out that he is not invincible, it's just that the threshold is high. Rosen looked at Gojo Satoru with a smile. One of Gojo Satoru's arms had been shattered, his body was covered in blood, and he looked at Rosen breathlessly. As the reversal technique was activated, his injuries recovered quickly, but the death threat at that moment still left him with lingering fears. Teacher, you almost killed me just now. Yes, this is a game of life and death. Are you not prepared to die? Little brat from the Gojo family, please step aside and let me take over. Fushiguro Shige came in front of Rosen. Gojo Satoru looked unhappy, but he still took a few steps back to make room for Fushiguro Shinobu. Chapter 84 Make My Throne. Rosen looked at Fushiguro Shire. How is the food in hell? Rosen asked with a smile. Very good, even in hell, I have never stopped practicing. Fushiguro Shire clenched his fists. Now it's time to test the results of my practice. 7 doors. Open! Fushiguro Shige instantly burst out with 100 times the power. With that monstrous physique, and the blessing of the 7 gates, Fushiguro Shige is now a pure demon beast. Rosen's eyes lit up, and he also turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Fushiguro Shige. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them were in a complete physical collision. Gojo Satoru and Sukuna were both amazed at the strength of the two men's physiques. They didn't expect that even a physical confrontation could produce such power. Both of them have exceeded the speed of sound by more than 10 times, and every confrontation can produce a force that can make the sky collapse and the earth split. Sukuna didn't expect that so many powerful individuals would appear in this era. Not to mention Rosen, his strength is completely contrary to common sense. Gojo Satoru and Fushiguro Shinobu are equally incredibly powerful. The two fought for thousands of rounds, and finally, Fushiguro Shige was knocked away by a punch and fell into a dilapidated building opposite. The already shaky building collapsed directly under the impact of Fushiguro Shige. Fushiguro Shire walked out of the smoke, and Rosen saw that his wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is, why are you able to perform a reversal technique? The cursed power of the original owner of this body. Fushiguro Shinobu said calmly. Although a person with zero cursed power cannot generate cursed power himself, he can borrow the cursed power of others. This is especially true of Fushiguro and also of Zenin Maki. Even if he opens the 8 gates, he can still use the reversal technique to heal. Agami Gen and Agami Granny were originally just performing a ritual to summon a god, but they never expected that Agami Gen would become a reborn god. Everything that belonged to Agami Gen was taken away by Fushiguro Shinobu, including Agami Gen's techniques. Now Fushiguro Shige not only possesses a strong physique, but also possesses the techniques and cursed power of the Ogamoto. At this time, more and more sorcerers appeared around. Some are strong, some are weak, but the number is quite astonishing. Teacher, you are in big trouble. Gojo Satoru said gloatingly. Just a little trouble, He Rosen smiled and waved his hands. Haha, this era is really interesting. I didn't expect that I could participate in such an interesting game just after waking up. A woman laughing wildly came out. From her tone, it was clear that she was an ancient sorcerer. She is the ancient sorcerer Wan, and the curse that Fushiguro Mikyu once suffered from was caused by her. However, after her curse of incarnation was broken, she gave it to others. Is that guy the strongest sorcerer of this era? Another ancient sorcerer came out. His name was Lu Ziyuni, the strongest sorcerer 400 years ago. Come on, the strongest ones, build my throne. Rosen opened his arms, waiting for the challenge of the strong ones. Arrogant guy. Lu Ziyan took the lead in attacking Rosen. Lu Ziyan turned into a ray of lightning and attacked Rosen, while Rosen turned into a stream of light. The two men collided with each other, and Lu Ziyan was knocked flying. Rosen followed up with a long-range laser, which pierced Lu Ziyuni's chest. Several more sorcerers rushed up and besieged Rosen. A beam of light zigzagged and rushed across the battlefield. One sorcerer after another didn't even make it through a single round before being severely damaged. Simple domain. Rosen instantly opened the simple domain. The ground for hundreds of meters bulged up in an arc, the ground cracked, and the area within hundreds of meters was like entering a high-temperature steamer. Lava gushed out from the cracked ground, directly engulfing many sorcerers. However, the simple field does not have a guaranteed effect, and some powerful sorcerers can still avoid it. But the high temperature here also makes everyone feel uncomfortable. Gojo, Satoru and Sukuna activated their domain expansion at the same time. The field expands. There is infinite space. The field expands. Subdue demons and control the chef. The two major areas simultaneously encroached upon Rosen's simple area. Rosen's simple domain was also neutralized by the two major domains. In the past, Warlock's battles were all conducted using simple field neutralization techniques. Only this time, the complete field was deployed to neutralize the simple field. This is how the strongest are treated. Although Gojo, Satoru and Sukuna felt uncomfortable, there was nothing they could do about it. But they used the spell Fuse in exchange for Rosen's simple domain closure, which was really not worth it. At this time, 3 more areas expanded and covered Rosen. 6 paths. Shinra Tenkan. Gojo, Satoru and Sukuna felt the repulsive force that was like doomsday at the same time. Even though they were 100 meters apart, they could feel the overwhelming pressure. Wherever the repulsive force passes, everything falls apart. Whether it is the surrounding buildings or the surrounding sorcerers. Seeing that the repulsive force was about to reach them, Gojo, Satoru and Sukuna were already prepared to withstand the repulsive force. At this moment, a figure covered in red steam stood in front of the two men. The person who came was none other than Fushiguro Seijido. He opened the 8th gate and exuded tremendous power from his body. The repulsive force that hit him only blew the red steam on his body away. The area within a radius of 10,000 meters has become an empty space, with only a few players still standing on the scene. Hundreds of players were wiped out in an instant. The strongest men at the scene all looked horrified. Is this the strongest person in the gap? Gojo, Satoru, Sukuna, Fushiguro Shen, Chikoku, Wan, Ishiryu, Dodaf Lakdwala. They were almost all the strongest people in every era, and at this moment they were all shocked by the terrible scene before them. The entire Shibuya was destroyed, with more than 100,000 casualties. The Noose, who had been hiding behind the scenes, was also shocked beyond words by this scene. Amazing, amazing. You are all worthy of being called the strongest. You can remain unscathed under such an attack. Everyone hated Rosen so much. How dare you say such shameless words? Don't you have any idea whether we are safe and sound? In that case, I'll be a little more serious. Rosen clasped his hands together and activated his Rinnegan. 6 paths. Heavenly obstacles and shocking stars. In an instant, the entire Tokyo city was shrouded in moonlight. When everyone looked up, their scalps were bursting with fear. It was a supergiant meteorite with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters. It was this meteorite that enveloped the moonlight. Once this meteorite falls, the entire city of Kyoto and its population of tens of millions will be wiped out. Zusuo's face changed drastically. No, we can't let this meteorite fall. Once this meteorite falls, the death and return barrier may be destroyed. Moreover, more than 10 million players will inevitably die. Even if this meteorite falls, the land plates will be pierced and most of the island country will sink into the sea. Tanyuan, think of a solution. Lusuo looked at Tanyuan beside him. I already know. Tanyuan stood in place and formed seals, and he began to mobilize the power of the entire barrier. A phantom of Tanyuan appeared right above the barrier, and tentacles released from the phantom's body, wrapping around the falling Tanayshangsing. However, the Tanasian star was too heavy, and even Tanyuan could only slowly slow down the falling speed of the Tanasian star. Tanyuan is worthy of being Tanyuan. With the cursed power accumulated over thousands of years, plus his ability to become one with heaven and earth, and the power borrowed from the barrier, he finally stopped the falling of Tanasian star. At this moment, Tanasian star was hanging 10,000 meters in the sky, just like the moon. Rosen looked at this scene in amazement, so powerful. The many powerful people Rosen faced also breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone turned their attention to Rosen again. Even if this technique was the strongest, it would consume a lot of energy, right? Everyone thinks so. Rosen took a deep breath and said, I was just a little too serious and my moves were broken. I am really embarrassed. In this case, I will be more serious. Everyone's expressions were startled and they saw a crack on Rosen's forehead and wisps of golden light seeped out from his forehead. As the golden light became brighter and brighter, the reincarnation eye on Rosen's forehead was completely opened. 12 Tao-seeking jades took shape behind Rosen. 6 paths. Samsara eye mode. Be careful. Those 12 are the Tao-seeking jades. Once touched by them, the body will immediately collapse and disintegrate. Gojo Satoru reminded, and this is his most powerful state. As Rosen student, Gojo Satoru was told of his abilities by Rosen on his first day of school. However, up to now, no one has been able to force Rosen to use the Tao-seeking jade. The 12 truth-seeking jades condensed in Rosen's hand and turned into a golden lightsaber. 6 paths. Golden wheel reincarnation explodes. Everyone felt the fatal crisis. Everyone used all their life's knowledge to avoid Rosen's attack. The golden light illuminated almost the entire Tokyo. When the golden light faded, a huge crack stretching for hundreds of kilometers appeared in front of everyone. Millions of people were wiped out by this blow. At this moment, Yusuo was so shocked that he was speechless. Can the death and destruction return he arranged really defeat this guy? Rosen floated in the air. Now, you work together to stop me. After all, failure means death. At this time, even Gojo Satoru's expression had changed. He didn't expect Rosen to be so crazy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yuta Atsutsu, Maki Zenin, Kento Nanami, and Miki Fushiguro arrived at the scene. More sorcerers rushed to the scene. Teacher, why did you kill so many people? Asked Akatsu Yuta with great sorrow. Isn't this the rule of this game? Rosen spread his hands and said indifferently, everyone here is my enemy, so you can try to stop me, or I will kill everyone here, including you. Nanami Kento activated the 10-stroke spell, but at this moment his 10-stroke spell was ineffective. To be precise, it was not ineffective, but because of Rosen in this state, the 10-stroke spell made Rosen, who was seen by Nanami Kento, become as small as a grain of sand and also made it impossible for him to achieve 7:3 at all. Yuta Otsutsuki took a deep breath and formed seals with his hands. The field expands. True and false love. Chapter 85. The whole world is my enemy. But I am the only one. The moment Yuta Akatsu's domain was opened, swords appeared and were stuck in the ground around him. After Rosen's training and instruction, Yuta Otsutsuki's true and fake love is no longer a lottery. He can accurately distinguish the techniques contained in each sword. And these swords can be used not only by him, but by others as well. Otsukatsu Yuta raised his finger and a long sword flew in front of Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru took the sword. The sword contained a technique, the Sage Mode. Otsutsuki Yuta threw another sword to Fushiguro Jin, which contained the Lightning Release Chakra Mode. What was thrown to Sukuna was a long sword containing the Flying Thunder God technique. Throw a long sword containing multiple shadow clone techniques to Zenin Maki. Throw a long sword with Uchiha Rebound Power to Nanami Kento. What was thrown to Fushiguro Miki was a long sword containing the Shadow Binding technique. He himself picked up the Sword of Light Escape technique. It can be said that among the techniques collected by Yuta Akatsu's domain, the most powerful ones all came from Rosen. He must stop Rosen's crazy behavior. Sukuna looked at Otsukatsu Yuta in amazement. His field was so practical. Snap, snap, snap. Great, great. Rosen clapped his hands in appreciation. Then let's start the second round. Zenin Maki tried to activate the multiple shadow clone technique, and several shadow clones immediately appeared at the scene. The cursed energy she used was completely borrowed from Yuta Otsukatsu. Rosen suddenly formed seals with his hands and used the technique of multiple shadow clones. In an instant, hundreds of Rosen's shadow clones appeared at the scene. Everyone looked at Zenin Maki, then looked at Rosen's multiple shadow clones. Just from the number point of view, everyone can clearly feel the gap. Each of Rosen's shadow clones possesses 1/10 of Rosen's original strength, so even a shadow clone's strength should not be underestimated. The scene immediately turned into a melee, with Rosen and Yuta Akatsu collided with each other. Both of them were using light escape, and both of them pushed their speed to the extreme. For Yuta Akatsu, light release is undoubtedly the most convenient technique. It can be said that light release combines offense and defense in one. On the other side, Tan Yuan was still maintaining the barrier, controlling the Tanai Shangsing from falling. But a figure appeared behind Tan Yuan without any warning. The person who came was Gido Suguru. Although Nozomi saw him, he had no intention of stopping him. Kagome Gido, holding the Amasaki Hoko, stabbed Tenjin in the back from behind. Tan Yuan widened his eyes and was stunned for a moment. The next moment, Tan Yuan's body began to shrink rapidly and eventually turned into a thumb-sized cursed fetus. Xia Yaoji reached out and grasped the Tan Yuan cursed fetus, then swallowed it into his stomach. There was a faint smile on the face of the lasso. If it were in the past, he would choose to devour the Tan Yuan curse fetus himself. But now, he realized that even if he swallowed the Tan Yuan curse embryo, he would not be able to reach the final stage, nor would he be able to defeat Rosen. So he chose to let Gido Suguru swallow it, and his target was Rosen. After Gido Xiaoyu swallowed Tenjin's cursed fetus, he felt Tenjin's unparalleled cursed power, and Tenjin's flesh and blood were merging with him. TenRings did not resist or struggle. For TenRings, maintaining his human identity and evolving is one way, while transforming into a cursed spirit and evolving is another way. Being swallowed and merged by others is another way. So even though he was ambushed by Gito Suguru and even though he had the power to resist, he did not resist. Because every evolutionary path is unknown, he does not need to make a special choice. Fate will naturally choose a path for him. Every time TenRings assimilates, his own emotions have become very indifferent or even almost non-existent. So no matter what happens, his mentality does not change at all. His state is very similar to the Taoist concept of inaction, yet being able to do everything. Go ahead and defeat your teacher. Gito Zhu rushed towards the battlefield. When he arrived at the scene, he was still shocked by the tragedy. Yuta Akatsu had one of his arms cut off by Rosen, and he is now slowly performing a reversal technique to heal himself. He has been maintaining the field of true and false love, and lending his cursed energy to others, which has resulted in a huge consumption of his cursed energy. Even launching a reversal technique is very difficult. Rosen looked at Gito Zhu, who smiled brightly. Teacher, long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. If Glass and Panda are here, then my students will be complete. Rosen also said with emotion, then let's get started. Gito Suguru pressed his hands on the ground, and the territory expanded. Teizo was everywhere. Countless cursed spirits gushed out, all of which were collected by Gito Suguru over the years. However, these surging cursed spirits were condensed together by a force under the seal of Gito Suguru, and their flesh and blood were completely stuck together, forming a grotesque and distorted picture. Gito Suguru never thought that he could defeat Rosen by relying on these cursed spirits that were like cannon fodder. Instead, he used his own domain to completely aggregate these cursed spirits into a cursed spirit chimera. This was also the result of his research over the years, but due to the limitations of cursed power, it had never been realized in the past. But now, Gito Suguru possesses an incredibly powerful cursed force and is finally able to display this cursed spirit chimera. Rosen also pressed his hands on the ground and summoned the tailed beast. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 9 huge beasts were summoned around Rosen, from the one-tailed Shikaku to the 9-tailed Kurabuta. Each tailed beast exudes a powerful aura. Gito Zhu looked at this scene in shock. The 9-tailed fox rushed over fiercely and bit the cursed spirit chimera, breaking half of its body into pieces in one bite. The 6-tailed rhino dog suddenly spat out a mouthful of phlegm, and the remaining half of the body of the cursed chimera was quickly dissolved. Gito Zhu didn't expect that his ultimate move would be so ineffective and he was defeated instantly. However, Gito Suguru was not discouraged. He raised his hand and summoned the extreme power. A huge vortex gathered and absorbed the body of the cursed spirit chimera. At the same time, Gito Suguru's aura was also rising steadily. Teacher, please teach me. Fancy. Rosen suddenly attacked, appeared in front of Gito Suguru, and knocked him away with a punch. At this moment, Gito Suguru had absorbed the cursed power of thousands of cursed spirits. His physique and cursed power were incredibly strong, but facing Rosen's iron fist, he was still powerless to defend himself. Only when facing Rosen could he experience Rosen's despairing power. Rosen in the 6th-path Samsara I mode no longer has any shortcomings. Speed, strength, and chakra have all reached their peak. Moreover, Rosen in the 6th-path Samsara I mode is his true state, so there is no consumption at all. On the contrary, suppressing his own strength on a daily basis consumed a lot of his energy. Gito Zhu smiled bitterly. After all the careful preparations, he was still defeated in such an inglorious way. The teacher's strength is indeed unsurpassed. There are only a few people around who are still able to fight. Even Fushiguro Shigeaki, who is the strongest in physical skills, Sukuna, the strongest in history, and Gojo Satoru were all exhausted at this moment. They had never faced such a desperate opponent. Even the shadow clones made them try their best. The point is they took great pains to defeat one shadow clone, but there were hundreds of shadow clones on the scene. Even though they all mastered one of Rosen's abilities, they still had no chance of winning due to Rosen's level suppression. The battle gradually subsided and the strong men were either lying, standing, or dead. Tragic, desperate. No matter how hard they tried, no matter how they struggled, they were no match for Rosen. As a sign of my respect for you, I will end this battle with domain deployment. Everyone smiled bitterly, welcoming their final end. Rosen clasped his hands together and the domain expanded. The sun, a sun with a diameter of 100,000 meters, blooms in the center of Tokyo. The surface of the sun was emitting a temperature of tens of thousands of degrees, and the entire Tokyo was cooked. Inside the sun, a group of powerful sorcerers are facing temperatures of millions of degrees. Even Sukuna's secret technique, Mixu Gelon, which can offset the inevitable effect of field expansion, cannot withstand the ultra-high temperature of 1 million degrees. One after another, strong men turned to ashes inside the sun, including Rosen's students. Dead, everyone is dead. The sun lasted for 10 minutes. After Rosen killed the last player, he felt the barrier begin to dissipate. At the same time, a spell appeared in Rosen's mind. Is this the spell of immortality? Rosen cancelled the expansion of the domain, and at this moment, a black dot approached rapidly. The person who came was none other than the ultimate boss behind the scenes, Nozomi. He chose to appear at this time because Rosen must have entered the spell fuse at this time. This was the perfect time he had been waiting for. As long as Rosen is killed during the period when his spell is broken, you will not even be able to perform the reversal spell. At the same time, this is also the last struggle of the noose. The field expands. Thousands of dollars return to one. With a loud shout, the open field enveloped Rosen. A smile appeared on Rosen's face. It wasn't easy. His true identity was finally revealed. If I don't use the domain expansion and enter the spell fuse, this guy really won't dare to come out. Light escape. Big Sun Golden Crow. Rosen's body turned into a huge golden crow and directly hit the noose. The noose was hit by Rosen and was blown away 1,000 meters away. The domain was shattered before it could even take shape. Nozomi looked at Rosen in shock. Why? Why was this happening? Rosen had consumed so much energy and his technique had clearly been tripped, so why could he still perform such a powerful move? How many powerful spells do you have? Rosen had a smile on his face. Let me show you my most powerful technique. Rosen's aura reached its peak. Usuo felt the suffocating pressure from Rosen, which made him unable to move even a finger. What is he going to do? Rosen clasped his hands together and performed the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Chapter 86 Yuen? Yuyun 1? When the bodies of the dead who should have been reduced to ashes were reconstructed one after another, Uo was stunned. At the same time, those who were resurrected first also looked at Rosen blankly. Rosen felt very painful at this moment, because performing this technique consumed 900 years of his life. Originally a lifespan of 1,000 years, now only 100 years remain. As expected, the consumption of the Samsara natural technique is such that even a 6 paths level cultivator cannot perform it at will. Rosen resurrected all the people and cursed spirits from the time he arrived in Shibuya yesterday to the end of the expansion of the domain. Sukuna looked at his body in shock. He was resurrected? Go-Go Satoru and others also looked at their bodies in shock. They never dreamed that Rosen actually possessed such ability. At this moment, they really suspected that Rosen was a god. Real gods. Smart people have already figured out that Rosen deliberately killed them, lifted the death and return barrier, and then resurrected them. Suo stood there with a wry smile. So that's what it is. All my plans turned out to be a joke in the end. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are so unbearable and ridiculous. Rosen looked at everyone present and said, in return for my reviving you, kill all the high-ranking officials of the Spellcaster Association. Don't even think about it. I will never work for you. Megumi Fushigudo shouted. Miki Fushigudo slapped Megumi Fushigudo on the head. Shut up, you idiot. You are not Tsumiki. You are Fushigudo. Miki grabbed Fushigudo Megumi's neck with one hand and said, say it again. You are really Tsumiki? Fushigudo Shinobu came in front of Fushigudo Miki and Fushigudo Megumi. Tsumiki, Megumi. Well, don't waste my time. If you don't complete my task before the sun rises, I don't mind sending you back to hell. Even someone as proud as Sukuna had to do as Rosen asked. Because Sukuna didn't want to die yet, and he knew that Rosen had the ability to kill him, and it would be very easy. When they returned to the Jujutsu High School, all of Rosen's students also came back. Even Gido Suguru came along. Teacher, are you a god? Asked Zyuji. No, didn't I say that I just want to become a member of the gods? Rosen glanced at Zyuji. Have you assimilated Tanyuan? Yes. That's right, but don't let Tanyuan counter-assimilate you. At this time, Gojo Satoru pushed aside Gido and said, Teacher, can I learn the technique of resurrection? Rosen's lips twitched and Gojo Satoru stepped back with a smile. The technique that Rosen left in Gojo Satoru's eyes was the technique of reincarnation. Teacher, are you leaving? Everyone looked at Fushigudo Miki and Rosen also looked at her. How did you know? I don't know, I always have this feeling. Well, I plan to go home, but I will come back to see you guys occasionally. Rosen smiled. At this moment, everyone was increasingly suspicious that Rosen was the real god. The home he was talking about probably wasn't someplace in the real world. Although everyone was reluctant to let Rosen go, no one insisted on keeping him. In just one night, the world of sorcery underwent a radical change. All the high-ranking members of the Spellcasters Association hanged themselves collectively. At the same time, all ordinary people knew about the existence of the world of spells. There is no way, the impact of this incident is too great. More than 10 million people in the entire Tokyo metropolis are involved, and they all came back from the dead. Even Rosen was regarded as a god and was worshipped with incense and offerings. Rosen didn't care about it. After all, he was about to return to his own world. Before leaving, Rosen asked governments around the world for 1 billion tons of food and 100 million tons of various beef and mutton. Today's warp space is 27 cubic kilometers 3x3x3 kilometers, more than enough to hold all this food. How they raise the money is up to them. Rosen always felt that it was a bit of a loss to go back empty-handed. Returning, settlement begins. Mission 1. Fight Gojo Sadaru, Ryomen Sukuna, and Fushiguro Shioi 168 times. Mission 2. Fight against sorcerers and curse spirits, 13 million times. Task 3. Learn the spell, quantity 185. Task 4. Teach 7 students, 5 special grade sorcerers and 2 super special grade sorcerers. Settlement completed. Rewards. Domain expansion right arrow infinite domain. Rewards. Whirlpool immoral body right arrow innate immoral body. Rosen has mastered many spells and techniques in the world of spells, but the ones that really affect his combat power are the infinite reversal technique, the unlimited technique, and the field expansion. Now that the domain has been upgraded to the infinite domain, Rosen's military strength has also increased from 4.5 million to 6.5 million. Host, Rosen. Military strength, 6.5 million. Remaining life, 100. Constitution, innate immortal body. Kai training, the Kai of Jingjin 8. Magic, magic refining, shadow fiend, spirit seeking, Aminquise's evil magic, demon's hand. Ninjutsu, secret shadow technique, flying thunder god technique, multiple shadow clones, yin healing and destruction, palm immortal technique, chakra scalpel, diamond seal, 4 symbols seal and unparalleled strength. Comprehensive skills, light escape, time and space points. 355 100 points will be deducted, and time and space can be traveled once. This time in the world of spells, Rosen also gained a lot of time and space points. After returning home, Rosen took out the prison gate and released his shadow clone. The shadow clone was sealed within the prison gate for 2,000 years. During these 2,000 years, the shadow clones have made improvements and mastered every magic, ninjutsu, curse, and technique. However, 2,000 years of memory was so vast that even Rosen took a full 10 years to absorb all the memories. Liu Ming is now 16 years old, and he passed the provincial examination last year and became a scholar. This year I will go to Kaifeng to take the provincial examination. If I pass the examination, I will be able to obtain the status of a jurin. With the status of a jurin, one is already equivalent to the local gentry class. Of course, it is extremely difficult for ordinary farmers to raise a jurin. Throughout history, there have been very few people who have truly been able to make the leap from ordinary people to the aristocratic class. Let's not talk about the interest chain behind scientific research and just talk about the knowledge aspect. How many books can a common person have access to? A large number of classic works were in the hands of the gentry. There was a world of difference between a scholar who had only read the 4 books and 5 classics and a scholar who had read 30 or 50 classics, in terms of conversation and cognition. However, Liu Ming does not have this problem. After all, the collection of books in their Liu family is more than the collection of all the gentry in the world combined. Liu Ming specially selected some books for Liu Ming that might be used during the exam, as well as some books that would broaden his horizons. Therefore, it was not difficult for Liu Ming to pass the imperial examination. The really difficult part was the autumn examination. The autumn examination not only tests knowledge, but also requires the establishment of relationships, such as recommending names. The so-called recommendation means that a well-known local scholar will be named as the master and apprentice. Only with the recommendation can one participate in the autumn examination. Generally, 9 generations of the family will be killed, and the recommended master and apprentice are also among the 9 generations. It is not difficult to be recommended, but the difficult part is to get the recommendation from some aristocratic families. Only with the recommendation from those aristocratic families, there is a greater possibility of getting a good ranking. Of course, this also means that as long as you get a good ranking, you will be part of this family's faction in the officialdom in the future. If one is recommended only by a scholar of unknown reputation, he will naturally have less help during the autumn examination, so it is very important to have a recommendation from an article of the same level. In Rosen's opinion, it was enough for Liu Ming to obtain the status of jurin, and the rest of the road was not so important. His family was extremely wealthy with a car and a house, and he was also a jurin. The local government did not dare to mistreat or oppress him, so there was nothing else worth pursuing. So Rosen no longer worked hard on Liu Ming's fame. If Liu Ming can really make a difference in officialdom in the future, Liu Sen will be happy to see it. Even if he cannot become an official, it will not hinder his safety and success. These days Liu Ming is studying at Beileyuan in Kaifeng Prefecture. Liu Mingjian, someone is looking for you outside. Liu Ming's courtesy name is Mingjian, which was given to him by the teacher of Beileyuan. He had good relationships in the academy, both with his classmates and teachers. On the one hand, Liu Ming came from a well-off family, was generous, had abundant tuition, and often helped his classmates. Moreover, every time Liu Ming came from home, he would bring some books, and both classmates and teachers would come to Liu Ming to borrow books. When Liu Ming walked out of the academy, he saw Liu Sen standing outside the door leading a horse, with 2 servants beside him. Father. Rosen looked at his son's literary manner and frowned slightly. Liu Ming had good knowledge, but he had also learned all the ways of scholars and literati, and he was very methodical in his work. Rosen always felt that he was too dogmatic. Why are you here? As the weather turns cooler, I'll send you some books, money and bedding, Rosen said. Thank you for your hard work, father. Come with me to the restaurant. Yes, father. When there are no outsiders around, just call me dad. This is really fucking inconvenient. Rosen really wanted to beat up his son. Yes, father. They found a restaurant and sat down. Liu Ming took the initiative to order food. It seemed that he had been here many times. Rosen was leaning against the window on the 2nd floor, sipping his drink. A young man came up from downstairs. He was about the same age as Liu Ming. He looked around and found that there were no empty seats on the 2nd floor. He then came to the table of Rosen and Liu Ming. You two, can you share a seat with me? Liu Ming first looked at Rosen, who nodded slightly. Liu Ming immediately stood up and greeted him. Of course, please come in, brother. My name is Liu Ming, and this is my father. May I ask what your name is? Brother Liu, uncle, my name is Zhu Wen. I came from the capital and passed by here. After the two got to know each other, they started talking freely. Rosen felt that Zhu Wen was a nerd just like his own son. Moreover, both of them have been exposed to many famous classics, and they talked about the classics and expressed their own opinions. Zhu Wen was also very happy. There were very few people of his age who could answer questions so fluently, and he also had his own insights into Confucian classics. Moreover, Zhu Wen saw that Liu Ming was in high spirits, had an elegant temperament, and his speech and behavior were quite like a scholar, which was exactly what he wanted. Rosen became a complete outsider, holding a glass of wine and looking out the window. On the street below, at the door of the restaurant, there was a luxurious carriage parked. The carriage was decorated with carvings of dragons and paintings of phoenixes, and was of extraordinary majesty. Moreover, the coachman and 2 guards all had a fierce and murderous aura. Rosen glanced at Zhu Wen in front of him again. Could this Zhu Wen be the future Emperor Jianwen? As expected, the scholar was good for nothing. Just like his own son, he could speak eloquently about Confucian classics, but it was all empty talk. He only advocated the legacy of Zhu rituals. You 2 kids can chat slowly. I'm going to go out and buy some things. Rosen said this and stood up and left the table. If I listen to the 2 teenagers continue talking, I'm afraid my head will explode. Chapter 87. Going to Beijing for the examination. When Rosen walked out of the restaurant, the groom and the guards clenched their fists and tensed their muscles. The groom and the guard were both veterans of the battlefield and were particularly sensitive to danger. However, Rosen just passed by them without even glancing at them. Zhu Wen and Liu Ming chatted for 2 hours. Only then did Zhu Wen say goodbye to Liu Ming. Mingjian, my dear brother, this is my jade pendant. If you go to the capital someday, you can come find me. I live on Jiuk Street, and my mansion is just 100 steps ahead. Of course. If I go to the capital, I will definitely drink and chat with Brother Zhu again. Liu Ming touched his body and took out a pocket watch. Brother Zhu, this is a gift from my father. Now I will give it to you. What is this? My father said that this is a pocket watch that can tell time. He asked a skilled craftsman to make it. I hope Brother Zhu has a safe journey and returns home safely. Zhu Wen felt it was extraordinary when he saw that this thing could move by itself and could tell the exact time. He knew from the workmanship that it was of great value, and immediately felt that the jade pendant he had given as a gift was a bit cheap. Although the jade pendant he gave was a royal item, it could not be sold for much money on the market. On the other hand, the pocket watch Liu Ming gave him was definitely worth a fortune. This thing is truly amazing. I'm afraid it must be worth a lot. My foolish brother Zhu, we should not be too concerned about the value of the gift we exchanged. Please accept it. Well, I will accept it. If you tell me that you are coming to Beijing, I will treat you well. I will definitely go to the capital for the imperial examination next autumn. Zhu Wen knew that Liu Ming came from a good family, so he didn't leave any money or goods for him. He just said goodbye to Liu Ming reluctantly. When the two were about to part, Rosen led the horse to Liu Ming. Father, Dad, I was having a great time talking to Brother Zhu Wen before and neglected you. I really deserve to do okay, stop talking nonsense. I want to go back now. You go back to the academy. Rosen was overwhelmed after hearing this. After Rosen and his two servants bought some things in Kaifeng Prefecture, they left. Kaifeng Prefecture is more than 200 miles away from Qiyuan County. If we go out now, we will probably have to spend a night in the wild. Rosen and his two servants rode for 100 miles when they saw someone chasing them from the front. They saw Zhu Wen's carriage that they had seen earlier rushing towards them. The two guards who were originally protecting Zhu Wen have disappeared, and there are a dozen horse thieves chasing them from behind. At this moment, a horse thief in the rear took out a crossbow and shot an arrow at the carriage in front. The arrow did not hit the carriage, but directly hit the horse pulling the carriage. The horse pulling the cart felt pain and lost balance, causing the cart to fall to the side of the road. The driver rolled over on the ground twice, opened the curtain, supported Zhu Wen and ran away. When Rosen saw this scene, he thought that no bandit could pull out a crossbow. If this wasn't a fight for the throne, I would have chopped off my head. However, seeing Zhu Wen falling to the ground in such a mess, even the pocket watch that Liu Ming gave him fell out. Seeing this, Zhu Wen reached out to pick up the pocket watch. At this time, the horse thief behind him had already rushed up to him and was about to chop Zhu Wen's head with a knife. Rosen touched his chest and suddenly threw out a silver ingot. The silver ingot hit the horse thief's blade, the blade deflected, and Zhu Wen was stabbed in the shoulder. Rosen immediately rode forward, clasped his fists and said, "My dear men, let's talk it over. How much money do you want? I will give it to you with both hands. Why do we have to fight and kill and commit murder?" The bandits drew their swords and charged towards Rosen without saying a word. Rosen dodged the blade by leaning sideways, snatched it away with his backhand and chopped the horse thief's arm with the back of the blade. Snap! The horse thief's arm bone was broken directly by the back of the knife. Rosen did the same thing and hit several horse thieves on different parts of their bodies. "This is a tricky idea, get out of here quickly." These horse thieves came and left in a hurry. Although they were brave, they were not deadly soldiers. Seeing that he was no match for Rosen, he immediately fled on his horse in panic. "Sir, please save my young master," the coachman begged hurriedly. At this moment, Zhu Wen was stabbed in the shoulder and was dying. "Send your young master to me on horseback. I know a little bit about medicine and maybe I can save his life in time," Rosen said, and at the same time said to the servants who followed him, "Give one of your horses to this man and go home slowly." The groom quickly carried Zhu Wen onto Rosen's horse. Rosen and Zhu Wen traveled for an hour and finally arrived home. After sending Zhu Wen to the side room, Rosen treated and sutured Zhu Wen's wounds. Rosen and Zhu Wen are not related, so naturally they would not give him any extraordinary treatment methods to avoid being exposed. Secondly, Rosen had no good feelings towards the future emperor. The second emperor of the Ming dynasty demonstrated his incompetence to the fullest. If it weren't for the fact that he was on good terms with his son, Rosen wouldn't have rescued him. Half an hour later, Rosen came out of the room. "How is my young master?" "You are out of danger. Take good care of your young master. If you need anything, please find my servants." "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The coachman kowtowed repeatedly. He breathed a long sigh of relief. His young master was the emperor's grandson. If he died under his protection, all his family would be buried with him, so he was naturally grateful to Rosen. After all, Rosen saved his life and the lives of his entire family. Zhu Wen's injury was neither minor nor serious. If it happened in modern times, his injuries would only be excessive blood loss and some minor skin injuries, and he would be able to move again after 3 to 5 days of recuperation. However, in this era, without antibiotics, Zhu Wen's injuries could even be fatal. Of course, he was no longer in danger after Rosen secretly gave him a shot of penicillin. On the third day, Zhu Wen was able to move freely except for being unable to lift his right arm. "Thank you very much for saving my life, uncle. Zhu Wen has no way to repay you. When I return home, I will tell my ancestors and ask them to repay me for my kindness. I saved you because you and my Daling are friends. My family is rich and Daling is now successful in his studies and has a promising future. He doesn't need anything in return. A family that accumulates good deeds will surely be blessed with good fortune. A great favor is not to be thanked. If you have any mission from your uncle in the future, I will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation." As for Zhu Wen, he is well educated, polite, humble and grateful. Unfortunately, after becoming the emperor, Emperor Jianwen completely let himself go. If he had been allowed to be emperor for a few more years, he might have really restored the Zhu rituals. As for changing Zhu Wen's character and making him realize his foolish ideas, Rosen had no such idea at all. He was too lazy to correct even his own son's character, let alone an outsider who had no relationship with him. In the following days, Zhu Wen walked around the countryside and found that the village was not big, but it was a rare place where people lived and worked in peace and contentment, and the people were wealthy. In particular, he learned about the role played by Rosen, a local gentry. Rosen rented his own land to tenants at a low price. The tenants worked hard for a year and only needed to pay Rosen 10% of the harvest. Regardless of whether there was drought or flood, Rosen would not collect more. If all the country had gentry like Rosen, the world would be a harmonious place. Rosen never imagined that some of his measures to benefit his fellow tribesmen would give Zhu Wen such naive ideas. In fact, there was a decree in the early Ming dynasty that the rent should not exceed 40%, but in reality the landlord would take away 80% of the harvest from the tenants' fields. If it was a disaster year, the rent would be collected according to the share and it would be changed every year. Rosen also announced to the public that he collected 70% of the rent, because if he collected too little, the surrounding tenants would come to him, and other landlords would join forces to exclude and suppress him. So Rosen also asked the people of Luojia village to make the same announcement to the outside world. Zhu Wen did not understand the truth, and the human Zhu Wen from Luojia village came from the Luo mansion, so he thought they were one of his own and naturally had no taboos. "Uncle, if you were an official, you would definitely benefit the people," Zhu Wen said with emotion. No wonder Luo Ming has such a literary character. It turns out his father is so extraordinary. Not only is he an excellent martial artist, able to fight against more than a dozen villains, but he can also turn Luojia village into a paradise, with every household having surplus food. He is also humble and polite. If he is chosen to be a local official, he will surely make great achievements. Rosen looked at Zhu Wen deeply, as if he was looking at a fool. "I don't like being an official. Officialdom is full of twists and turns. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. It's better for me to be a rich man and live a real life," Rosen said expressionlessly. He was afraid that after this silly boy became emperor, he would inexplicably give him an official position. When Zhu Dai comes to power, he will probably put his entire family on the liquidation list. What a headache. During this time, Rosen was even able to see many of Zhu Yunwen's stupid ideas. It is definitely not a good thing for such an emperor to ascend the throne. It is a disaster for both his own family and the people of the world. A month later, the groom returned. "Uncle, my grandfather has sent someone to pick me up, and I am here to say goodbye to you." "Okay, take care on your journey." Rosen nodded. Since the coachman came back yesterday, Rosen had roughly guessed what had happened. Zhu Yuanzhang should have sent a lot of escort teams, but these soldiers did not enter the territory of Luojia village, so Rosen didn't know how many came, but it should be quite a few. After Zhu Wen left, Yuo mansion returned to peace. In the same year, Yuo Ming won the first place in the provincial examination and came back as the top scorer. The entire Luojia village was in an uproar, and Chen Lian was so excited that she ran around all the major temples and Taoist temples in Qiyuan County and donated a lot of incense money to each temple. Rosen directly invited many chefs from Qiyuan County to Luojia village and set up a 3-day banquet in Luojia village. People from all over the place could sit down and have a full meal as long as they came and said a few auspicious words. However, the excitement only lasted for a few days. Liu Ming needed to prepare for the autumn examination next year, so he began to study even harder. Many classmates came to visit Liu Ming. Some came to establish a relationship, some came to make common progress, or to borrow books. Liu Ming occasionally went out to travel with his classmates. As he had the status of a juror and had won the first place in the provincial examination, Rosen was not worried about Liu Ming's safety. The bandits and robbers in this world dare to kill scholars, but they dare not kill jurors. This is just like the village bandits and bullies in later generations. They only bully farmers without any background, but if it is the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination, even the village bandits and bullies will have to avoid it. Being the top scorer in the college entrance examination means attention, while those stink bugs in the gutter are most afraid of being exposed to the light. After preparing for half a year, Liu Ming finally began to prepare to go to Beijing for the exam. Rosen asked 4 servants to accompany Liu Ming to Beijing. Da Lang, this is a land deed. It is a vacant mansion in the capital. When you go to the capital, you will live in the mansion and buy some servants to serve you. The 4 of them are loyal to our Liu family. If there is any important matter, you can ask them to handle it. Dad, when did you buy the mansion? Have you ever been to the capital? A few years ago, a wealthy businessman in the capital didn't have enough money, so he gave me this mansion as a deduction. In fact, it was Lawson who went to Yinxianfu to buy it himself. Not only in Yinshan Prefecture, but even in the current Shenzhen Prefecture there are many fields and shops. This is Lawson's investment in the future. After all, this trip is a long 500 miles to Nanjing. Rosen was also afraid that something might happen to his son. These 4 servants were recruited by Rosen over the years, and they passed Rosen's tests before being kept by his side. Now let the 4 of them stay with Liu Ming and take care of him. Unless he encounters a large number of bandits, the 4 of them are enough to protect Liu Ming. Liu Ming couldn't wait to go to Yinshan Prefecture at this moment. After all, to him, it was the most prosperous place in the world. It is no surprise that young people are full of longing for that place. Chapter 88 Meeting Zhu Dai. Liu Ming didn't suffer much along the way. He was picked up by a carriage and accompanied by 4 guards. 1 month after arriving in the capital, Liu Ming went to Zhuge Street first. Have you found it? Liu Ming asked the servant Zhao Dadan who had returned. Young master, are you sure you didn't remember the wrong place? Zhao Dabing looked at Liu Ming in embarrassment. Of course it can't be wrong. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with that place? Master, the prince's mansion is 100 steps into Suzaku Street. Huh? Liu Ming was dumbfounded. Really? 100 steps into Suzaku Street is the prince's palace. Liu Ming thought for a moment. Zhu Wen? Zhu Yunwen? Could it be that Zhu Wen is the emperor's grandson Zhu Yunwen? Liu Ming took out the jade pendant that Zhu Wen gave him and finally decided to go there in person. When we arrived at the prince's mansion, we saw 2 armored guards standing in front of the door, holding halberds. Liu Ming took the jade pendant and stepped forward and asked, "Do you too recognize this jade pendant?" A guard took the jade pendant and confirmed at a glance that it belonged to the Eastern Palace. "Where did you get this, sir?" "A young man named Zhu Wen sent it to me and asked me to come here to find him after I come to Beijing." Liu Ming answered honestly. "May I ask your name, sir?" "My name is Liu Ming, and my courtesy name is Minjian." "Please wait a moment, sir." The guards hurried into the prince's mansion, and less than 100 breaths later, they saw Zhu Yunwen running out hurriedly. "My dear brother, I have met your highness." "Hey, my dear brother, don't be so polite, please come in." Zhu Yunwen was very happy at this moment. After all, Liu Ming was a like-minded person whom he recognized, and his father had saved his life. He liked the pocket watch that Liu Ming gave him very much and wore it every day. Many ministers also asked about the origin of his pocket watch, and they were all extremely envious. It would be a lie for Liu Ming to say that he was unhappy after he found out that Zhu Wen was Zhu Yunwen. After all, this is a good opportunity to achieve success overnight. Zhu Yunwen and Liu Ming had not seen each other for a long time. Liu Ming was a little restrained at first, but after they started chatting, Liu Ming began to ignore Zhu Yunwen's identity and started to chat freely. Zhu Yunwen recommended Liu Ming to a group of ministers. These Confucian scholars and celebrities were quite optimistic about Liu Ming. On the one hand, Liu Ming had profound knowledge and had won the first place in the provincial examination. Secondly, Zhu Yunwen and Liu Ming had a very close personal relationship, and they privately called each other brothers. So they naturally regarded Liu Ming as a member of Zhu Yunwen's faction. Rosen has been keeping an eye on Liu Ming's situation, and the 4 servants would send him a letter every half a month. However, Rosen felt somewhat worried about the closeness between Liu Ming and Zhu Yunwen. After all, he knew very well what Zhu Yunwen's final outcome would be. "I'm just afraid that Liu Ming will act on his emotions in the future. If there is really no other way, the worst that can happen is to use a kaleidoscope on Liu Ming." At the end of the autumn examination, Liu Ming came back with the top score. This result shocked Rosen. To get this ranking, I'm afraid Zhu Yunwen and his supporters behind him also made a lot of efforts. The top scholar cannot be passed by relying on talent alone. Of course, it is undeniable that Liu Ming has real talent and knowledge. Liu Ming was conferred the 6th rank editor of the Hanlin Academy. This position was almost tailor-made for the top scholar in the imperial examination, and almost all the top scholars had held this position. Liu Ming stayed in the capital, but the small Qiyuan County and even the Kaifeng Prefecture were alarmed. After all, a top scholar emerged under their jurisdiction, and this honor was a great achievement for them. What's more, this number 1 scholar was from the north. Because there were many aristocratic families in the south, and the number of literati and scholars was several times more than that in the north, plus most of the celebrities came from the south, so it was even more rare for a number 1 scholar to come from the north. All dynasties liked to balance officials from the north and the south, so if a top scholar appeared in the north, as long as there were no accidents in the middle, he would definitely be promoted to the 3rd rank or above in the future. As for going further back, they are basically the leaders of camps and factions. Even Rosen didn't expect that Liu Ming could become the top scorer. While sighing, I also felt worried about Liu Ming's future. But my wife has been waking up laughing in her dreams recently. 4 years later, Zhu Yuanzhang passed away and Zhu Yunwen succeeded to the throne. During these 4 years, Liu Ming had been promoted from the 6th rank editor in the Hanlin Academy to the 5th rank prefect in the Hanlin Academy. After Zhu Yunwen ascended the throne, Liu Ming was promoted to the 3rd rank of assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Given his current official position, it is no exaggeration to say that he has brought honor to his family. Although the Liu family is very low-key in Qiyuan County, the Liu mansion is still crowded with people, and the threshold is almost broken down. Everyone can see that Liu Ming is deeply favored by Emperor Jianwen. The emperor and his subject complement each other, and their future is bound to be immeasurable. Rosen and Chen Lian also received a letter from Liu Ming asking them to go to Beijing to enjoy a good life. Rosen and Chen Lian decided to go. Rosen didn't want to go there at first. After all, Yingshan Prefecture was far less comfortable than Liuojia village. But Chen Lian really missed her son, and Rosen also thought that if there were any changes in the political situation, it would be convenient for him to bring his son back. Walking slowly all the way, Liu Sen, Chen Lian, and their daughter Chen Minju finally arrived at Liu Mansion in Yingshan Prefecture. Liu Ming has only returned home to visit his family twice in the past few years. The mountains are high and the roads are long, and a round trip takes 2 or 3 months. When I saw Liu Ming again, he had matured a lot. Liu Ming invited the 2 elders this time for another reason, which was his lifelong event. According to Zhu Yunwen, he wanted to marry Princess Hanshan to Liu Ming. Princess Hanshan is now 17 years old. She is beautiful and has a gentle and virtuous personality. Liu Ming is in his early 20s, and the age difference is not much. Moreover, Liu Ming was the top scholar in the imperial examination. He was handsome and held a high position. As a 20-year-old minister, he had an incredible future. He was worthy of Princess Hanshan. They were a perfect match. Rosen would naturally not refuse this matter. Liu Ming was also at the age to get married, and from his words, it could be felt that he was quite looking forward to this marriage. Although it was a marriage arranged by the royal family, the Liu family still had to follow the proper etiquette. Rosen gave 100,000 strings of cash as a betrothal gift, and 3 months later, at the wedding, Rosen and Chen Lian welcomed their daughter-in-law into the family. Zhu Yunwen even came to the event in person to celebrate, but Rosen was actually quite uncomfortable with Zhu Yunwen. Although in the eyes of others this is a manifestation of unparalleled honor and favor, but in Rosen's view, it was just asking for trouble, and the key was that he, an old man, had to kneel down to Zhu Yunwen. Zhu Yunwen came and left in a hurry. Bow to heaven and earth, bow to your parents. The couple bows to each other after the ceremony, sent her to the bridal chamber. After going through the whole process, even Rosen, the elder, felt a little tired. However, when the young couple went to the bridal chamber, he, as the master, was still responsible for entertaining the guests. I took a break from my busy schedule and went to the pavilion by the lake, only to find that there was already someone in the pavilion. I pay my respects to His Majesty the Prince of Yan. That's right, the middle-aged man with a sharp face in front of him is the famous Emperor Yongle in history. Not long ago, Zhu Yunwen summoned Zhu Dai to Beijing and detained him in Yingshan Prefecture. Princess Hanshan was Zhu Dai's sister and the 14th princess. So as one of the few brothers in Beijing, he naturally came to attend the wedding banquet. It's just that he, the king of Yan, is hated by everyone in the past. No one likes him and everyone avoids him like the plague. He doesn't want to make trouble for himself, so he comes to the pavilion in the backyard. I didn't expect that the master of the Liu family would come here. No need for formalities. Zhu Dai waved his hand. Your Highness, have I neglected you so much that you are here alone? It's noisy in front, so I'm here to have some peace and quiet. But why doesn't Mr. Yuo entertain the guests in the front hall? Your Highness, if you want to take some time off, I will naturally take some time off as well. If I had known it would be so tedious, I would have just escaped and found a quiet place to live out my days. Rosen took out a pot of wine and 2 wine glasses and handed 1 glass to Zhu Dai. Zhu Dai took the wine glass and said with a smile, Mr. Liu should be even younger than me. Why are you so disgusted with the world? It's not that I'm tired of the world, it's just that this chaos makes me irritated. I envy Mr. Liu. He has a happy family and a young and promising son. Back then, I let Liu Ming study just to make him sensible, but I never thought he could become the top scorer in the imperial examination. Now it's too late to regret it. Everyone in the world hopes that their son can become the top scholar, but why is it too late for Mr. Liu to regret it? Zhu Dai felt that Rosen was in Versailles. Although my son is good at studying, he is not suitable for being an official. It's okay for him to study in the Hanlin Academy, but if he is sent to the court, I'm afraid he will lose his head in a few days. Haha, if you can study, you can become an official. Mr. Liu is worrying too much. What Confucianism teaches are all empty universal principles. Even if they are not taught, everyone in the world understands them. Even ordinary people who have never been educated, don't they know that killing is against the law? Don't they know that stealing is against the law? What constrains people in the world is never those great principles, but the law. What keeps them from breaking the law is whether they can eat enough. If those scholars heard Mr. Luo's remarks, they would probably be regarded as thieves. This conversation here is from my mouth and your ears, and no third person will know about it. Once we leave this courtyard, even if the king of Yan tells others, I will not admit it. Haha, Zhu Dai laughed. Mr. Luo, do you think Confucianism should not exist? It shouldn't exist in the imperial court. Unfortunately, the emperor, in order to uphold the theory of divine right of kings, forced Confucianism into the imperial court. Since then, Confucianism has taken root and has been unwilling to leave the imperial court. This king feels that Mr. Luo is quite disgusted with Confucianism. If you raise a person to a position that does not belong to him, he will do many things that go beyond the bottom line in order to protect his position. This is the case with Confucianism. They talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but they are full of thieves and prostitutes. Today, Confucianism is nothing more than a tool for the aristocratic families to fight for interests, and the person sitting in that position is an obedient fool. Zhu Dai did not expect Rosen to say such outrageous words. That fool came to congratulate your son on his wedding today. Perhaps this is the sympathy between fools. Mr. Luo, do you think that if a tough emperor came to power, could he drive the Confucians out of the court? No, no matter how tough you are, it's useless. Even if Butcher Shu is still alive, it's useless. Unless you rebuild the world and start all over again, it's impossible. How dare you say our father is Zhu the Butcher? Chapter 89 Rescue Zhu Dai, don't make such a fuss in front of me. When a person dies, it's like a light goes out. Now, except for you, who else would take your father seriously? Looking at the nonchalant Rosen, Zhu Dai gradually calmed down. Even if he went out and said now that Rosen insulted Emperor Tezu, no one would believe him. You said if I cannot. Without waiting for Zhu Dai to finish his words, Rosen directly denied what Zhu Dai said next. What do you think of this king, Mr. Luo? He has the appearance of a heroic leader. Mr. Narrow, are you willing to help me? What good can I do for you? Zhu Dai smiled and said, if I can really obtain that position one day, you will be the best among the dukes and marquises. Rosen shook his head. If you become emperor, dismiss my son from office and expel him from the court. Zhu Dai raised his eyebrows. Many talented people under his command came to him for money, fame, and power, but not one of them wanted to make his son lose his job. Why? A bookworm in the court will either become a puppet at the mercy of others, or he will gradually lose himself and become corrupt like those Confucianists. I, Rosen, can afford a useless son, but I don't need a son who harms the people. What kind of help can Mr. Luo provide to this king? If you want money, I will give you money. If you want food, I will give you food. If you want to leave Yingshan Prefecture now, I will also send you out of Yingshan Prefecture. Zhu Dai looked at Luo-san in surprise. I really didn't know that the Luo family had such a fortune, and they paid so much just to make their son lose his official position and title. It's better than having future generations nail him to the pillar of shame and humiliate him. You are so pessimistic about your own son? I don't think highly of him and Zhu Yunwen. How do I know that you were not sent by Zhu Yunwen to test me? In a month, 10 million taels of silver will be delivered to Prince Yan's mansion in Yanjing. You can wait for news from Prince Yan's mansion. Zhu Dai's pupils suddenly contracted. What does 10 million taels of silver mean? In the first year after Zhu Yuanzhang ascended the throne, the treasury was 7 million taels, and in recent years it had reached 28 million taels. In other words, Rosen could take out 30% of the national treasury income and give it to him at one time. Rosen stood up and waved his hand. If you need anything else, find a trustworthy servant to work for me. At this moment, Zhu Dai really believed what Rosen said. After all, no one would spend so much money to conduct sting operations. In the following days, Zhu Yunwen began to blatantly reduce the power of the princes, and his methods were extremely cruel. Each of Zhu Yunwen's uncles was in a state of constant fear. Zhu Dai was trapped in Yingshan Prefecture and even started to act crazy and competed with dogs for food. Your Majesty, you can't eat that, you can't eat it. A steward from Prince Yan's mansion pulled Zhu Dai, but Zhu Dai ignored him and went into the pigsty. The steward of the Prince of Yan's palace whispered in Zhu Dai's ear, Your Highness, there was a letter from the Prince of Yan's palace saying that half a month ago a caravan delivered 10 million taels of silver to the Prince of Yan's palace. Zhu Dai trembled all over, and the steward pulled Zhu Dai towards his residence. Don't pull me. You are so bold that you dare to prevent me from tasting the delicacies. Along the way, Zhu Dai's actions and words attracted a lot of people's attention, but Zhu Dai still performed hard as if no one was around. After returning to his residence, and making sure that there was no one around, Zhu Dai's crazy look faded away and his eyes became sharp. Did Prince Yan's palace really deliver tens of millions of taels of silver? It is absolutely true. It is the handwritten letter of Princess Yan. I burned it after reading it. I did not dare to keep it. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Zhu Dai waved his hand. He naturally trusted the person in charge beside him, and he did this to ensure that the news would not leak out. If the little emperor knew that his Prince Yan's mansion had 10 million taels of silver, would he still be able to sit still? Go to Zhuxianju and buy 3.5 caddies of brine. Your Majesty. This go ahead, the shopkeeper of Zhuxianju knows what it means. Yes, Your Majesty. 3/4 of an hour later, the steward came back. My lord, I have bought the things. Did the shopkeeper of Zhuxianju say anything? The shopkeeper said that at 3:30 p.m. in the evening, a bucket of swill would pass by the gate of Prince Yan's mansion. Zhu Dai nodded without any objection. Isn't it just hiding in the slop bucket and getting out? As long as he can get out of Yanshan Prefecture, he is willing to do it even if it is in a dung bucket. In the evening, a cart of swill bucket passed by the gate of the mansion on time. However, the guards arranged by Zhu Yun when outside the gate were nowhere to be seen. Zhu Dai quickly came out from the gate and got into the swill bucket. The donkey cart carrying swill passed slowly through the city gate. The guards at the city gate did not even check the swill buckets, but urged the donkey cart to hurry out. 10 miles out of Yanshan Prefecture, Rosen was already waiting here. When Zhu Dai came out of the swill bucket, Rosen immediately took a few steps back. Zhu Dai looked at Rosen a few more times and felt hurt. I thought Mr. Yuo was not particular about small matters. It stinks, I don't care if you are embarrassed or not. Here are the clothes I gave you, and there is a bathtub next to it. Hurry up and get happy. Zhu Dai did not expect Rosen's arrangements to be so meticulous. Since he fell into trouble, no one has been so considerate to him except his wife and children. After cleaning, Zhu Dai felt much refreshed and more energetic. I will repay you handsomely in the future for your great kindness today. Remember what you promised me. Rosen said solemnly, and at the same time took out a book and handed it to Zhu Dai. Shenzhen Prefecture has a lot of coal mines. This book records the uses of coal, steelmaking technology, and the manufacturing technology of new firearms. It also comes with a distribution map of the mine resources around Shenzhen Prefecture. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dai became more curious about Rosen and bowed. I have done what I should do. Now it depends on your performance. Rosen waved his hand and turned to leave. Mr. Luo, have you ever thought about what would happen if I failed? I have nothing to lose. It's just a little money, which won't make me feel bad. At most, my son will be dismissed from office due to illness. You are betting on the lives of your entire family. If you win, you will have the whole world, but if you lose, your whole family will die. So you shouldn't ask me this question, you should ask yourself. It took Zhu Dai 10 days to travel 2,000 miles, and 5 horses died on the way. Siling. When Zhu Miaoyan learned that Zhu Dai had returned, she excitedly ran through Prince Yan's mansion and threw herself into Zhu Dai's arms. Miaoyan, it's okay, I'm back. Amitabha, Your Majesty, welcome back. At this moment, a monk in a black robe walked in. The monk's eyes were inverted triangles, but there was a calmness and composure in his eyes. He was the black-robed demon monk Yao Guangxiao. Your Majesty, your return this time is so sudden. We are not prepared at all. In fact, Zhu Miaoyan and Yao Guangxiao had already planned to rescue Zhu Dai, but unexpectedly Zhu Dai ran back on his own. Miaoyan, did someone send 10 million taels to our Prince Yan's mansion some time ago? That's right, Shiro. But is there something wrong with this batch of silver? Zhu Dai thought about it and recounted the story of how he met Rosen. Yao Guangxiao was surprised. So this Mr. Yuo gave the prince tens of millions of taels of silver and even went to great lengths to rescue from Yanshan Prefecture, just to make his son lose his official position and title? Zhu Miaoyan was also shocked. What kind of weird request was this? Zhu Dai took out another book and said, Master, please see if this is feasible. Yao Guangxiao opened the first page, which recorded the mining, use, and detailed distribution of coal in great detail. Then he turned to the second page, which was a map of the entire Shenzhen Prefecture, which recorded the distribution of copper, iron, gold, and silver mines in the Shenzhen Prefecture area. My lord, what is this book? Mr. Naro gave it to me. This book is very useful. Now in the hands of the prince, it is like adding wings to a tiger. Yao Guangxiao said excitedly. There is a method called assembly line in it, which can speed up the process of making weapons by several times. If we use this method to make fire guns, we can build a fire gun battalion of 10,000 people in 2 or 3 months. Master, do you think there are other forces behind Mr. Luo? No, Yao Guangxiao said firmly. Why? The power of the world has basically been divided among the imperial power, officials, and gentry. There is no room for a fourth force in this world. But these 10 million taels of silver are not something that one person can come up with. Yao Guangxiao patted the book in his hand and said, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten the records in this book? I do not understand. I guess this person has the means to accurately survey various mineral deposits, so he has such wealth. To him, money is indeed worthless." Yao Guangxiao said, assuming that there is a force behind him, then what they are seeking is nothing more than power and profit. Imagine if he gave the 10 million taels to the little emperor, could he get power in return? Of course. No one could refuse the astronomical figure of 10 million taels. If there are other forces behind him, do they want the emperor to be weak or strong? Cowardly. That's right. Only an individual can be so willful and spend money at will. Is there a bigger conspiracy? If they have a bigger agenda, they will choose someone else to support them. Siling, I also think that Mr. Liuo is more like a willful person. Su Miaoyan said. Do you feel the same way? From his conversation with you, it's not hard to tell that he disdains officialdom and has no respect for the imperial power. Zhu Miaoyan said, I'm a little curious about this Mr. Liuo. I'll see you when I get a chance. Now that Zhu Dai has fled back to Shenzhen Prefecture, Zhu Yunwen will definitely issue an order to arrest him. So from the moment he fled Yingshan Prefecture, he had no way to retreat. Fortunately, the distance of 15 miles gave him 2 or 3 months to prepare. The most urgent task is to recruit soldiers and horses. King Ning Zhuquan still has tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. As long as Zhuquan is willing to lend him troops, coupled with the steel-making technology he has at hand, he will be able to have a powerful armed force in a very short time. I'm going to go to Zhuquan and I'll leave the affairs of Shenzhen Prefecture to you. Silang, you just came back. You must have been exhausted from all the traveling. Why don't you take a rest for 2 days? Zhu Dai shook his head. If we can't borrow troops from Zhuquan this time, it will be difficult for us to accomplish our mission. We should do this as soon as possible. There is no time to delay. Chapter 90 Fengshan Jingnan Zhuquan's fief was in Daning, and he had 100,000 heavily armed troops in Guaning under his command. His military force was quite strong and he had some tricks up his sleeve, but he just didn't have the courage. 100,000 troops are a lot, but compared with the entire Ming dynasty, it is a bit insufficient. Old 17. Fourth brother. Why are you here? You are not. Yes, I fled back to Shenzhen Prefecture. Zhu Dai said. Do you know the consequences of this? Consequences? Even if it's death, it's better than me acting crazy and stupid in Yingshan Prefecture and competing with pigs for food. Zhu Dai patted Zhu Quan on the shoulder. Zhu Quan had heard about what happened to Zhu Dai in Yingshan Prefecture. He was also deeply uneasy about this. After all, the brothers were not very close to that brat Zhu Yunwen. Old 17. Zhu Yunwen treated me like this, and he will treat you the same way. You came here this time, aren't you, just to scare me? I want to borrow your soldiers. What are you going to do? In obedience to heaven, we must quell the rebellion. Zhu Dai's tone was more resolute than ever before, and with a frightening look in his eyes, he said, the old man once said that if there are people who are unfilial in the future, we can raise an army to remove the emperor's entourage. No, if Zhu Yunwen wants to reduce the power of the vassal states, then let him do it. Anyway, I have no interest in fighting for it. But if we raise an army, Zhu Yunwen will never let me off. I don't want you to raise an army, I just want you to lend me your soldiers. What's the difference between that and me raising an army? You can say that I kidnapped you and forced you to hand over the military token. Even if Zhu Yunwen guessed it, what can he do to you? Zhu Dai's tone was full of temptation. If I, the fourth brother, really seize the world one day, then I will share the world with you. Zhu Quan's eyes flickered and he would be lying if he said he wasn't moved. But he still couldn't make up his mind immediately. I have brought 1 million taels of silver with me this time. As long as you agree to lend me troops, the 1 million taels will be yours. Zhu Quan was shocked. Fourth brother, where did you get so much money? Don't worry about it. Just tell me whether you want to lend it or not. You should know that among us brothers, you are not the only one with military strength. You can't save up this much money even if you save for your whole life. Okay, I gave you this soldier because you forced me to do so. I don't know anything else. Help me buy some more food and supplies. You can help me with the payment first. I have plenty of money here, and I will definitely benefit from your contribution. In the original history, Zhu Dai raised his army in a hurry and relied on the 800 private soldiers of the Prince of Yan's mansion to counter the 30,000 defenders of Yanjing, and then asked Zhu Quan for borrowed troops. Now Zhu Dai has no shortage of money. He has borrowed an army of 100,000. People in Yanjing are working day and night to produce armor, weapons, and muskets, and are also mining various minerals. What Zhu Dai still lacks is food and grass, but with Zhu Quan's help, his preparations are going quite smoothly. Bang! Zhu Yunwen only learned of Zhu Dai's disappearance a month later. After all, Zhu Dai's residence was guarded by his people, and Zhu Dai could not escape his eyes and ears no matter where he went. Zhu Dai didn't go out for a month, and no one asked about it, thinking that Zhu Dai didn't want to go out. Who would have thought that we suddenly received news that Zhu Dai was missing? This news made Zhu Yunwen so angry that he was fuming. Your Majesty, Prince Yan should have fled back to Shenzhen Prefecture. The most urgent task is to bring him back to Beijing. Liu Ming said. Zhu Dai has long harbored rebellious intentions. His escape this time probably means he is ready to start a rebellion. Zhu Yunwen sat back in his seat dejectedly. Then we must be prepared and notify all the city passes to prepare for the enemy, so as not to be caught off guard. Secondly, the Prince of Yan only has 30,000 troops. Even if he raises an army, it will be difficult to achieve anything without money and food. Moreover, after suppressing the rebellion, it is more reasonable for your Majesty to reduce the number of vassal states. After Zhu Yunwen thought about it for a while, he also felt that what Liu Ming said made sense. Before his death, Yu Yuanzhang repeatedly warned his father not to reduce the power of the feudal lords. And he began to reduce the power of the princes 3 months after he ascended the throne. Now, many ministers in the court have criticized him, but he is still forcefully pushing forward the policy of reducing the power of the princes and is facing considerable pressure. If the Prince of Yan raised an army at this time, he would have more legitimate reasons to reduce the power of the princes. So at this moment he was even more looking forward to Zhu Dai's uprising. Your Majesty, I will personally go to Shenzhen Prefecture and reprimand the King of Yan, forcing him to raise an army. This way, you will be in the right position. No, this trip is extremely dangerous. You must not take risks. Zhu Yunwen refused without hesitation. Besides, you and Aunt Hanshin are newlyweds. If she knew that I sent you to Shenzhen Prefecture, she would definitely come here to make trouble. It is obvious that Zhu Dai is now planning to show his knife. If Liu Ming goes to Shenzhen Prefecture at this time, he might be killed by Zhu Dai. Zhu Yunwen does not want to put his trusted minister at risk. Oh well. Liu Ming thought of his wife and gave up his idea. Princess Anshan Zhu Mingxi, although she married Liu Ming, did not move to the princess's mansion, but lived under the same roof with the old couple. Zhu Mingxi comes to pay his respects to Rosen and Chen Lian every day. It can be said that Zhu Mingxi has achieved everything that a daughter-in-law of this era should have. In fact, Rosen doesn't like these customs. After all, except Liu Ming, everyone in the family has nothing to do, so it's better to sleep until they wake up naturally. But it was Zhu Mingxi's daily greetings that forced Rosen to get up early every morning. It would be great if Zhu Mingxi could be as heartless as his daughter Liu Minju every day. Rosen is sitting by the lake fishing at this moment. Recently, he has made some breakthroughs in his magic power and hopes to open the 6th page of the Black Book. At this moment, a servant came over. Master, well, has Zhu Laosi encountered any problems again? Now the news that His Royal Highness Prince Yan has started a rebellion has spread all over Shenzhen Prefecture, causing grain merchants to frantically hoard grain and raise grain prices. His Royal Highness Prince Yan would like to ask you if there is any way to get grain. In half a month, send at least 10,000 people to Donghaiku. There will be 2 million dan of grain and 5 million jin of meat. On behalf of His Royal Highness Prince Yan, I thank you, Master. Throw some fish fry into the lake tomorrow. I've been fishing all morning but haven't caught any fish. Rosen dropped his fishing rod and stood up. When Zhu Dai received 2 million chi of grain and 5 million jin of meat, his head was buzzing. He didn't expect Rosen to be so powerful, and even felt a little afraid of Rosen. If 10 million taels can be accumulated through mining, then these 2 million chi of grain and 5 million jin of meat are enough for a million-strong army to consume in a year. Your Highness, the current situation is a bit troublesome. Yao Guangxiao hurried to Zhu Dai. What's wrong? Not enough money? Or not enough food? It's the meat. So much meat can't be preserved for long. Even if our people eat millions of pounds of meat, they can only watch it slowly go bad. Now it's winter and there's still ice and snow to preserve it. Once the weather gets hot, all these millions of pounds of meat will be thrown away. Rush to Yingshan Prefecture as fast as you can and ask Mr. Yuo if he has any other solution. Zhu Dai now has a happy trouble. In the past, he had no money, no food, and no soldiers, but now he has everything, all because of his father Liu Ming. Zhu Dai even felt that the other party was sent by God to save him. Now he actually had the chance to see his food go bad because he couldn't finish it. Half a month later, he got Rosen's reply, the saltbitter method of making ice. Zhu Dai then began to recruit soldiers on a large scale. Now he had plenty of money, food, weapons and armor, so he no longer hid his intention. He wanted everyone in the world to know that he was going to quell the rebellion. On January 30, the second year of Jian, Zhu Dai officially launched an army under the name of Fengshenjingnan, more than half a year earlier than the original history. Originally, Zhu Dai was imprisoned in Yinshan Prefecture for a full year. This time he arrived 8 months in advance, and with 3 months of preparation, his military strength reached 150,000. Although the military strength is still a huge gap compared to the 1 million troops of the entire Ming dynasty. However, there are troops from several vassal kings among this million-strong army, and these vassal kings will not help Zhu Yunwen. The best result is that neither side helps each other. Secondly, the garrisons of the border fortresses cannot be withdrawn. The maximum number of troops Zhu Yunwen could mobilize was only 600,000. Zhu Yunwen dispatched Lai Jinglong, Duke of Cao, to lead an army of 500,000 to attack Zhu Dai. Before the war started, Rosen went to the scene to watch. Lai Jinglong is truly a member of the Prince of Yan faction. After all, it is impossible for a normal person to do such an anti-intellectual thing. The vanguard army was about to capture the city of Yanjing and the city gates had been breached, but Lai Jinglong actually ordered a retreat. In this battle, Lai Jinglong was defeated miserably. He lost more than 100,000 of his 500,000-man army, and another 200,000 were taken over by Zhu Dai. The remaining 200,000 or so fled back to Yingxianfu in a panic. Zhu Dai also lost tens of thousands of troops in this battle, but he received another 200,000 troops from Lai Jinglong. Now Zhu Dai's troops have increased from the original 100,000 to 300,000. This battle also caused an uproar in the court of Yinshan Prefecture. No one expected that Lai Jinglong would lose and lose so miserably. Zhu Yunwen had to deploy troops and recruit soldiers. Of course, he now had to ask for help from the vassal kings. Not to mention asking them to send troops, but at least to keep them in place. Especially the Prince Mu's mansion in Yunnan, which is the most powerful vassal king and has an army of 300,000. Rosen collected a large number of corpses during this war and used them to expand the volume of the distorted space. In other worlds, Rosen could remain indifferent to the deaths of countless people. But here, seeing those farmers who may not even have received any training being sent to the battlefield like conscripted men, Rosen's heart was still deeply touched. These ordinary people probably had never killed a chicken before, but now they had to face the well-equipped Yan army. But this is the reality of this era, and this is the sadness of this era. The Yan army was usually treated to rice and meat, and their equipment were swords made of fine steel. But the imperial court's army was fed with brown rice biscuits, which would choke your throat if not accompanied by a bowl of water. Their weapons were even more crudely made. Even if there is a huge disparity in military strength, even if it is a head-on confrontation, the imperial army may not win. Perhaps because of Rosen's help, the Yan army's offensive was much smoother than in the original history. It was originally going to take 4 years to capture Yinshan Prefecture, but now it has been done 2 years ahead of schedule. Chapter 91. Father and son break up. Zhu Yunwen sat dejectedly on the steps in the Golden Throne Hall. His face was filled with despair. He had not expected things to turn out like this. Your Majesty, let's go to Jiangnan and reorganize the court there. There is still a chance, there is still a chance. Liu Ming persuaded. There is no chance. No chance. Zhu Yunwen shook his head with a wry smile and looked at Liu Ming with a very complicated look. Because the current situation has reached this point, Liu Ming has made an indelible contribution. But he really couldn't blame anyone. After all, he also agreed with Liu Ming's suggestions. Secondly, even at this moment, Liu Ming is still by his side. Let's leave here. Zhu Yunwen pushed Liu Ming away. Go back and look after Aunt Minxie. She can't leave you. Your Majesty, we haven't lost yet. We still have a chance. Zhu Yunwen shook his head, his eyes empty. Alas, things have come to this point. I have nothing to say. In that case, I will go to hell with your Majesty. At the same time, Lai Jinglong had already opened the gate of Yinshan Prefecture. Zhu Dai rode a tall horse and rushed into the city first, followed closely by the two brothers Zhu Gaexu and Zhu Gaesui. The army in the rear also took over the city defense soon after. Zhu Dai went all the way to the Jingyang Gate of the Imperial Palace, at which time the guards at the Jingyang Gate had already given up resistance. Lai Yuan, the commander of the Imperial Guard, stepped forward and said, General Lai Yuan, I pay my respects to His Majesty the Prince of Yan. Zhu Dai waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to take over Jingyang Gate. Did that brat Zhu Yunwen run away? No. Seal off the Forbidden City immediately. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Zhu Dai ordered. At the same time, Zhu Dai walked into the Forbidden City in high spirits. Zhu Gaexu and Zhu Gaesui were so excited that they didn't know what to do. When I arrived at the stairs in front of the Golden Palace, I saw a man standing there. Zhu Dai raised his eyebrows. Rosen, he is actually here. Yu Gaexu was one step ahead of Zhu Dai. Where did this bastard come from? How dare you block the way? You are looking for death. But Zhu Gaexu raised his knife and slashed towards Rosen. When Rosen saw Zhu Gaexu attacking him, he immediately grabbed Zhu Gaexu's wrist, forcing him to let go of his sword. He then kicked Zhu Gaexu to the ground, and then kicked him twice and 3 times. Hurry, hurry and kill him for me. Zhu Gaexu was beaten black and blue, and he quickly shouted to the back. When Zhu Gaexu saw his second brother being beaten, he immediately went up to help, but Zhu Dai waved his hand and instead folded his hands across his chest, watching his son being beaten with interest. Only after kicking Zhu Gaexu beyond recognition did Rosen stop. Zhu Dai, meet Mr. Yuo. When everyone saw Zhu Dai's attitude, they all looked at Rosen in surprise. Zhu Laosi, long time no see. Bold Zhu Gaexu immediately shouted loudly. Get out of here. I'm here, why are you making such a fuss? Zhu Dai slapped Zhu Gaexu in the face, then turned to look at Luo Sen. What are you doing here, Mr. Luo? Zhu Gaexu sat on the ground with his face covered, looking confused, not understanding why his father hit him. I want to have a bet with you, said Rosen. How would Mr. Luo like to gamble? I'm offering a prize of 10 million taels. As long as anyone in your team can beat me, I'll give you 10 million taels. What if I lose? I'll take that brat Zhu Yunwen away. Zhu Dai frowned slightly. Mr. Yuo, why do you keep jumping back and forth? If Zhu Yunwen died, my son would probably never be able to get out of the shadow and would never be able to recover from it. Zhu Dai laughed and said, Mr. Luo, you are the one who caused his current situation. That's my son. If I tell him to go east, he has to go east. If I tell him to go west, he has to go west. If he disobeys me, I will let him know that his father will always be his father. Rosen said with a smile, but I don't plan to destroy him, so please give me some face. Dad, this old guy doesn't have 10 million taels. I think he is just stalling for time here. Let's forget about this bet. If Mr. Luo wants to protect that little bastard Zhu Yunwen, I will give him face, but I also ask him to agree to one condition. Please go ahead. You are not allowed to leave the capital city in this life. Rosen roughly understood what Zhu Dai was thinking. He was beginning to be wary of him. Compared to Zhu Yunwen, who was already at his wit's end, he was more afraid of Rosen. I can promise you that I will not leave the capital within 30 years. Okay. Zhu Dai laughed. Where is that little bastard Zhu Yunwen? In the Golden Palace, my son is with him, planning to die together. Rosen stretched lazily. By the way, the 10 million taels, you can come to me anytime you want. Having said that, Rosen strode out of the Forbidden City. Dad, who is that guy? Zhu Gaexu asked as he stood up, covering his face. The father of Luo Mingjian, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Oh, that's Zhu Yunwen's favorite minister. Why are you so polite to him? I think it would be better to just kill them all. Zhu Dai walked into the Golden Palace in great majesty, but saw Luo Ming holding a long sword, protecting Zhu Yunwen behind him, and pointing the sword at Zhu Dai. Yan Nai Dai. Take away Lord Luo's sword and don't hurt him. Zhu Dai waved his hand, signaling his men to take action. Let me go. Please let me go. Your Majesty, I cannot protect you. I will die today to prove my loyalty. As Luo Ming spoke, he suddenly broke free from the crowd's restraints and rushed directly towards the pillars of the Golden Throne Hall. Zhu Dai's pupils suddenly contracted. Stop him quickly. He didn't want to become a mortal enemy with Rosen, so when the soldiers heard this, they rushed forward and hugged Luo Ming. Zhu Gaexu had been slapped by his father before, and now he completely vented his anger on Luo Ming, walking towards him with his sword in hand. Stop. Zhu Yunwen shouted immediately. Let Luo Mingjian and his family go, and I will write you a decree of succession. Zhu Dai was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. He had not originally planned to do anything to Luo Ming, but he did not expect that Zhu Yunwen would lose his temper first. Gao Sui, send Luo Mingjian back to Luo Mansion safely. Zhu Dai said. Within one day, the wind direction in the entire Yinshan prefecture changed. The Luo Mansion, which used to be bustling with people, is now deserted, and even 80% of the servants have run away. Of course, the Luo Mansion also has Princess Hunshan, so there will be no situation of murdering the master. Dad, Mom, I am an unfilial son and cannot protect the Luo family. Please go back to Kaiyuan County. Luo Ming was kneeling in front of Luo Sen and Chen Lion. That's enough. There's no need to be so alarmed. Rosen waved his hand. I have a history with the King of Yan, so nothing will happen to our family. Dad, when did you become close friends with King Yan? Luo Ming looked at Rosen in surprise. I was the one who escorted the King of Yan out of the city. What? Dead to you are being disloyal and unfilial. Yuo Sen picked up the teacup and smashed it on Liu Ming's head. I am your father, and you are talking to me about being unfaithful and unfilial? If it weren't for my personal relationship with the Prince of Yan, with your relationship with Xu Yunman, the grass on our family's graves would be 3 feet high now. Yuo Ming stiffened his neck and looked at Rosen sternly. You choose to serve your emperor, and I choose to support the King of Yan. We have different ideals and cannot work together. Rosen had no intention of discussing any great principles with him. Yuo Ming's personality is different from his. Yuo Ming is a paranoid person. Once he makes up his mind, 10 oxen cannot pull him back. Chen Lion is a typical woman. She doesn't understand those big principles. She only knows that as long as her family is safe and sound, that's enough. Well, since you support that traitor, from now on, you and I, as father and son, will be completely severing our relationship. Luo Ming said angrily. Minger, how could you say such a thing? Apologize to your father quickly. Shen Lion was shocked when she heard this. I, Rosen, cannot afford a good son like you who is loyal, filial, and righteous. Since we have severed our relationship, from now on, we will have nothing to do with each other. The breakup between Rosen and Luo Ming reached Zhu Dai's ears. On that day, Zhu Dai came to Luo's mansion. Hey, where is the top scholar? Zhu Dai stepped into the Luo family's gate with a smile on his face. Zhu Laosi, are you here to make me unhappy? I have already ascended the throne, and Zhu Yunwen has drafted an imperial edict to abdicate. You still address me like this. Don't you think too highly of the imperial power? Outside, I call you your majesty, but in this Luo mansion, you are Zhu Laosi. If you have nothing else to do, please come. There are so many important things in the world waiting for you to deal with. You said so. If I need the 10 million taels, I can always find you. At this moment, Zhu Dai no longer called himself I, but directly used I to communicate with Rosen. Send someone to my old house in the Uojia village, Kiyuan County to get it. Please confer a title on my brother. I guess my useless son has lost power now, and many powerful people in Kiyuan County want to pounce on me and bite off a piece of meat from my Luo family. Rosen contributed another 10 million taels of silver, and Zhu Dai naturally gave him a title. Rosen, where did you find so much silver? Could it be that you can turn stone into gold? Have you investigated me? I've investigated. Zhu Dai nodded. Then you should also know that I went out a few times when I was young. Zhu Dai nodded again. These were not difficult to find out. When Rosen was 14 years old, he went out to travel. When he came back 3 years later, he had some property. Later, he traveled abroad for another half a year, and then the Luo family became more and more powerful. When I was traveling abroad in my early years, I once obtained a treasure map from the West. This treasure map depicted a place called the Silver Empire, which was a legendary ancient empire. I used the treasure map to find the former Silver Empire. Zhu Dai was fascinated by what he heard. Rosen's tone was full of temptation. The Silver Empire is a huge island, but it encountered a tsunami 2,000 years ago. The entire island sank into the sea, and the Silver Empire was destroyed. However, the geographical environment there is very special. The Silver Empire will surface for 3 days every 1,000 years. When I found the Silver Empire, I spent 3 days transporting the 2 huge silver statues back to land. Where is the Silver Empire now? Somewhere in the sea. You can send people to find it. There are countless treasures hidden in the sea. Then where did you find all that food and flesh? As early as when I sent you away from Yingshan Prefecture, I guessed that you would be short of food and grass, so I had already started to prepare to supply you with food and grass and meat. Siam and South Vietnam both have 3 crops of grain a year, and meat can be purchased on the grasslands, which is not difficult. Zhu Dai finally understood at this moment. He had originally expected Rosen to tell some weird stories. Unfortunately, the story Rosen told was far from what he had imagined. However, Rosen's answer was consistent with Zhu Dai's understanding. Do you have any money on hand? Too much money will only bring disaster. Just like you, would you allow an ordinary person to have tens of millions of silver in his hands? Am I such a petty person in your eyes? The 10 million taels in the basement of my Luo family's old house are all my hidden silver. I guess you don't care about the remaining miscellaneous money. I have bought a lot of properties over the years, so it is not difficult to support my family. This is the Iron Scroll of Immunity from Death. Rosen glanced at the death-free Iron Scroll and said, when Butcher Zhu was alive, he issued dozens of Iron Scrolls, but in the end, no matter how many Iron Scrolls he issued, they were useless to the people he wanted to kill. Is your Iron Scroll more authentic than his? Zhu Dai came here originally to mock and ridicule Rosen, but unexpectedly, he was angered by Rosen instead. You unruly person, but in the face of Rosen's ridicule, Zhu Dai finally became discouraged. How about I make you a duke? With all the help you have given me, the title of duke is more than enough. It's enough to make my elder brother a county marquis. A little wealth will do. Zhu Dai had already anticipated Rosen's answer. From the first time he met Rosen, he knew that Rosen had no desire for imperial power or the powerful. What plans do you have for your son? I have severed ties with him. Chapter 92 Minju is attacked. The breaking off of the relationship between Rosen and Liu Ming caused a sensation throughout Yingshan Prefecture. From then on, Liu Sen lived in Liu Mansion and Liu Ming lived in Princess Mansion. However, what is surprising is that Zhu Dai did not take action against Liu Ming, an old minister of Zhu Yunwen. You should know that before and after Zhu Dai ascended the throne, he killed many of Zhu Yunwen's old subordinates. In particular, Fang Xiaoru refused to pay homage to Zhu Dai in the court and angrily called Zhu Dai a traitor. Zhu Dai directly made Fang Xiaoru experience the annihilation of all 10 clans. Fang Xiaoru sacrificed the lives of hundreds of people to make his name known through the ages. On the contrary, Liu Ming was only stripped of his official position, which could be considered a very light punishment. In addition to his official position, Liu Ming retained the title of Imperial Concubines Captain, and was also granted the title of Marquis of Dongyuan County. Dongyuan is the Dongyuan County where Kaiyuan County is located, which means that the entire Dongyuan County became Liu Ming's fiefdom. Rosen felt that Zhu Dai was deliberately trying to disgust him. Knowing that he and Liu Ming had broken up, he still wanted to grant Dongyuan County to Liu Ming. If he returned to his hometown in the future, it would be like entering the other party's territory. As the days passed, Zhu Dai remained the emperor who was keen on war. Moreover, in the 3rd year after he ascended the throne, he ordered the construction of Shenshin Prefecture. This is a full 11 years earlier than in the original history. This also stems from the 20 million taels of silver provided by Rosen. Although the official exchange rate is 1 tael of silver equals 1,000 coins, in fact, because the Ming dynasty now has a large gap in silver, this has led to a continuous rise in the price of silver. The exchange rate among the people can reach 1,300 coins for 1 tael of silver, so the money given by Rosen is quite good. Of course, Zhu Dai was supervising the construction of Shenshin Prefecture and heading on an expedition to Mobai. Within a few years, Zhu Dai was short of money again. Zhu Dai still wanted to get money from Rosen, but Rosen's answer was that he had no money but his life. On this day, Liu Ming was visiting Zhu Yunwen. Zhu Yunwen is now under house arrest in the Xiaoling Mausoleum. Although Liu Ming and Liu Sen severed their relationship, he was still the imperial son-in-law and had a title. In addition, Chen Lan helped Liu Ming every now and then, so Liu Ming's days were no different from the past. Besides, Liu Ming only severed his relationship with Liu Sen, but still kept in touch with his mother Chen Lan and his sister Liu Minju. Elder brother. At this moment, Liu Ming heard Liu Minju's voice. When I turned around, I saw Liu Minju jumping and running towards me. Minju, why are you here? Come out for a walk. Liu Minju said as a matter of course. You are not a child anymore. You need to know the difference between men and women. There are all kinds of people on the street. If someone touches your body, it will be a stain on your life. You said you are already 20 years old, but you still haven't found a husband and are wandering around outside all day. Dad doesn't care about me, why do you care so much? Liu Minju's face immediately darkened. That old villain is trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. How can he have any family affection in his heart? How could he care about you? He hasn't even found a husband for you when you're 20 years old. I'm afraid he wants to sell you to the royal family again. Dad is not that kind of person. He said that he will only marry me off if I nod my head. Liu Minju also knew that her elder brother and father were enemies. She had heard calluses on her ears from hearing this all these years. At the beginning, when Liu Minju heard Liu Ming calling her father an old thief, she would argue, but over time, she got tired of it. Her position is the same as Chen Lian's, neither of them is wrong. You are loyal to your emperor and I support my king of Yan. Why do you think the emperor you support is loyal, righteous, benevolent and filial, while I am guilty of treason for supporting the prince of Yan? Even compared to Liu Ming's theory, Liu Minju is more inclined to his father. On the one hand, she is closer to her father. On the other hand, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Her father saved the lives of her family, so she naturally believes in his decisions more. Do they have to sacrifice the lives of their entire family to fulfill Liu Ming's loyalty, filial piety, benevolence and righteousness? Liu Minju and Liu Ming parted unhappily. Liu Minju was raised by Liu Sen since she was a child. Although she is not lawless, she has a very free and easy personality. What she hates most is Liu Ming's dogmatic preaching. There is always a strict separation between men and women are always said to be different. Women should take care of their husbands and children, and should not go out of the house. Liu Minju was walking alone on the street, when at this moment, a group of people came over. The leader was riding a tall horse. He was strong and powerful, with a big beard and a rough face. It was Ju Gaexu. Yu Gaexu saw Yuo Minju walking towards him at the first sight, and his eyes immediately fixed on her. Whose family is that girl from? Ju Gaexu asked the entourage around him. I don't know. I'll go up and ask. Ju Gaexu waved his hand, stepped off the horse, and strode to Yuo Minju. Miss, can you tell me your name? No. Yuo Minju glanced at Ju Gaexu and walked around him. Ju Gaexu immediately took 2 steps to block Yuo Minju's way and said, I am the king of Han. Why don't you tell me where my daughter lies? I will come to propose marriage tomorrow. Yuo Minju showed impatience on her face. I'm not interested in you, don't you understand what I'm saying? Haha. I like your personality. Ju Gaexu reached out and grabbed Yuo Minju's wrist. Come on, take me to meet your elders. Today I will finalize the marriage. Yuo Minju suddenly grabbed Ju Gaexu's wrist with her backhand and twisted it hard. Oh, Ju Gaexu howled in pain. He never dreamed that he would be held upside down by a woman. He followed Ju Dai in his campaigns, always fighting on the front lines. His martial arts skills are unmatched by ordinary people. In shock and anger, Ju Gaexu hit Yuo Minju behind him with his elbow. Yuo Minju dodged Ju Gaexu's elbow and kicked Ju Gaexu in the calf joint, causing Ju Gaexu to kneel on the ground immediately. Stinky bitch. At this time, Ju Gaexu's men also surrounded Yuo Minju. Seeing that there were so many people around, Yuo Minju knew that she could not win, so she finally pushed Ju Gaexu away. Ju Gaexu had never been so embarrassed before. He stood up and looked at Yuo Minju with a gloomy face. Why, the king of Han can't even beat a little girl like me, and now he's resorting to gang fighting? Ju Gaexu looked at Yuo Minju with gritted teeth, but finally waved his hand. There were too many people around, and it was not convenient for him to take action. If you beat the prince, your whole family will be implicated. Ju Gaexu said, gritting his teeth. Humph! The king of Han committed an illegal act in the street, so why can't a commoner like me fight back? I am a prince representing the royal family. If you hit me, it would be disrespectful. Ju Gaexu snorted coldly. Come here, take her to the clan house. Generally, cases involving members of the royal family are handed over to the Ministry of Clan Affairs for handling. Yuo Minju did not resist and was taken directly to the clan house. Master, it's bad. Master's servant rushed into the backyard lake, interrupting Rosen's fishing fun. Rosen threw out the fishing line and said nonchalantly, what happened? If it's that rebellious kid, don't say anything. Even if he dies, don't notify me. No, it was the eldest lady who was taken to the clan residence. What? What happened? Rosen's face showed anger. The king of Han flirted with the young lady in public, but was restrained by her. Now he has been arrested by the king of Han for the crime of disrespect and has been taken to the clan office. Snap! Rosen slammed the fishing rod in his hand onto the lake surface, causing the surface to explode and dozens of fish flipped over and floated to the surface. Rosen rushed to the clan house in a hurry, his face full of anger. The yeoman runners at the gate of the clan house saw Rosen, but didn't recognize him. Since he was not wearing official uniform, they didn't know Rosen's identity. Just as he was about to go up and ask a few questions, Rosen slapped the 2 yeoman runners to the ground. As soon as I entered the lobby, I saw my daughter wearing a wooden shackle. Sitting in the hall was Ju Minking, the chief of the clan affairs office, while the king of Han stood next to him, looking down on him. Who are you so bold to come? When Ju Gaexu saw Rosen, he was stunned for a moment. Why did this old guy come? Rosen came to Yuo Minju and broke the wooden rope with his hand. Dad Yuo Minju burst into tears and threw herself into Luo Sen's arms. She was a girl who was taken to the clan house. It would be a lie for her to say that she was not afraid. When Ju Gaexu heard that Luo Minju was Luo Sen's daughter, his heart skipped a beat. Rosen casually threw out a piece of iron scroll that granted immunity from death. Come on, continue the interrogation. Rosen said calmly, if you can't give me a satisfactory answer today, then everyone here must die. Anyway, I have the iron scroll of immunity, so I'll kill you and use it to exchange for your lives. You daring lunatic! Catch this thief! Ju Minking was furious and shouted, do you really think my clan house is a place where anyone dares to act wildly? Even if you have a certificate of immunity from death, you must confess your crime when you enter my clan house. A dozen yeoman runners came in from outside. Rosen suddenly snatched the sword of one of the runners and chopped left and right. All the dozen runners fell down on the spot, but they did not die. Rosen only used the back of the sword to deal with these runners. Ju Gaexu's face changed drastically. This madman dared to beat him in front of Ju Dai, and nothing happened to him afterwards. Now that I have bullied his daughter, I am afraid this matter will not end well. Just as Ju Gaexu was stunned, Rosen had already arrived in front of him and Ju Minking. The blade was just placed on Ju Minking's neck. Come on, continue your trial, Rosen said calmly. You are so brave. Do you know that attacking the clan residence is a crime of treason? Zhu Mingqing's ear was cut off. I said, continue the trial. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you don't, then you don't need your other ear. Rosen's tone was unquestionable. Zhu Mingqing and Zhu Gaoxu were both frightened by this madman Rosen. Hall, who was here? Zhu Mingqing went through the process tremblingly. My daughter Liu Minju. What is your grievance? You were the ones who arrested me. Why are you asking me what injustice I have committed? Liu Minju asked back. Zhu Mingqing was at a loss at the moment and glanced at Rosen, who had an expressionless face. I think this is just a misunderstanding. How about we just let it go? Hiss. Rosen cut off one of Zhu Mingqing's arms with one knife. Zhu Gaoxu really regretted it at this moment. He didn't expect to provoke such an evil star. Why was I so obsessed with provoking Liu Minju at that time? He actually dared to cut off Zhu Mingqing's arm in broad daylight. Zhu Mingqing was a member of the Zhu family and served as the head of the clan affairs office. Even he didn't dare to offend Zhu Mingqing. It's not a misunderstanding. The king of Han molested a commoner girl in the street, and then took advantage of his power to bully others and slandered the commoner girl for being disrespectful to the royal family. Liu Minju's answer was clear and logical. Rosen looked at Zhu Mingqing. Then how should we judge it? Zhu Mingqing was about to faint from excessive blood loss. His head was dizzy and his lips were trembling. The prince of Han, Zhu Gaoxu, molested women and children in the street, bullied people by taking advantage of his power, and falsely accused civilians. 30 canes? Rosen's eyes were full of ferocity and Zhu Mingqing said hastily, 50, 80, 100. Well, let's execute the sentence. Rosen glanced at the runners lying on the ground and said, you are still alive because I need you to execute the sentence. If you continue to lie there, I will make you lie there forever. Zhu Gaoxu did not resist because he knew that if he resisted, he would definitely be killed. Chapter 93 Great Favors Become Great Revenges 1, 2, 3, 10 Didn't you eat? Start over again. Rosen snorted coldly. He just stood by and watched the bailiffs carry out the execution. The yeoman runners had to increase their force. They beat people with sticks every day and had long since mastered the technique of beating people with sticks. Some boards sound loud but actually do not hurt at all. But how could their methods be hidden from Rosen's eyes? 1, 2 Zhu Gaoxu screamed. After being beaten with 100 boards, Zhu Gaoxu was already dying, almost fainting, and lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back. An ordinary person would be seriously injured if hit by 30 boards. Although Zhu Gaoxu was physically strong, he could not withstand 100 boards. Your Majesty, something happened. Jai Gang hurried to Zhu Dai. What happened? Zhu Dai had never seen Jai Gang so panicked. King of Han was severely injured. Zhu Mingqing, the head of the Imperial Clan Bureau, had one arm and one ear chopped off. He is also seriously injured and on the verge of death. Zhu Dai showed a look of shock on his face. Who did this? Liu Ming's biological father, Liu Sen. Zhu Dai couldn't contain his anger. Why? This explain. The king of Han molested Liu Sen's daughter Liu Minju on the street, and then he was not able to beat Liu Minju, so he was angry and arrested Liu Minju and took her to the clan house. Then what? Then Rosen came and took out a piece of iron scroll of immunity from death, saying that if the clan government could not give a fair verdict today, he would massacre the clan government, and at worst he would exchange it for this piece of iron scroll of immunity from death. Zhu Dai was so angry that he was fuming. Prince of Han Zhu Gaoxu was his favorite son, but now he was beaten half to death by Rosen. But he just couldn't find any trouble with Rosen. Rosen was right, and it was he who gave the iron scroll of immunity from death. The most important thing is that his son, who had been on the battlefield for a long time and was the most brave and skilled in fighting, had never even beaten a little girl and had even made a scene at the clan house. It would not sound good if this matter got out. Keep this matter under wraps. Your Majesty, the royal family is now in chaos and they all ask you to give them justice. Let them all go, Zhu Dai said calmly. But don't you understand what I said? Yes, Your Majesty. No matter how fiercely the royal family members cause trouble, they are just tigers without claws and teeth. At the beginning of his ascension to the throne, he still needed the royal family to justify his throne. But now everything has stabilized, so the royal family is no longer necessary. Although Zhu Dai did not massacre the royal family, he could deal with a few disobedient ones with just a few words. Zhu Dai still went to Liu's house and found Rosen fishing by the lake. Lao Liu, you don't seem to be afraid at all. You killed the prince. What crime should you be punished for? Rosen raised his eyelids and glanced at Zhu Dai. So you are here to call for punishment? You don't have the nerve to do that. Zhu Dai said unhappily, it's fine if you don't allow your daughter to learn embroidery. But why do you let her learn martial arts? Who says that women have to do these things? My daughter, Rosen, can do whatever she wants and learn whatever she wants. How can such a fierce woman find a good family in the future? Everyone has their own preferences. Besides, if my daughter likes a certain family, he can't refuse her. Rosen said confidently, if she doesn't find a husband in this life, will she live worse than others? You don't have such a broad mind towards your son. You even want to destroy his success. But you are so doting on your daughter. Why is that? Because I know he is wrong. What does temporary fame mean? If I want to, I can do better than him anytime and anywhere. Zhu Dai did not believe Rosen's arrogant words. After all, whether Rosen can become an official is up to him. Then are you willing to make him hate you for the rest of his life? It's better than losing your life. With your means, it won't be difficult to protect him. Besides, because of him, I also think you are a better emperor than Zhu Yunwen. Zhu Dai was particularly pleased with Rosen's words. After all, this was the highest compliment to him. He didn't say it, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. How about you and I become relatives? No, everyone in your family is ugly and you are not my daughter. Zhu Dai's good mood just because of Rosen's words that he was better than Zhu Yunwen disappeared in an instant. What did you say? How dare you insult my royal family? What does it matter? Your sons are no match for my precious daughter. Zhu Dai's fists hardened and he stood up to leave. Rosen added, sell me another death-free iron scroll. Don't you think it's undesirable? I suddenly realized that it was quite useful. Every now and then I could beat up Zhu Gaixu and then throw the death-free iron scroll in his face. You're asking me for the death-proof iron scroll and then you want to beat my son? You don't even take me seriously. I will give you a process for making white sugar. If you can't make 1,000,000 taels in 3 years, I will return the death-free iron scroll to you. Zhu Dai immediately put away his angry expression. He knew the price of sugar. Even he, the emperor, could not eat it every day. The death-free iron scroll will be delivered to your house this afternoon. Gao Zhu is seriously injured and can't get out of bed for a month. Well, I'll try to make sure he can't get out of bed for 3 months next time. Zhu Dai's face darkened, but considering Rosen's sugar craftsmanship, he still felt that it was no big deal for the boy to knock around. Zhu Gaixu screamed in pain. The imperial physician had just applied medicine to him. At this moment, Zhu Gaixu couldn't even pull up his pants. Even if a strand of hair fell on his buttocks, he would feel as painful as a needle pricking him. At this moment, the eldest brother Zhu Gaochi and the third brother Zhu Gaisui were coming to visit him in a group. Rosen, I want you to die. I want your whole family to die miserably. Zhu Gaixu cursed angrily. Second brother, I heard that you have never even hit a little girl on the street. Zhu Gaisui teased. Boss, you have to avenge me. Zhu Gaochi had never met Rosen. When Zhu Dai invaded Yinshan Prefecture, he was still in charge of the overall situation in Shenzhen Prefecture. Seeing his brother being beaten like this, he felt sorry for Zhu Gaixu. Third brother, who exactly is this Rosen? How dare he be so unscrupulous and lawless? He simply doesn't even take our royal family into consideration. Zhu Gaochi asked. I don't know. I only know that this man is extremely arrogant. Zhu Gaisui recounted what happened after he entered the Forbidden City a few years ago. Zhu Gaochi was lost in thought, unlike Zhu Gaisui and Zhu Gaixu who were impulsive and irritable. Zhu Gaochi was obviously more rational, and he heard something else from Zhu Gaisui's words. His own father, the man sitting on the dragon throne, respected Rosen. There were not many people who could listen to what Zhu Dai said in his life. Their mother Zhu Miaoyan is one of them. The monk in black is one of them. He himself was considered half, but as for Zhu Gaisui and Zhu Gaixu, their words were like farts in Zhu Dai's ears. However, Zhu Dai was also an extremely strong person. Zhu Dai could beat his son himself, but he would never allow anyone else to beat his son. So that person was obviously not as simple as Zhu Gaisui said, that he was the father of Zhu Yunwen's close minister. If it were that simple, Zhu Dai would have chopped the other person to pieces long ago. After all, there were quite a few people that Zhu Dai had to settle accounts with before and after he ascended the throne. However, Yuo Ming, a close minister of Zhu Yunwen, did not suffer any purge. Even being demoted from his official position did not count as a purge. Zhu Gaochi thought about it and decided to go find someone to ask clearly before making any plans. His mother doesn't know yet that Zhu Gaixu is seriously injured, and his father obviously doesn't want his mother to know about this, fearing that she will worry about it, so he can only go to Yao Guangxiao to discuss it. Although Yao Guangxiao has achieved success, he did not serve as an official in the court. Instead, he served as the prince's tutor and is now considered Zhu Gaochi's aide. Don't do anything about this for now. Let me first understand the situation and then make plans. Zhu Gaochi returned to the prince's mansion and summoned Yao Guangxiao. Meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Master Yao, please don't be polite. Please take a seat. After Yao Guangxiao sat down, Zhu Gaoqi went straight to the point. Master Yao, do you know this person named Luo Sen? Your Highness, where did you hear this man's name? Yao Guangxiao showed a hint of surprise on his face. In order to keep it secret, the only people who knew about Rosen's affairs were Zhu Dai, Zhu Miaoyan, and him. After all, if this matter were to leak out, Rosen, who was in Yingshan Prefecture, would surely die. Rosen helped Zhu Dai many times in his cause, but after great kindness came great hatred. The power shown by Rosen also made Zhu Dai wary of Rosen, fearing that Rosen would support other people in the future, so he kept Rosen under surveillance and even refused to tell his own son. Zhu Gaoqi recounted what Zhu Gaoxu had encountered today. Yao Guangxiao stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "This may not be a bad thing. Master Yao, what does this mean?" The second prince is arrogant and domineering. He usually relies on the emperor's favor and intends to seize the throne, but now it is impossible. Master Yao, can that Rosen get away with beating up Gaozu? From a just perspective, the second prince was at fault first. He has the iron scroll of immunity in his hand. From a private perspective, Mr. Yuo saved your majesty's life. Even if your majesty is stupid, you will not kill Mr. Yuo. Yao Guangxiao's words made Zhu Gaoqi gasp and even feel a little scared. Fortunately, I didn't help my brother. Saving a life is definitely an enormous achievement. As long as that person does not plot treason, you can rest assured. What's more, Zhu Gaoxu was indeed not in the right in this matter. Since I have done a great favor to my father, I must also show my gratitude. No, your highness. A great favor is a great hatred. Moreover, that person has extraordinary means and can change the world. If you come into contact with him, I'm afraid his majesty will be suspicious. Zhu Gaoqi's face changed drastically. What Yao Guangxiao said was really too big. It has the power to change the world. Zhu Gaoqi then thought about how when his father started the rebellion, there was inexplicably so much money and food, as well as mountains of meat. Zhu Gaoqi was very smart and immediately thought of the many things that happened in the past. I understand. Your Highness the Crown Prince is wise. Yao Guangxiao nodded with a smile. This matter passed quietly under the suppression of those who had ulterior motives. Zhu Gaoxu finally recovered from his injuries and stayed in bed for a month. Before he could take revenge, he received Zhu Dai's imperial edict, ordering him to report to the city defense camp immediately. Zhu Gaoxu looked unhappy. Forget it. He would go report first and then settle the score with the old bastard. Chapter 94 Double Happiness. Zhu Gaoxu cursed all the way. The private soldiers behind him also heard Zhu Gaoxi cursing all the way. That old bastard, sooner or later I will make him regret coming into this world. He came to the outside of Yinxianfu City defense camp, cursing all the way. Just then, the sound of horse hooves was heard in the distance. The sound of horse hooves came so quickly that Zhu Gaoxu thought it was a messenger. Looking back, I saw that the person coming was actually Rosen. When Zhu Gaoxu saw Yuo Sen, he was so frightened that he said, "Quick, stop him." Zhu Gaoxu hurriedly rode his horse into the city defense camp. General Yuan Ping pays respect to His Majesty the King of Han. Quick, hurry up and mobilize the troops for me. There are thieves outside who are trying to kill me. What? Hurry up, remember to catch him alive. I want to personally beat that villain. Rosen had knocked down Zhu Gaoxu's dozen or so private soldiers to the ground, leaving them unable to get up. Rosen walked into the city defense camp in such a swagger. Yuan Ping immediately led 100 people to block Rosen. You bold thief, do you know where you are? You will die if you trespass into the city defense camp. Come here, take this gentleman down. Rosen suddenly rushed forward and pushed forward all the way. More than 100 soldiers were knocked to the ground by Rosen. Yuan Ping and Zhu Gaoxu were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They had never seen such a fierce man. Even those fierce generals could only knock down a dozen or so people with their bare hands. Fighting 1 against 100 only exists in legends. I didn't expect to meet them today. Your Highness the King of Han. Zhu Gaoxu was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Rosen came up and picked up Zhu Gaoxu, and a fierce fight started between the two. You, Rosen, I will never forgive you. You still dare to be stubborn. Rosen came up with another series of moves. Zhu Gaoxu was beaten all over and his head was swollen like a pig's head. Do you still dare to tease my daughter? Kill me if you dare. Zhu Gaoxu roared. Rosen kicked Zhu Gaoxu in the face, 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. Do you still dare to tease my daughter? Rosen then kicked him once, twice. Do you still dare to? Zhu Gaoxu shook his head repeatedly. Woo. No. I dare not. I dare not. You dare to beat the prince and trespass into an important military area. You deserve to die. Yuan Ping roared. Rosen took out an iron scroll that granted immunity from death and smashed it on Yuan Ping's face. If you want to kill me, go to Zhu Dai and ask for an imperial decree. Yuan Ping's face was covered in blood, but his body was shaking violently. Anyone who could take out the iron scroll of immunity from death must be a monstrous figure. Even if they are not as good as Zhu Gaixu, they are not much worse. Basically, they are all at the level of Duke. Why was I so obsessed that I wanted to get involved in this matter? If I get punished later, my small body won't be able to withstand it. Look, even Prince Zhu Gaixu was beaten like this. I, a small deputy commander of the city defense battalion, am afraid that my life will be in danger. Rosen pushed back his slightly messy hair. Would you mind lending me a horse? This if you don't say anything, I'll assume you don't mind. Rosen grabbed a horse and rode away. Zhu Gaixu sent someone to complain to Zhu Dai, but he was stopped in front of the Forbidden City. Zhu Dai said he was busy and let Zhu Gaixu solve it on his own. Since they had all received benefits from Rosen, Zhu Dai naturally had nothing to say. As long as Rosen didn't kill his son, everything else would be fine. Zhu Gaixu was beaten up in exchange for a revenue of 1 million taels in 3 years. This deal was really worth it. Zhu Gaoqi hurriedly found Yao Guangxiao's mansion. Now Yao Guangxiao is half monk and half layman. He has not yet entered a Zen temple to practice. His daily life is close to Buddhism, but he still teaches Zhu Gaoqi every day. When Zhu Gaoqi found Yao Guangxiao, he said with some anger, "Master Yao, that guy is going too far. The second son just got out of bed, but he beat him up again and he's been seriously injured. This time he can't get out of bed for 3 months. The first time was fine, but it happened twice in a row. This is really disrespecting our royal family." He took out another iron scroll that grants immunity from death. Master Yao said calmly, No matter how grateful father is to him, it is impossible for him to give him 2 death-proof iron scrolls. Not long ago, your majesty had an additional source of income, which was the white sugar business. The white sugar business was very profitable, with an income of nearly 1,000 taels every day. What does this have to do with Rosen? Of course it's because of this white sugar making process, which was given by Rosen. The one who used the white sugar making process will fight the second prince again. Well, this Mr. Yuo is really vindictive. This is not bad. At least the second brother won't dare to show off in front of Mr. Yuo anymore. Zhu Gaoqi's eyes turned, and his seemingly honest face showed a bit of cunning. Master Yao, does Mr. Yuo have any more profitable business like this? There should be. When we started the rebellion, father suddenly brought out the steel-making technology, matchlock gun technology, and honeycomb coal technology. Right? Yao Guangxiao looked at Zhu Gaoqi and nodded with satisfaction. This Mr. Yuo is a real master. Master Yao, why don't you ask Mr. Yuo for me? Lao has to lie down for 3 months anyway, so why not let him get beaten again? As long as Mr. Yuo can give me some income and doesn't beat Lao to death, I'll take care of the rest. As expected, none of the princes were good men and women. Zhu Gaoqi looked honest and simple on weekdays, but he was ruthless when it came to betraying his own brothers. Then I will go there. Yao Guangxiao actually also wanted to meet Rosen. Yao Guangxiao asked his servants to deliver the visiting card that day, unlike Zhu Dai who could come and go as he pleased. Yao Guangxiao treated the other party as a fellow traveler, so due respect was necessary. The next day, Yao Guangxiao came to the gate of Yuo's mansion and chanted Buddhist scriptures to the servants at the door. I am Daoyan, the monk. I handed in my visiting card yesterday and came to see Master Yuo today. Master Daoyan, please come in. The master has instructed that you come in as soon as you arrive. Daoyan was led by his servants to the backyard, where Rosen was sitting by the lake fishing. The master is over there, please come in, master. Thank you very much. Daoyan walks towards Liuo-san and said, Amitabha, I am Daoyan, a poor monk, nice to meet you, benefactor. Rosen turned his head and responded with a smile. Master, do you mind sitting here? Daoyan smiled and sat on the stone next to him. At the same time, he looked at Rosen. Rosen looked younger than he had imagined, with angular features and a kind look. However, Daoyan knew that Rosen's martial arts were very advanced, and it might take more than 30 or 50 people to defeat him. Master, what are you doing here? 2 things. One is to come and see Mr. Yuo. So what do you see? No, Mr. Yuo's face is like a rootless duckweed, unable to see the past or the future. People's faces are all kinds of strange, and some of them are hard to tell, so Daoyan is not surprised. Oh, Master, you also know the art of face reading? It's just a small path, not worth mentioning. In my early years, I also traveled around the mountains and rivers, hoping to find a great immoral to become his disciple. Have you found it? I found it. I did meet some masters in Kunlun Mountain. However, those so-called masters were just hypocritical people who deceived the world and stole the reputation. I made friends with the young generation who came to the sect and learned some skills from him. No wonder Mr. Liu's martial arts are so superb. It turns out that he inherited the Kunlun Yuan sect's legacy. Master, do you also know about Kunlun? Of course I know that my master had also sought out the Kunlun Yuan sect. He originally wanted to learn from them, but they regarded him as a heretic. A group of Taoists attacked my master. So, master is also from the Xuanmen? Although I am a member of the Xuanmen sect, I have only learned a few basics. I cannot compare with Mr. Yuo. Every inch has its own strengths and weaknesses. Masters should not underestimate themselves. I wonder what kind of skill Mr. Luo is good at? I am good at killing. I am not bragging. If I let go, even 100 people can't stop me. I believe it, of course. Yao Guangxiao said with a smile. Master said earlier that he came here for 2 reasons. What else is it? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince feels that His Royal Highness the King of Han is not disciplined enough, so he wants to ask Mr. Yuo to help teach him more. Haha, Yuo Sen suddenly understood. Zhu Gaoxu's lesson is enough. Too much is as bad as too little. However, Yuo does have some business and is willing to cooperate with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. What business is it? Lialai. Yuo Sen said, if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince allows me to use his name, I can guarantee 10,000 or 20,000 taels a month. Yao Guangxiao nodded. Thank you, Mr. Luo, for your generosity. Yao Guangxiao felt inside his monk's robe again and took out a book called Kaya Tengshu. I have not prepared any gifts for this visit. These are some of my skills and summaries from my research on military formations, physiognomy, and geomancy. I hope you will not dislike them, Mr. Yuo. Rosen took the Kayatang technique solemnly, clasped his fists and said, thank you. Then he took out a book, which contained methods for refining chakra and also a method for practicing the reversal technique. As a courtesy, Master, here are some of my experiences in cultivation. If you have time in the future, you and I can visit each other often. The 24 Kai training techniques that Rosen obtained from Wu Kui is Kunlun's martial arts method. He cannot spread it in this world without Wu Kui's consent. Yao Guangxiao should also have some esoteric skills. Rosen has seen those magicians in the West. Apart from those people from Kunlun, Yao Guangxiao was the first person from the Central Plains Xuanmen that he met. However, Yao Guangxiao was proficient in metaphysics, not metaphysics. In Xuanmen, there is a saying that there are 3,000 methods and 360 techniques. The 3,000 methods are the orthodox ones, while divination, fortune-telling, and face-reading are all classified as unorthodox methods, which is also the category of the 360 techniques. Of course, in Xuanmen there is no such thing as the opposition between good and evil as in novels. In this era, the capable major Xuanmen sects would form their own factions, stick together for warmth, and claim to be the righteous ones, just like Kunlun Yuani. The 360 techniques are to go from street to street, or to attach oneself to high-ranking officials, such as Yao Guangxiao. In the following days, Yao Guangxiao often came to Rosen to discuss Taoist techniques. Yao Guangxiao was quite interested in the reversal technique, but the chakra system was a completely new training system, so Yao Guangxiao found it particularly difficult to explore. In the 8th year of Yongle, it was completed under the supervision of Shenshin Prefecture. In the same year, Zhu Dai ordered the relocation of the capital. This massive relocation took 2 years to complete. Yao Guangxiao resigned from his position as prince's tutor and lived in seclusion in Zhangguang Temple outside Shenshin Prefecture. Rosen also moved to Shenshin Prefecture. It was impossible for Zhu Dai to let him leave his sight. It was the 12th year of Yongle, and Zhu Dai once again set out on an expedition to the grassland. In Rosen's view, Zhu Dai's expedition was meaningless and a sheer waste of money and manpower. The strategic direction was wrong. His goal was to eliminate the remnants of the northern Yuan dynasty, but the crisis in the Central Plains was never just about the remnants of the northern Yuan dynasty, but the entire grassland. Zhu Dai would either uproot these nomadic peoples of the grasslands, kill anyone he saw, and make rivers of blood and pile up heads until the grasslands became a no-man's land, or they could set up a protectorate to prepare for long-term rule. Instead of fighting once, killing a few insignificant people and leaving without gaining anything. At least if Rosen were to be the commander, he would definitely drive all the grassland tribes together, build a new city, take away all their war horses, cattle and sheep, forcing them to rely on supplies from the Central Plains for survival, destroy their beliefs, and force them to learn Confucian culture. Chapter 95 Anti-Mind. In the 20th year of Yongle, Chen Lian's sudden serious illness caught Rosen off guard. Rosen tried every possible means and finally rescued Chen Lian. Rosen was not good at treating illnesses. Most of his methods were used to treat injuries, but he had little experience with diseases. It was also because of Chen Lian's illness that Rosen began to think about going home. Zhu Dai only has a few years left to live. Rosen discovered a problem. Zhu Dai might want to drag himself to be buried with him. During these 2 years, Zhu Dai gradually placed more than a dozen Jinyue spies in their Luo mansion. Moreover, these Jinyue spies occasionally released a hint of murderous intent towards him. If this was not instructed by Zhu Dai, Rosen would never believe it. Rosen's last bit of affection for Zhu Dai had also disappeared. You should know that he doesn't owe Zhu Dai anything, but it is Zhu Dai who owes him. Even though Rosen had been completely under Zhu Dai's surveillance for the past 20 years, he was still wary of Rosen's help to him when he was in Fenshan Jingnan Rebellion. Just like his father Zhu Yuanzhang, who killed meritorious officials in the years before his death, and wanted to take a few people with him after his death. Zhu Dai's personality is exactly the same as Zhu Yuanzhang's, so Rosen has a hunch that Zhu Dai would most likely do the same. So Rosen planned to fake his death to escape. Zhu Dai taught Rosen one thing: great kindness can lead to great hatred. Over the next year, Rosen began to feign illness. After a snowstorm, Rosen began to stay in bed. The Jinyue spy at home immediately passed the news to Zhu Dai. Zhu Dai sent several imperial doctors to treat Rosen, but the answers I got were that the disease was terminal and incurable. After a few months of procrastination, Rosen showed some improvement, but his illness relapsed within a few days. Finally, on a sunny afternoon, Zhu Dai received the news of Rosen's death. "Is it confirmed?" Zhu Dai asked the imperial physician beside him. "Your Majesty, it has been confirmed." The doctor replied, "He has no pulse or heartbeat. It is said that he died while fishing by the lake. When the servants found him, the old man was already cold. That old man likes fishing there the most." That's fine too," Zhu Dai said with emotion. He remembered that the first time he met Rosen was also in the pavilion in the lake. Luo Chen comes to the palace gate to ask to see your Majesty. At this time, a eunuch came to Zhu Dai. "Huh? What is she here for?" Zhu Dai asked in surprise. "I heard that they wanted to transport Mr. Luo back to Kaiyuan County for burial." Zhu Dai thought for a moment and said, "Go and draft an edict for me to confer upon Luo Chen the title of first-rank imperial consort and posthumously confer upon Luo Sen the title of Marquis of Kaiyuan County." "Your Majesty, Mr. Luo's son Luo Ming is already the Duke of Dongyuan County. To whom will the title of Kaiyuan County be passed? Is his daughter ready to marry now?" "Not married. She is over 30 years old and still unmarried. She really wants to be an old maid. Then give the title to his daughter," Zhu Dai said. Although Luo Ming severed his relationship with Luo Sen, his father had passed away, and he had to fulfill his filial duty out of both emotion and reason. Together with Chen Lian, they escorted Rosen's body back to Luojia village. Rosen faked his death, so Chen Lian and Luo Minju naturally knew about it. In fact, Rosen originally wanted to hide it from Chen Lian. But given Chen Lian's poor health, Rosen was afraid that she would never recover, so he made it clear to Chen Lian in advance. When we returned to Luojia village, no one knew that it was a funeral. But Luo Minju is now the Marquis of Kaiyuan County, and the title is hereditary. This means that in the future, Luo Minju will have the final say over the entire Kaiyuan County. I haven't been back for decades, and all the acquaintances in Luojia village have passed away one after another. Luo Dumu and his sister-in-law have also passed away. Rosen began his own plan. "Dad, you said you wanted to dig a lake? What are we going to do with it?" "Kaiyuan County suffers from floods every year," said Rosen. In fact, Rosen's plan is to start the Red Queen host, which requires a huge power source. So by digging the lake, Rosen wanted to build a hydroelectric power station. Place several generator sets directly below the lake. On the one hand, it can solve Kaiyuan County's annual flood disasters, and on the other hand, it can also solve Lawson's electricity needs. How about this? You just need to buy a piece of land and you don't have to worry about the rest. How big? Rosen thought for a moment and said, 3 million mu. The barren hills outside Kaiyuan County will do. There are only barren mountains there. How can we dig a lake out of it? Luo Minju felt that Rosen had gone mad. Even with the whole country's efforts, it might not be possible to complete such a huge project. Luo Minju saw that Rosen was not joking and finally bought all the places designated by Rosen. After obtaining the land deed, Rosen began digging in the area. Of course, Rosen used his own multiple shadow clones. It took 3 months for 10,000 shadow clones to dig 3 million acres of land down dozens of meters. At the same time, Rosen also built an underground hydroelectric power station and a main control room. It took Rosen a whole year to build the hydroelectric power station and then begin to divert and store water. "Dad, where are you taking me?" "Go witness the new era." Rosen took Liu Mingyu to the lake. When Liu Mingyu saw the lake in front of her, a look of shock appeared on her face. She totally couldn't understand how Rosen had dug out such a huge lake in just 1 year. There are several islands in the lake, which are actually hills that were originally higher than the terrain. Rosen brought Liu Mingyu to the island and then stood in front of a cliff. Red Queen, open the entrance. At this moment, a three-dimensional projection appeared in front of Rosen and Liu Mingyu. Liu Mingyu was startled. What is this? Is this a ghost? Hello ma'am, I'm not a ghost. I'm an artificial intelligence. My code name is the Red Queen. This is my daughter Mingyu. Enter her as level 1. Yes, it has been entered. Welcome back, Master, Miss Mingyu. At this moment, a door opened on the mountain wall. Liu Mingyu walked into the passage in a daze, and then stopped in front of the elevator. The elevator opened. Rosen patted Liu Mingyu on the back, and then walked into the elevator. The elevator went down for 2 minutes and finally stopped in the main control space. Liu Mingyu was shocked by the huge underground space in front of him. Dad, where is this? I plan to take over the world. Rosen's words directly burned up Liu Mingyu's CPU. Dad, do you know what you were talking about? Rosen nodded affirmatively. I know what I am talking about. Do you want to become the second female emperor of the Central Plains and the founding emperor? Dad, can you tell me first, what is going on here? This is too complicated to explain. Rosen thought for a moment and said, Red Queen, you and Mingyu start by explaining the principles of electricity. Yes, Master. The Red Queen began to explain through projection. First, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. MS. Mingyu, have you ever seen lightning in nature? Yeah. Liu Mingyu nodded. The most common form of electricity is generated through friction. Lightning in nature is the discharge phenomenon caused by the friction between clouds and air. The Red Queen explained very carefully, and there were also matching video playbacks to ensure that Liu Mingyu could understand. The Red Queen starts from the generation and application of electricity, to the application of steam engines and internal combustion engines, and then to modern industry. After 3 full hours, Liu Mingyu already had a vague concept. Some things need to be experienced personally to be truly understood. Dad, so what are you going to do? Liu Mingyu looked at Rosen. The first thing is to control the county lord of Keyuan County and make Keyuan County completely our territory. Then we will start to train our own armed forces and talents. The underground space of this power station is very large, so we will find orphans and place them here to train them to learn knowledge beyond this era. No one can find them. Then we can accumulate wealth, control the entire northern trade, and manufacture weapons. Rosen said, then we will wait for the opportunity to come. When? The world is in chaos. Dad, why do you want to take over the world? Because this is the karma that the Zhu family owes me. What they owe me must be repaid. Rosen said as a matter of course. What about Big Brother? He still can't let go of Zhu Yunwen. Zhu Yunwen has been under house arrest for many years and is almost at the end of his life. As for the issue of their stance back then, both Rosen and Liu Ming believed that they were not wrong. However, Rosen's plan will take at least 10 years of preparation, so if Liu Ming wants to come back, Rosen will also let him participate in his plan. If he didn't want to, Rosen wouldn't force him. It would be the same with or without him. To build the capital city that Rosen had in mind, the first thing to do was to improve productivity. The reason why the modern system is better than the ancient system is that productivity is dozens or even hundreds of times higher than that of ancient times. Take the simplest transportation as an example. A distance of 1,000 kilometers would take 2 months or even longer in ancient times, but now it only takes less than a day. Rather than waiting for the Jurchens to retake control of the Central Plains in the future and let China suffer hundreds of years of humiliation, it would be better to rebuild China and establish a brand new country by himself. In the following time, Liu Mingyu studied modern knowledge, while Rosen went out to look for orphans. Although the main body of the hydropower station is for generating electricity, the internal living area is very large, so it is sufficient to provide activity and living areas for thousands of people. In this era, it is easy to get as many people as you want. In 1 year, Rosen bought back nearly 1,000 children. Even in the era later known as the Yongle period of prosperity, there were still people suffering from famine everywhere. The so-called prosperous times in ancient times, in most cases, meant that not so many people died, there were fewer uprisings, and there were fewer disasters. Just imagine, in a country where 90% of the people have to bear more than 80% of the rent, there is no prosperity at all. At most, they will just not starve to death. To put it bluntly, any prosperous period in history was a period when the imperial court had strong military power. During this period, all internal and external troubles can be resolved by force. Confucianism poisoned the Central Plains for 1,000 years and treated the people as straw dogs. The heyday of Confucianism was often also the period when military preparations were the weakest. So what Rosen had to do was to expel Confucianists from the court. To carry out the plan, Kaiyuan County must be under control. There are 145 villages around Kaiyuan County, plus the population of the county seat, with a total population of 120,000. As long as Kaiyuan County is under control, Rosen can start his next plan. So Rosen sent an invitation to the county magistrate and the county magistrate of Kaiyuan County. Chapter 96 Showing off your muscles. When the county master Wu Chengji and the county magistrate Zhao Qian learned that the Marquis of Kaiyuan County had invited them, they immediately rushed to the banquet. In front of the Kaiyuan County pier, a cruise ship stopped in front of Wu Chengji and Zhao Qian. Sir, please get on board. It is said that the Marquis of Kaiyuan County is very wealthy. Now I see that it is true. This cruise ship must cost several thousand taels of silver. Wu Chengji looked at the cruise ship in front of him in amazement. Wu Chengji and Zhao Qian boarded the cruise ship and were amazed to find that the windows of the ship were all made of colored glaze. Just at this moment, an old man walked down from the upper floor. Wu Chengji and Zhao Qian saw that the old man was dressed in rich and luxurious clothes and did not dare to be arrogant. May I ask what is this old gentleman's name? Old man Rosen. It turned out to be Mr. Liuo. Suddenly, Wu Chengji and Zhao Qian choked up. Liuo-sen, isn't that the deceased old man Liuo? When it comes to Lawson's reputation, it can be said that everyone in Kaiyuan County knows it. He raised a top scholar and also married him to a princess. His own daughter even became the Marquis of Kaiyuan County, a true nobleman. Even his wife was a first-rank lady and his descendants benefited from it. In just a few decades, an ordinary family was elevated to the aristocratic class. Who doesn't envy? Who doesn't respect? I heard earlier that Mr. Liuo had passed away. How come he suddenly came back to life? Please take a seat. Rosen sat down at the round table. Wu Chengji and Zhao Qian sat down cautiously. They felt as if they knew something extraordinary. As you can see, I faked my death. Rosen said, during the reign of Emperor Jianwen, Zhu Dai was trapped in Yingshan Prefecture. I rescued him and then funded him to raise an army to quell the rebellion. Zhu Dai was afraid of my skills and kept me under his watch. 2 years ago, I had a premonition that he was going to kill me, so I faked my death to get away. Wu Chengji and Zhao Qian took a breath of cold air at the same time. They knew it was over this time. They heard things they shouldn't have heard. Why did Rosen tell them? Either recruit them into the gang or kill them to silence them. Just as you thought, now you either join the gang or go down to the lake to feed the fish. I am naturally willing to serve old Master Liuo. Yeah. Rosen smiled. Wu Chengji and Zhao Qian had made up their minds that as soon as they returned to shore, they would report the matter to the government office. They don't dare to say that they are extremely powerful now, but at least they have some authority and wealth. Why would they follow Rosen to take risks and kill 9 generations of their clan? Soon, the cruise ship docked at a small island. When Wu Chengji and Zhao Qian saw the island, their hearts skipped a beat. But he didn't dare show it on his face. Responsible for pickup and drop-off at the island port are several sturdy teenagers. They moved very quickly and didn't say much. The two followed Rosen to the island. There was a shooting range in the woods on the island. Rosen took the two to the edge of the shooting range, where 100 teenagers were shooting. Wu Chengji and Zhao Qian saw that the guns in the hands of these young men were not the common matchlock guns. They were completely black and had extremely strange shapes. What shocked the two men the most was that the muskets in the hands of these young men could fire continuously, and their targets were all 300 steps away. And it is estimated that the probability of hitting the targets 300 steps away is very high. The two were horrified, as the current matchlock rifles could only fire at a distance of 100 steps at most, but Rosen's muskets could not only fire continuously, but also had such a high shooting accuracy. Would you like to give it a try? Rosen asked. I have never used a musket. It's okay. This thing is much simpler than a musket. Rosen called a young man over and said, bring 2 automatic rifles over here. A moment later, Rosen had the automatic rifle and the magazine. There are bullets in this, just put them here and load them. Rosen pointed the gun at a tree not far away and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da, the trunk of the big tree was immediately riddled with holes. You guys try it too. Wu Chengji and Zhao Qian were so shocked when they saw this scene that they couldn't close their mouths. If there were 20 people, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand this volley of bullets, right? Can the Ming army withstand such weapons? Whoosh whoosh, at this moment, a roar was heard in the sky. Wu Chengji and Zhao Qian looked up and saw a huge bird with a strange shape appearing in the sky. That was an armed helicopter, the only one that Rosen brought back from the Resident Evil. The armed helicopter slowly landed on the open space ahead. Wu Chengji and Zhao Qian were stunned, their faces filled with astonishment. What is that? Let's go over there, Rosen said. When the two approached the armed helicopter, the wind force generated by the rotation of the propeller almost made them lose their balance. Rosen took the two men onto the helicopter. Put this on. The noise from the propellers is unbearable for most people, so a headset is a must. As the propeller speed increased, it immediately rose into the air. Dao Qian and Wu Chengji were shocked beyond words by this scene. This is the magical power of flying into the sky and hiding in the ground. Exclamation! Shoot a stinger at the big tree on the top of the mountain ahead. Rosen ordered the pilot. Wu Chengji and Zhao Qian didn't understand what the sting was, but they soon understood. A stinger missile, dragging its tail flame, flew more than 10 kilometers and accurately hit a large tree on the top of the mountain ahead. Raging flames rose into the sky. More than 10 seconds later, the sound of an explosion was heard. At this moment, the two were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. If this thing was used to attack the city, even the city wall of Shenzhen Prefecture would not be able to withstand the attack of this poisonous stinger. Okay, let's go back. Rosen is showing off his muscles this time. When Wu Chengji and Zhao Qian returned to the ground, they were still in a daze. You tell me, if I want to divide the land and become a king, can the Ming dynasty stop me? Rosen asked. Wu Chengji shook his head dejectedly. Here today, both of their worldviews were turned upside down. Rosen handed each of them a walkie-talkie. This is a walkie-talkie. It can transmit sound over thousands of miles. As long as we are within Kiyuan County, we can all communicate through the walkie-talkie. Rosen demonstrated the function of the walkie-talkie again. Once again, the two were shocked beyond words. For the time being, I don't need you to do anything. You will manage Kiyuan County for me and cooperate with my arrangements and deployments. If there is anything, you can communicate through the intercom. Rosen sent the two men back to Kiyuan County. They were in high spirits when they came, but were distraught when they left. Both of them thought of a possibility, that Rosen really had the ability to overthrow the Ming dynasty. This made the two of them feel very complicated. So after the two returned to the government office, they stayed together. Master Wu, what do you think we should do about this? Should we notify our superiors? Wu Chengji glanced at Zhao Qian and said, Do you think we are still under the supervision of old Master Luo at this time? The first thing Zhao Qian did was to look up at the sky, then he shuddered with fear. Although there is nothing in the sky, after seeing what they have seen today, there may be some magical tricks that they don't know about. I just want to ask you one question. Master Wu, please speak. Are you willing to die for the Ming dynasty? This Zhao Qian thought about it, and then shook his head. If we choose to report old Master Luo, I don't know whether he will be wiped out, but I know that the two of us will die and our whole family will be implicated. Wu Chengji said seriously. Following old Master Luo, maybe you and I can get the merit of following the dragon. On one hand, there is a chance to become rich and powerful, and on the other hand, there is no doubt of death. You make your choice. I understand. Rosen also did not completely trust the two men, but left a shadow clone to monitor them. The reactions of the two were within his expectations. With the cooperation of these two people, Rosen and Luo Minju's plan went more smoothly. Rosen closed off the entire Kiyuan County. When outsiders came to Kiyuan County, they could only know what Rosen let them know. Similarly, the news that the people of Kiyuan County can know is also what Rosen needs to let them know. At the same time, Kiyuan County set up more than a dozen factories and hundreds of workshops. A large number of people from Kiyuan County went to work in factories and workshops. This leads to another problem. No one is farming anymore. To be precise, it is the tenants who have stopped farming. They all went to work in factories and workshops. After all, farming can barely provide them with enough food and clothing, but working in a factory can allow them to live comfortably. Working in a factory, you can earn at least 1 tael of silver a month. But the whole family worked in the fields and could not save even a tael of silver throughout the year. You can imagine how big the gap was. Agriculture was the pillar industry of the Ming dynasty, so the fields in the Ming dynasty were under very strict control. If there were fields that were not cultivated, they would be nationalized. Therefore, many landlords had their land forcibly taken away by the government because no one was cultivating the land. At this moment in Chenjia village, the landlord Chen Yakai's face turned pale, because 400 acres of his family's 600 acres of land had been taken away this year. This was the family fortune that his Chen family had worked so hard to accumulate, and now it was taken away by the government. How could he bear it? It's not that he didn't think about using connections, but the people in the county government took the money but didn't do the job. The people should not fight against the officials, and he could not speak out his grievances. The key point is that the county government is so bad that it is useless even if he reports to the state government. They are taking away the land legally and reasonably, not seizing it. so he took out all his anger on the factories and workshops. At this moment, there were more than a dozen people gathered in his house. All of them were rich landlords whose land had been taken away. "Old Chen, you called us together and said you had a way to get all the tenants back to the fields. What was that? Since our tenants have been taken away by those factories, what do you think will happen to those tenants if the factories are gone? But how is this possible? I heard that the pocket watch workshop is selling like crazy outside. A pocket watch costs 300 taels and you may not be able to buy it. Those workshops are making a fortune every day. The owner of the workshop will not listen to us and close the workshop. If he doesn't want to lock himself up, then we'll do it for him," said Chen Yaokai. "What can you do? I heard that there are bandits in the Beiming River. If the bandits burn down the entire industrial zone, do you think those peasants will have no choice but to return? Old Chen, can you contact the bandits in Beiming River?" Chapter 97 Prisoners Sentence Standards. Water bandits naturally have to travel by water. The waterways around Kaiyuan County are quite complex, which is also one of the reasons for the breeding of water bandits. Compared with the strong Kaiyuan County government on land, they are relatively weaker in the water. However, the entire Kaiyuan County is now controlled by Rosen. How could Rosen let go of the blockade on the water? Rosen discovered the pirates as soon as they entered Kaiyuan County. The team leader at this moment is Liu Wen, a graduate of Class Zunya 1. Liu Wen was adopted at the age of 12 and received 3 years of study and training in the camp. Here she never has to worry about not having enough food to eat or enough clothes to wear. Rosen and Liu Minju provided them with the best living conditions. They learned knowledge that was beyond their time. The course was originally scheduled to last 6 years, but Liu Wen graduated in 3 years. And her overall score is also the best in Class Zunya 1. 100 points for liberal arts, 100 points for science, 95 points for military science, and 100 points for military science. So she was assigned to the Navy and served as the captain of the 1st Commando Battalion. She has 20 men under her command, each equipped with the most advanced weapons and equipment. "Hello, Captain, can you hear me? This is Rowling. I heard it. Report the situation." "Captain, there are a total of 58 pirates, all of whom are armed with cold weapons. They have landed at Luweku and are currently heading towards Beishan Road. We will set up an ambush on Beishan Road. You continue to follow and monitor, but don't get too close to avoid being accidentally injured." Liu Wen said. "Clear." Liu Wen immediately made arrangements. Liu Yuan, you lead a team of 5 to set up an ambush on the left. Liu Bing, you lead a team of 5 to set up an ambush on the right, and I lead a team of 5 to block the front at the intersection. Everyone should maintain a fan-shaped shooting, and the attack range should not be too large to avoid accidentally hurting your own people. Liu Shi, you are responsible for the long-range sniper team, and provide long-range protection, while also preventing any fish from slipping through the net. Now check your weapons and equipment to ensure that there will be no problems. Now you can go to your respective ambush points and make preparations. When their ambush point was ready, Yuo Lin sent another message. "Captain, the pirates have entered Beishan Road." "Understood. We have set up an ambush in the middle section of Beishan Road. Don't get close to the middle section." The thermal image of the pirate appeared in Liu Wen's night vision goggles. Each team, prepare and start fire coverage from a distance of 100 meters. The enemy is now 800 meters away. The enemy is now 600 meters away. The enemy is now 500 meters away. The enemy is now 200 meters away. The enemy is now 120 meters away. Ready. Free fire. I repeat, free fire. Da-da-da-da. In an instant, countless tongues of fire suddenly appeared on both sides of Beishan Road and in front of it. Countless bullets interweave into a large net, covering all enemies within the firing range. The bandits suddenly became chaotic, and large groups of them were shot into a hornet's nest. After the initial panic, some of the pirates ran away while others lay on the ground. These pirates have never faced such a terrifying enemy. It's not like they haven't encountered government crackdowns on bandits in the past. But everyone was used to fighting with swords and had never faced this kind of fire suppression. There are also snipers hundreds of meters away, and their point-killing abilities are even more terrifying. Once you are hit by a sniper rifle, you will definitely die. The powerful potential energy of sniper bullets can destroy all flesh and blood tissue, especially when hit on the body or head. It's like the body suddenly explodes. "Stop shooting," Liu Wen ordered. At this moment, there were no more bandits standing on the road of Beishan Road. However, it cannot be ruled out that they were lying on the ground to avoid bullets, or lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Some of those who had just died still had body temperature, so the thermal imaging camera could not completely determine who was pretending to be dead. "Team Liu Yuan, throw the grenade over there." Boom boom boom. Sure enough, a dozen bandits pretending to be dead immediately jumped up and fled frantically. But these dozen or so fleeing pirates were shot into a hornet's nest in an instant. The leader of the water bandits, nicknamed Water Ghost, was still lying on the ground pretending to be dead. He had seen the Shenjiang of the Ming dynasty officers and soldiers, but even the Shenjiang did not have such ferocious fighting power. He knew that he was doomed this time, and now he just hoped to escape by lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. After a few minutes, strange-looking figures appeared on the roadside on both sides. Their faces were bulging and their eyes were glowing red. The water ghost was so scared that his face turned pale and his body kept shaking. It turns out that he is not a living person. How can a living person be so scary? I'm afraid these figures are not mountain goblins or monsters. How could he know that these wild goblins in his eyes were actually wearing thermal imaging devices? He didn't dare to move now, but the slight trembling of his body betrayed him. His body was especially noticeable as the bodies around him cooled. Get up! Stop pretending to be dead! Liu Wen shouted, but the water ghost still buried his head and dared not move. But the next moment, a heavy kick hit his abdomen. Get up, or I'll kill you if you don't. The water ghost finally realized that he had been discovered, and hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Don't eat me, don't eat me." There were no casualties in this battle. 52 enemies were killed and 6 were captured. The water ghosts and a group of water bandits were all sent to the mining area to mine. These prisoners are undoubtedly the best labor force. They are strong and healthy, and there is no need to feel sorry for them. It doesn't matter if you torture them hard. The key is that there is no need to pay salaries or wages. Get up, get up. The water ghost was kicked up. The water ghost opened his eyes in a daze and found a big man with a face full of flesh. Brother Tihu, is it you? You are? A water ghost? It's me, Brother Tihu. It's great that you're not dead. Half a year ago, I heard that you were arrested by the government and beheaded in public. I was sad for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you here. Tihu's face suddenly darkened. Okay, hurry up and get up to work. Work? What kind of work? Brother Xiugui, did you get into trouble outside? Yeah. That's it. Once you come here, you have to work. What is this place? Kaiyuan County Iron Mine. What do you think you are doing here? I'd rather die than obey you. You want me to mine? That's wishful thinking. Tihu immediately walked out of the tent and said, Captain, there is a stubborn person inside who would rather die than submit and is unwilling to accept labor reform. The water ghost was stunned for a moment and then saw 2 burly men coming in. What are you going to do? You'd rather die than obey me? I'll send you on your way now. Wait, I don't mean that. Stop messing around. I want to see your superior. The 2 men ignored the water ghost's pleas for mercy. They dragged the water ghost out of the tent and hung him on a wooden rack in the center of the mining area. A man holding a whip hit the water ghost. I am willing to work. I am willing to work. Please spare my life. The water ghost was not a real hero. After being whipped a few times, he was in excruciating pain. But the whipping is really painful. So far, 99% of those who have been hung up will surrender. The 2 administrators only whipped the water ghost a few times to avoid hurting it. As administrators here, they also have task targets. If they meet the targets, they will receive generous rewards. If they fail to meet the targets, their positions will be replaced. So any prisoner here is valuable labor. Even when punishing someone, they try not to beat them to death. At noon, the water ghost was released and sent back to the tent to recuperate. Tihu walked into the tent with a bowl of white rice and braised meat in his hands. The water ghost still holds a grudge against Tihu. Xiugui, don't blame your brother for betraying you. You will have to suffer this sooner or later for your bad temper. It's better to let me have it than to let others have it. Tihu handed a big bowl of white rice to Xiugui. Here, I made you some rice. Seeing the sumptuous white rice and the fragrant braised meat, the water ghost was not happy at all, but instead looked terrified. Is this the final meal? Don't let your imagination run wild. Everyone who is sent here is a valuable labor force. Unless you do something wrong here, we won't kill you. Then why is this white rice? And there's such a big piece of meat. The water ghost had only eaten white rice a few times in his life. Oh, you mean this? We have white rice every day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The side dishes change. Today, the side dish for lunch is braised pork. Is the food here so good? How can this be considered good? The miners in the mine next door have good food. They only have a few dishes for each meal. We are in the mine for serious criminals. Tihu said, by the way, how much labor have you been sentenced to? How much labor? Those who were sent to this mining area were those who had committed crimes outside. The amount of labor they had to do was different depending on the crime. For example, I injured someone and was sentenced to 500 tons of mining, which is 1 million kilograms of mining. I have been undergoing labor reform here for half a year and have completed 300 tons of mining. Huh. I wasn't told how much mining was done. What did you do? Tihu asked. Generally, before the prisoners here are sent in, they will be told how much mining they have done. Like the water ghost, there are very few who are not told. There is only one possibility, and that is life imprisonment. I was hired by a few wealthy landlords in Kiyun County to burn down the factories in the industrial zone. Tihu's face changed. No wonder he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Brother, you have a big problem. How? Tihu told the water ghost about the situation, and a look of despair appeared on the water ghost's face. So I will be subjected to labor reform here until I die? Not necessarily. If you can make up for your crime with meritorious service, you will have a chance to get out. How can I make up for my crime? Didn't you say you were hired by the landlords in Kiyun County? Give them all out. That won't do. How can I betray my employer if I'm in trouble? Then I won't advise you anymore. Just do it yourself. There's nothing bad here. The food is so good, better than when I was a pirate. It's not bad to stay here for a lifetime. Hihi. Do you know how much the mine next door earns? How many? In the mine next door, the miners there do the same work as us, but they can earn 5 taels of silver a month. Anyway, don't blame me for not reminding you. When I get out, I will go to work in the mine next door. The water ghost's face changed when he heard that. He and his brothers killed people and robbed people on the river, but they might not earn 5 or 6 taels of silver in a month. In their business, they would not open for half a year and could make a living for half a year after opening. Now, when he heard that a mere miner earned more than this pirate, he suddenly felt unbalanced. Chapter 98 Sending Zhu Dai on his last journey report. Luo Wen stood at the door and shouted loudly. Luo Minju glanced at Luo Wen and said, "Come in. General, the leader of the water bandits just confessed to us today that someone hired them to come here, and their purpose was not to rob, but to attack and burn down the industrial area." Luo Minju put down the documents in his hand and looked up at Luo Wen. Did the leader of the water bandits reveal who it was? Chen Yaokai from Chenjia village, Qian Bisheng and Lin Kai from Da village. Shen Yaokai? By the way, Shen Yaokai is a relative of hers. Chen Yaokai's father and her grandfather, Chen Jialao Ziukai, are brothers, so Chen Yaokai can be considered Luo Minju's cousin. Of course, the Chen family became prosperous because of the Luo family. In fact, people in Chenjia village only have a little money. Notify the county magistrate to arrest the people on the list and confiscate all the property of all the participants. All the male members of these local families will be sent to the mining area, and the female members will be sent to the embroidery workshop and tea mountain. Yes, Chief. Luo Minju didn't have much contact with the Chen family. She still remembered that the old scholar was very picky and rejecting of her, so she had no feelings for the Chen family at all. Where has my dad been lately? The old man said, "Let's go and see Zhu Dai off for the last time." Luo Wen had no respect for the Zhu family. She and her classmates were all rescued by Luo Sen and Luo Minju, who then taught them knowledge and martial arts. Everything she has was given by the Luo family, including her last name. She doesn't submit to anyone except Luo Sen and Luo Minju. At this moment, Zhu Dai was lying in his tent on the Mobai grassland. He had a premonition from the moment he set out on the expedition. Sure enough, when he reached the grassland, his body weakened rapidly. This led to the expedition coming to an abrupt end. In the night, Zhu Dai felt his body getting colder and colder. At this moment, a hand grabbed Zhu Dai's wrist. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Dai felt a warm current flowing into his body. Zhu Dai suddenly opened his eyes and saw an incredible scene. "Rosen, am I dead? Otherwise, how could we see the dead? Do you want to go out for a walk?" Rosen asked. Zhu Dai propped himself up and put on his robe. When Zhu Dai followed Rosen out of the tent, he found that the guards outside seemed to be under a spell and did not react to his and Rosen's coming and going. Rosen and Zhu Dai walked out of the army camp and came to a steep slope. "Are you here to collect souls?" Zhu Dai asked. "No, I'm here to see you off for the last time," Rosen said calmly. "Zhu Laosi, you wanted to kill me back then, didn't you? Shouldn't I kill you?" Zhu Dai asked back. "You casually took out 20 million taels, and you have so many new manufacturing technologies at hand. I can't sleep or eat until you die. But I have never thought of seizing your Zhu family's kingdom." Rosen said, "If I wanted to, you wouldn't even have a chance to quell the rebellion. You wouldn't even have a chance to leave Yinshan Prefecture. The money I have is enough to raise an army. I can't possibly bet my Zhu family's kingdom on whether you would be moved. The human heart is the last thing you can afford to bet on," Zhu Dai replied. "Yes, people's hearts are the most unacceptable thing to bet on." Rosen nodded. "So I faked my death that year to get away." Zhu Dai's pupils contracted. "You are not dead. Well, I'm not dead, and after I went back, I started planning. I plan to let my daughter become the founder of the new dynasty. She will become an empress and create a foundation that will last forever. Rosen said, Even though you and I agreed not to leave the capital for 30 years, I would still consider you a friend, because I can understand why you put me under house arrest. I can even accept the view that great favors can be great revenges, but I am not someone who will sit and wait for death. But you should never ever try to kill me. No one can take my life, not even the emperor. Zhu Dai's heart was beating fast, and he felt a bit regretful in his shock and anger. What he regretted was not that he had the intention to kill Rosen. Instead, he regretted not taking action sooner, which allowed Rosen to realize his intentions. The Ming dynasty is becoming increasingly powerful. You don't have this opportunity. The Ming dynasty is only strong relative to this era. Rosen said, Have you ever seen a gun that can fire 50 bullets at a time and can shoot as far as a mile? I have one in my hand. I once thought about whether to give you the manufacturing method of this gun, but your behavior finally made me give up this idea. The more I give out, the more you will want to kill me. Are you telling me this now so that I will regret it? Yes, I just want to make you regret it. Rosen nodded. I still have rice seeds that can be harvested twice a year, and 1 mu of land can produce 1,000 kilograms of staple food. I still have a total of 2 billion taels of silver, and I still have 200 million taels of gold. I have a flying machine, and I have weapons that can flatten a city with one shot. Since you have such powerful means, why didn't you use them in the past? You could have replaced the Ming dynasty yourself a long time ago. Zhu Dai's eyes were ferocious, like a man-eating beast. Because I always think that the Ming dynasty is the most orthodox dynasty. From ancient times to now, the Ming dynasty has the most legitimate position. Your father expelled the Tartars and restored the Han people's clothing. Just for this reason, you deserve my respect. Even if you took the throne from that bastard Zhu Yunwen, it never changed my mind. I even think that you are more suitable to be the emperor than Zhu Yunwen. I admire you even more for moving the capital to Shenzhen Prefecture to face the threat of the northern Yuan dynasty. It was not until you wanted to kill me that I finally understood that I was so stupid to leave my life to an iron-blooded emperor. Zhu Dai felt very complicated when listening to Rosen's statement. He could tell that what Rosen said came from the bottom of his heart. Great favors bring great hatred. Haha. Zhu Dai laughed a little sadly. Why did you give me 10 million taels in the first place? If you only gave me 1 million taels, I wouldn't be so afraid of you. Because I know you want to march north. After you succeed in the Jingnan campaign, you will not be able to march north in the short term due to lack of money. So I want to support you and make you the great general of the northern expedition, so that you can realize the goal of drinking from the Hanhai Lake and sealing the wolf's lair as soon as possible. But when you attacked Yangshan Prefecture, I also realized that I gave you too much. So for the past 20 years, I have been reflecting on myself. Too much is as bad as too little. Great kindness can be a great hatred. That night, Rosen and Zhu Dai talked about many heartfelt words. If you rule the Central Plains someday, please keep a share of the incense for my Zhu family. I will not take the initiative to kill your Zhu family. This is the last bit of friendship I have with you. Rosen said. A morning sun rose on the horizon of the grassland, and the fiery red sun dazzled both Rosen and Zhu Dai. Zhu Dai slowly lowered his head and was never able to raise it again. Leave the grassland and return to Kaiyuan County. As soon as he returned home, Liu Minju came out. Dad, you didn't even tell me that you were going on a long journey. There are so many things going on in Kaiyuan County now, and you still have the mind to see old friends? Liu Minju came up with an aggressive attitude. How can there be so many things happening in such a small Kaiyuan County? Dad, we don't have enough meat. How can it not be enough? Haven't we opened 10 pig farms? Isn't that enough to provide meat? Our products have begun to impact the businesses in the nearby capitals, causing many people to lose their livelihood opportunities. I have people attracting these people to Kaiyuan County to make a living. Now the population of our Kaiyuan County has reached 200,000. Organize a team of 4,000 people, including 2,000 commandos and 2,000 support soldiers, to plunder the grasslands and take back all their people, cattle, sheep, and horses. Oh, and bring armed helicopters with you, as they will be very useful in intimidating them. Kaiyuan County is only more than 1,000 kilometers away from the grassland, and there are no major passes along the way. It's just that you need to pass through many mountains and forests along the way, and you cannot take the pipeline. How much can 4,000 people loot? Didn't I tell you that we also need their population? Let the grassland people be responsible for driving the cattle, sheep, and horses. Just take Taiyuan down. It is not appropriate to expose us now. What we need is a complete Central Plains, not a fragmented Shenzhou. No, what I mean is that we can pretend that it is the northern Yuan that is attacking. As long as we take control of Taiyuan City, Kaiyuan County and the grassland can be connected. Then it will be much easier for us to transport meat. No, the Central Plains and the grasslands are enemies for generations. Once Taiyuan falls, the Ming dynasty will certainly mobilize the entire country to attack. We are not ready yet. A war with the Ming dynasty will be extremely tragic. Their plan was to expel Confucianism and establish a new dynasty, so they needed enough time to cultivate talents. Besides, the Ming dynasty is now at its most powerful. Even after Zhu Dai's death, the Ming dynasty is still the most powerful country in the world. If we go to war with the Ming dynasty directly at this time, the result will be that both sides will suffer losses, and our plan will be delayed. So when will it start? Once we get enough meat from the grassland this time, we will control Kaifeng and the surrounding areas. The surrounding areas have a population of at least 1 million, which is enough for us to digest for a few years. As for when to launch the movement, we must train at least 10,000 students so that they can replace Confucian scholars and occupy the vast majority of positions. Rosen said, "Is that enough?" Of course this is not enough. We also need to control more than 20% of commercial activities to ensure that when the Confucians fight back, we will not be helpless. The reason why Confucianism was able to control the dynasty's power institutions for a long time was largely because they represented the gentry group themselves. Once the emperor tried to weaken the power of Confucianism, the gentry group would control commodity prices, such as rice, salt, and iron. Even a powerful emperor like Zhu Yuanzhang had to compromise with Confucianism and re-ennoble the Kong family as Yanqingong. This is the powerful weapon of Confucianism that is invincible. If the Luo family seizes the world in the future, but rice, salt, and iron are still controlled by the Confucian gentry group, then the Luo family will repeat the same mistakes and need to compromise with Confucianism. Therefore, in order to break free from the constraints of Confucianism, 3 requirements must be met. First, there is sufficient talent reserve, which is the basis for replacing literati. The second is to be able to provide a stable supply of rice, salt, and iron. As long as the prices of rice, salt, and iron are not chaotic, the Confucianists and gentry groups will not be able to threaten the new dynasty. The third and most important point is to master absolute force. When Confucians find that conventional means cannot satisfy their wishes, they will inevitably encourage the people to overthrow the rule of those in power, so the use of force is the prerequisite for everything. Moreover, Rosen will be prepared to massacre the Confucianists and gentry groups, and look forward to it happening. Chapter 99 We don't surrender, we want to rule. How strong are the combat effectiveness of 2,000 fully armed soldiers who have received modern training? It can be said that at present no army can break through the crossfire of 2,000 soldiers. Even the most elite Mongol cavalry corps of this era could not do it. For this expedition to the grassland, Luo Minju sent out 2,000 soldiers and 2,000 logistics personnel. The logistics transport was not food and supplies, but ammunition. They were transporting 200 million rounds of ammunition this time, which means that each soldier could fire 200,000 rounds of ammunition. As for food and drink, what food and drink can you bring after a robbery? Unless the tribes on the grasslands also learn from the Central Plains dynasty's strategy of fortifying their cities and clearing the countryside, no one will be able to stop their plans of looting. The team leader this time is also a new graduate from 2 years ago, named Luo Yi. Before he entered school, his family ran a security company. However, during an escort mission, his father and several other escorts were killed by robbers. The escort agency went bankrupt due to claims, his mother died of excessive worry, and he was sold by his creditors. Fortunately, he was noticed by Rosen and brought back to the headquarters for training. Luo Yi was already 14 years old before he was adopted by Rosen. The sudden change in his family made him more mature mentally than other children. At the same time, Luo Yi is an absolute genius in the military field. He is one of the few people who is given the authority of the Red Queen. Rosen has the highest authority of the Red Queen, followed by Luo Minju who has the first level authority. Luo Yi is the only student with level 2 authority. Rosen and Luo Minju both agreed that Luo Yi would definitely be a commander-level commander in the future. 2,000 soldiers and 2,000 logistics personnel were all wearing green camouflage uniforms, which could better conceal themselves on the grassland. Luo Yi held the telescope and looked for the target. Just at this moment, a voice came from Luo Yi's walkie-talkie. "Captain, we have discovered a small tribe of about 10,000 people 55 kilometers to the southeast. According to our calculations, they have about 1,000 active cavalry. We estimate that the tribe has about 10,000 cattle, 100,000 sheep, and 3,000 horses. These Mongolian tribes are really rich. A tribe of 10,000 people actually has 10,000 cows and 100,000 sheep." Luo Yi said with emotion, "The whole army is ready to set off." Luo Yi didn't know much about the Mongol tribes. In fact, most of these cattle, sheep, and horses were the assets of the tribal chiefs, and this chief was most likely a general of the Mongol royal court. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have so many cattle, sheep, and horses. The nobles in the royal court would only gather in the royal court during wars. At other times, they would return to their own tribes. Of course, all this is not important. Liu Yi only needs to know how many people, cattle, sheep, and horses there are in this tribe. That's enough. 200 million bullets would allow them to massacre any tribe. Liu Yi did not hide his team's actions and just blatantly crushed the Mongolian tribe's faces. They needed to destroy the enemy's manpower, and they also needed people to drive their cattle, sheep, and horses, so they just went over like this, and the other side would naturally send out cavalry to attack. As long as all their cavalry are killed, they will give up resistance. The Mongolian tribes had a weak sense of family affection. They worshipped the heavenly wolf. They were used to the tribes invading each other, and they were used to the strong being respected. They would submit to whoever defeated them. Even if their family members were killed, they could accept it indifferently because they felt that they could still be reborn. Sure enough, the team of 4,000 people was discovered by the tribe when they approached. Even though their military strength was far less than 4,000 men, they still led the charge without hesitation. Before the Maxim machine gun came into being, cavalry had always been the strongest branch of the military. Even if the enemy is 10 times their size, they can easily penetrate and move like the wind. What they were facing at this moment was an automatic rifle that was more ferocious than the Maxim machine gun, which could fire 300 rounds per minute. The firepower network composed of 2,000 soldiers could instantly turn them into a hornet's nest. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, 200 meters. Da. Everything happened so unexpectedly. In less than 20 seconds, more than 1,000 cavalrymen's horses lost their masters. Liu Yi's commando team fired at least 50,000 bullets. The commandos continue to advance and control the tribe, while the logistics team cleans up the battlefield and the spoils. Liu Yi easily controlled everyone in the tribe. These grassland herdsmen have absolutely no thought of resistance. After all, their leaders and warriors had all been slaughtered, and there was no point in them resisting. Liu Yi asked them to pack up their belongings, cattle, sheep, and horses, then burned their tents and took them on the road. Next, they began a crazy looting. They want all of them, including people, cows, sheep, and horses. Now the northern Yuan dynasty has split into 3 forces, namely the 3 major tribes of Tatar, Warat, and Urianghai. The first person to receive the news was the Tatar leader Aluda. Because Liu Yi's team is currently wreaking havoc in his territory, and dozens of small tribes have been swept away by them. When Aluda learned that the enemy had only 4,000 men, he immediately organized 50,000 cavalrymen to take the initiative to meet Liu Yi. The two met at the La River. To be more precise, Liu Yi was waiting for Aluda at the La River. The La River is not very big, but it can prevent the cavalry from escaping in a short period of time. The 50,000 cavalrymen were completely wiped out and Aluda fled frantically. However, facing Liu Yi's siege, Aluda's horse was shot and killed and he was captured alive. Aluda was tied up and brought to Liu Yi. Are you Ming people? At this moment, Aluda was already scared out of his wits. Even when facing Zhu Dai's army, he had never been defeated so badly. At worst, he could escape. However, facing this group of killers, he didn't feel that he had any chance of winning. We are not Ming people, we are Chinese. Liu Yi looked at Aluda with cold eyes. I am willing to submit to you with my entire Tatar tribe. What I need is not submission, but absolute rule. You now have 2 choices, go to see your Changshangshan with your Tatar tribe, or gather all the Tatar tribe members and live in the area we have designated for you. This is impossible. The eagles on the grassland will never accept your rule. Drag them away and kill them. From now on, all members of the Tatar tribe will be killed, leaving no children alive. Liu Yi gave the order coldly. You can't do this. Don't you people in the Central Plains all believe in reason, trust, benevolence, and righteousness? We are from the Central Plains, and we are also Chinese, but we are not Confucian scholars. For us, not submitting means death. We don't need vassals, and we don't need you grassland people to betray us every few years. Aluda raised his head and looked at Liu Yi's immature yet cold face. We are descendants of the golden family Wheat Yanling, called Tanling. Liu Yi said while pressing his ears. This is Tanling, what are your instructions? Come and fly around the river. Receive. Whoosh whoosh. Aluda raised his head and looked at the sky. A small black dot passed over his head at a very fast speed. Then a Stinger missile streaked across the sky, bursting into a ball of raging flames several kilometers away. Alutai's pupils contracted. What is that? That is our secret weapon. If you and your people reject our rule, all the people of the Tatar tribe will be engulfed in flames, and you will have no way to escape. That thing in the sky can travel 3,000 miles a day. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, we will catch up with you. Aluda's face was pale. I am willing to bring all my tribe members to submit to China. You must hand over 70% of your cattle, sheep and horses and build a city by the La River. I will provide you with food, fodder, salt and iron for 3 years. If you don't build the city within 3 years, then there is no need for you to exist. As you command, great messenger of the gods. Over the past 2 years, the Central Plains dynasty has been compromising again and again with the grassland. On the one hand, it is an issue of force, and on the other hand, it is the Confucian avoidance and fear of war. It has succumbed to the force of the grassland tribes time and time again, and has thrown the martial spirit behind. But now this kind of thing will never happen again. Rosen, Luo Minju, and the people trained by the Luo family will never allow this kind of thing to happen again. Large numbers of cattle, sheep, and horses were gradually delivered to Keyuan County from the grassland. After discussion, Luo Minju and Luo Sen began to open up a huge grassland around Keyuan County. At the same time, they also began to develop towards Kaifeng Prefecture. Keyuan County is just a county after all, and its land area is still very limited. Kaifeng Prefecture is surrounded by a vast area of plains and hills, which is very suitable for use as grassland. It was still the same routine, inviting a group of high-ranking officials from Kaifeng Prefecture, showing them their military strength and medical level, talking to them about ideals, people's livelihood, and history, and then showing them their strategy for the grassland. Except for 1 or 2 officials who were loyal to the Ming dynasty, most of the officials defected to the Luo family. At this point, Kaifeng Prefecture was also incorporated into the Luo family's rule. With a larger management area, we can now do some big things. Dad, we are short of manpower now, especially the number of people farming is decreasing. Red Queen, design a farm vehicle that needs to have the functions of clearing land, plowing, and turning the soil, and it should be produced in an automatic factory. Master, oil extraction is needed. Mark the distribution of oil in the Central Plains and grasslands. Currently, the Erlian oil field and the Heir oil field are within the control area. They have been marked on the map. A road is needed to transport oil on a large scale. Please pay attention, Master. Rosen nodded. It seemed that road construction also needed to be put on the agenda. It was another huge project. Rosen had a headache because of the lack of meat, so he attacked the Northern Yuan dynasty. Then he got beef and mutton, but he needed a larger area for breeding, so he controlled Kaifeng Prefecture. After controlling Kaifeng Prefecture, he built a large number of factories and farms, resulting in no one to cultivate the land. So he developed agricultural vehicles, and agricultural vehicles needed fuel, so he needed to extract oil, and oil transportation required roads, so he had to build roads, and building roads required a lot of manpower and material resources, one thing after another. It is conceivable that the entire Chinese industrial chain in the future generations required the efforts of countless people and overcame countless difficulties. Rosen's shadow clones' 2,000 years of memory have been completely absorbed. Rosen's force value did not increase and remained at 6.5 million. But Rosen could feel that his strength had improved significantly. Next, you can go to the next world and, if you have the chance, maybe you can bring back something from that world that is suitable for the development of this world. The 4th time of traveling begins. Chapter 100 Pirate World. Vice Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. The more times you fight with pirates who are called the 4 Emperors, the richer the rewards. The more times you fight with pirates who have the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea, the richer the rewards. The more times you fight with the Navy with the title of Admiral, the richer the reward. Collect devil fruits. The more you collect, the richer the reward. Master the 3 colors of domineering. The higher the strength of the 3 colors of domineering, the richer the rewards. Travel around the world. The more places you visit, the richer the rewards. When Rosen saw the boundless ocean below and the system's task requirements, he knew where he was. But what time is it now? Rosen didn't know the exact location at the moment. Just then, a small sampan appeared right below. When Rosen looked down, the big boy wearing a red vest and a straw hat on the small sampan below also raised his head and looked at Rosen in the sky. Hey Luffy raised his hand and waved at Rosen in the sky, the old man in the sky. Rosen landed on the sampan and looked at Luffy in front of him. Master, I'm Luffy, the man who's going to be the Pirate King, so do you want to be my crew member? Why do you want to be the Pirate King's man? Why don't you be the Pirate King yourself? I just want to be the Pirate King myself. If you want to be the Pirate King, then be the Pirate King. Why do you have to say you want to be the Pirate King's man? This a big question mark floated over Luffy's head. So when you introduce yourself from now on, just say you want to be the Pirate King and don't say you want to be the Pirate King's man. Oh, So you agreed to join my pirate group? Since you are the first person I have met in this world, I will join you reluctantly. Haven't you ever met anyone before? With your IQ, it's hard for me to explain to you. Rosen pressed Luffy's head, who was a head shorter than him, and said, "My name is Rosen. Then I will call you old man from now on." Luffy was very happy. This was the first crew member he got after going to sea, and his joy lasted until a huge wave overturned their dinghy. Anything can happen on the turbulent sea. Then Rosen and Luffy were now sitting on their new ship, a wine barrel. "Hey, old man, can't you fly? Why do you have to squeeze into this wine barrel with me?" The two men were squeezed in the wine barrel. In this narrow space, Luffy was completely deformed, and his face was squeezed into a pancake by Rosen's big body. "Oh, then, dear Captain, do you want me to abandon you? Grandpa, can't you take me flying? I have never experienced flying in the sky." "No, if you want to fly, you have to work hard on your own." "Old man, are you also a devil fruit user?" "I guess so. But you could swim just now." But Luffy remembered that when the big wave hit just now, it was Rosen who pulled him out of the water and stuffed him into the wine barrel. "That's because my devil fruit is called the swimming fruit, and the ability of the swimming fruit is that I can swim anywhere." "Eh? Is that so? There is actually such a strange devil fruit. Anything magical can happen on this sea." They drifted on the sea for several hours. Suddenly it felt like the barrel hit something. Then the barrel in which they had hidden was fished out. Feeling that the wine barrel was no longer floating, but fell on a solid object, Rosen and Luffy immediately crawled out of the narrow wine barrel. "Haha, I survived." Rosen and Luffy opened the wine barrel at the same time. At this moment, standing in front of them was a bloated woman with freckles all over her face, 4 meters tall and weighing more than 800 kilograms. The woman carried a black mace on her shoulder. "Hello, thank you for saving us." Luffy greeted Alrita with a smile on his face. "Haha, where did this little brat come from? Doesn't he know who is standing in front of him? That's the vicious Alrita." The pirates on the deck looked at Luffy and Rosen as if they were dead. "Shut up," Alrita said with a dark face, pointing her mace at Rosen and Luffy. "Now, you have 2 choices, be my servant and serve me, or die under my iron rod." "I'm sorry, but I want to be the Pirate King." Luffy held back the last word. "I won't be your servant." Alrita raised her mace and smashed it towards Luffy's head. But the next moment, Luffy's head turned into the shape of a mace, and then returned to normal. "Oh, what's going on? How did his head get like that? It's so scary, he's a monster." As expected of the weakest East China Sea, many pirates don't even know about the existence of devil fruits. "I'm not a monster. I'm a rubber man and a devil fruit user." Luffy introduced himself confidently. "No matter what kind of rubber man you are, you have pissed me off, and now I'm going to beat you to a pulp." Alrita went crazy and waved the mace wildly. Luffy performed various difficult moves to avoid Alrita's attacks. Hey, if you keep doing this I'll be mad." Alrita's madness had not yet passed. She could not hear anything and continued to wave the mace in her hand. Rubber pistol. Luffy's arms stretched back 20 meters, and then suddenly pushed forward and hit Alrita's chest. Alrita's body weighing hundreds of pounds was suddenly blown away. The cabin was directly smashed by Alrita's huge body, and Alrita flew to the stern. The entire ship had been affected by the battle between Alrita and Luffy and was almost unusable. What? Alrita was defeated? Who the hell is this guy? How could he possibly defeat Alrita? In their minds, Alrita is an invincible monster. But now another monster has appeared. Great! The monster Alrita has finally been defeated. We are free. The pirates, who were still in shock the moment before, suddenly cheered collectively the next moment. They were all forcibly brought aboard by Alrita. For several years, he has been tortured by Alrita. Now they are finally free and no one can restrain them anymore. It's finally over. This guy is really troublesome. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief and looked around for Rosen. But he saw Rosen putting a small boat hanging on the edge of the pirate ship into the water. "We should go," Rosen urged. "Here I come." Luffy jumped onto the boat and was about to leave when a pink-haired boy suddenly jumped down from the deck and onto the boat. "Can you take me to Shield's town?" "What are you doing there?" Luffy looked at the pink-haired boy in front of him curiously. "I want to be a navy," said the pink-haired boy. "Nice look. Do you want to be a pirate with us?" "I want to be the Pirate King." "No, I want to be a navy who upholds justice." The pink-haired boy responded seriously. "Okay then." Luffy didn't force it. "By the way, my name is Luffy, and this is my vice captain Rosen. My name is Kirby." Kobe looked at Rosen, who was sleeping on the boat. "I'm so hungry." Luffy soon felt weak all over. "Grandpa, go to the sea and help me catch a fish." Rosen was sleeping soundly and turned a deaf ear to Luffy's words. Luffy came up and picked up Rosen and started shaking. "I want to eat. I want to eat. I want." Rosen closed his eyes and blew Luffy away. Then he pointed his finger at the sea and hooked it upwards. A half-meter-long fish jumped out of the water and fell into the boat. Wow, so impressive. Luffy looked at Rosen with shining eyes. Kobe also looked at Rosen with curiosity. Grandpa, teach me, Luffy shook Rosen again. Rosen was annoyed by the noise and slapped Luffy again, knocking him unconscious. It wasn't until they reached the Shield's Town pier that Kobe woke Luffy up. Luffy, I'm here. Thank you for your help. I'm going to the naval base now. Is this Shield's Town? I'll go with you. I plan to find something delicious. Where's the old man? Do we need to wake him up? No, this guy actually knocked me out. I'm going to make sure he can't eat the delicious food, Luffy said angrily. Luffy and Kobe found a restaurant in Shield's Town. After entering, Luffy shouted loudly, "Bring out all the delicious food you have here. I want delicious food." The store owner was a beautiful woman who immediately served Luffy and Kobe a large amount of food. Luffy immediately started to eat it whole. At this moment, a little girl stood by the table, looking at Luffy's puffy cheeks curiously. "What are you looking at?" Luffy asked with his cheeks puffed out. "How much can you eat at one time?" "I could eat forever." "You're kidding. How can there be someone who can eat so much?" The little girl looked incredulous. At this moment, the door of the restaurant was kicked open, and a young man with blonde hair parted in the middle walked in swaggeringly. The young man was leading 2 wolfhounds, and the little girl immediately looked at the newcomer with angry eyes. "Hey, you actually dared to look at me like that? Do you want to die?" At this time, the proprietress hurried out and blocked the little girl behind her. "I'm so sorry, Master Bellum, I will definitely discipline Liga. This look makes me very uncomfortable. She must be punished." Bellumibo said arrogantly, "I will inherit my father's position in the future, so I have to learn how to manage you lowly people now." "Hey, you're in the way." Suddenly Bellumeber felt a chill coming from behind him. When he turned around, he saw a gloomy face. Bellumeber was startled and sat down on the ground. Rosen stepped over Bellumer, strode into the restaurant, and grabbed Luffy as soon as he came up. "Captain, it's not a good habit to eat alone." Sorry, I saw you were sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bear to disturb you." Ahaha. Luffy smiled awkwardly. "By the way, Kobe just said that there is a very powerful swordsman in this town. I plan to invite him on board. What do you think?"
Thanks for joining Fanfiction Reader. If you enjoyed it, hit subscribe and come back for more fan-made adventures.